the battle of truth and falsehood, Daud's shock was halted. In anxiety and worry Daud's dance, his haughty attitude fell away. News of Bera's fall made his head spin. He sent 4 commanders and 2 senior military officers toward Bera. He ordered them, "Whatever it takes, go to Bera and inform us of Sultan Mahmud's situation. Find out when he might be able to set out for the Multan expedition and how many soldiers he has. Find out also the condition of the Hindus there, and if possible make contact with them and come back." Following the order, the 6 people's caravan in the guise of merchants set out toward Bera. Each of the 6 was an expert in intelligence work and a hardcore Karamati. A little after leaving Multan, the spy Karamatis also saw the dervish, the learned man, and 3 other people heading toward Bera. They mixed with them, they thought, going in the same direction, so some convenience could be obtained from them. Daud's spies were cavalry riders. Besides, they had 3 camels loaded with goods. The dervish's 3 companions were mounted riders, and the learned man and dervish were also on horseback. They were sincere Sunni Muslims. They were going to inform Sultan Mahmud of the Karamatis's misdeeds and request the Multan expedition. When both caravans faced each other, pleasant exchanges were made. Greetings were exchanged. But on first meeting, both caravans maintained some guardedness. The dervish said, "They are residents of Multan, going to Bera on business." The Karamati said, "They are residents of Lahore. They had come to Multan on business, now going back via Bera to Lahore. Since you are residents of Multan, are you Karamati Muslims?" One Karamati asked the dervish. "No, we are Sunni Muslims. We have no connection with the Karamatis. We do not even consider them Muslim. You seem to be Sunni Muslims too, because Karamatis are found nowhere except Multan," said the dervish. "We do not know them," said one Karamati soldier. "We are also Sunni Muslims just like you. By the way, heard that Sultan Mahmud has captured Bera? Has Bera's king Biji Ray really taken his own life?" "We heard the same," said the learned man. "If the news turns out to be true, then you, all of us should be happy. After Muhammad bin Qasim, this is the first just sultan who has launched an expedition this way. You can see how the uneducated poor Muslims of this region are being converted en masse by Hindu conspiracies. We are very happy," said the Karamati commander. "We want Sultan Mahmud to also capture Lahore. This area also needs to come under Muslims' control. Before Lahore, Sultan Mahmud should capture Multan. Domestically, the enemy is more frightening. Perhaps you know, Multan's ruler Daud bin Nasser is a Christian and Hindu puppet who, under the disguise of being Muslim, is cutting the roots of Islam. It is not known whether Sultan Mahmud knows Daud's nature and character or not. Whether the Sultan has correct information or not, that is also not known," said the Karamati commander. "Even if not known, it should now be known," said the learned man. "We are going to bear it together. It is also our duty to inform Sultan Mahmud so that he does not consider Daud bin Nasser a friend," said the Karamati commander. "Certainly," said the dervish. "We must definitely fulfill this duty." Everyone started walking together. The learned man and the dervish did not want to reveal that they were going to Sultan Mahmud himself. Watching their activities, no suspicion arose in the Karamatis' minds. But the Karamatis were fierce and cunning professional spies. They also did not reveal their true identity. The Karamatis were talking with the dervish and companions based on their beliefs and faith. The dervish and the learned man could not even guess that they were not Sunni Muslims, and could be something other than merchants. Since no suspicion arose in their minds, thinking them like-minded, they also started talking openly with them. Before the sun set, they had crossed the large Ravi River of the Multan region, the place where they crossed the river. The river here was quite wide but shallow. After crossing the river, they all found a convenient spot to spend the night. At this time, the Karamati commander was untying his saddlebags and gins from his horse, with one of his soldiers helping him. The helping soldier, while untying the gins, said to the commander's attention, "Seeing the people, they seem to be merchants. But I have my doubts. Are they going to Bera with some bad intention against us? the two people who spoke with us. They seem educated, learned men. If they do not devise any trick against us, still it would be good for us to remain with them. Because as learned men in Bara, they will get the respect they deserve, and being with them, we will also benefit from them. We should create friendliness with them. Tonight, we will not open our wine pouches, so that they consider us true Muslims. That old man among them speaks very well. We will encourage them to meet Sultan Mahmud. After that, one of us will go with them to Mahmud's court. Then his future plans will become known. Everyone sat together to eat. Even before eating, the Karamati commander all day long began talking in a religious tone. From their words, it was understandable. They were sincere Muslims. The manner of speaking was also such that the learned man and the dervish thought, they too are just like them, devoted souls for Islam just like them. All members of the Karamati group were trained spies, trained soldiers. The dervish and the learned man's mission was the reward of duty motivated by Islamic consciousness. So they had no excessive awareness about all matters in their minds. Their minds had no smell of these things. On the contrary, the Karamati group's mission was suspicion, cunning, and deception. Word by word, the group leaders started the discussion about Karamatis. We consider the Karamatis to be wrong, said the Karamati commander. But in Multan, wherever we went, everyone seemed to be followers of Daud. People there kept talking mouth to mouth about the four-virgin fortress. The previous night we went to see that fair. There we saw jinns. From within a smoke ring, 4 fresh young women appeared on the stage. They again disappeared within the smoke. To us these things seem real, and Daud's Karamati seemed believable. It seems Daud has some special spiritual quality. Or is such a thing possible for any ordinary person? From the direction where you saw the four-virgin fortress and the smoke rings rise, did you not see any body coming out from that direction? Moved by the Karamati commander's words, the dervish revealed the secret. Body. Whose body? The Karamati commander asked in astonishment. The body of one of Daud's treacherous guards. I went inside the fortress, into the secret rooms to see the four-virgin fortress and the jinn ghost spectacle, and found Daud and his companions in a situation of young women surrounded drunkenness. I also told him, 1 person was killed and how I came out through the secret tunnel path. The Karamati commander and companions were amazed at this successful mission and praised and thanked the dervish. Expressing gratitude for this feat, they began greatly encouraging the dervish. They were stunned hearing the dervish's account. Tell us, elder, the person who could not be killed. Daud has given all the internal security guards harsh punishment. They are going step by step toward death. But they could not say who did the killing. And, is this elder the mastermind of that killing? They were privately overjoyed. Astonishingly, unexpectedly, the prey had come to their hands. And where would he flee? The prey was now in their hands. The Karamatis did not express their inner feelings. After the night meal, everyone prepared to sleep on their bedding. The Karamati commander showed tremendous devotion to the dervish. Showing him excessive respect, he laid out the dervish's bedding separately from the others. Everyone fell asleep quickly due to all-day tireless fatigue. In the middle of the night, the dervish's sleep broke. He opened his eyes but could see nothing. A thick cloth had been tied over his eyes and face. He tried to stand but could not move his feet. 2 or 3 people bound his hands behind his back. At the same time they grabbed him and tied him onto a camel and bound the camel to another horse. Driving the horse began to move. Another horse accompanied. The Karamati spies unexpectedly capturing the mysterious security killer guard of the four-virgin fortress to deliver him to Daud, hoping for a large reward. They sent 2 people in the darkness of night to take the dervish to Multan. This work was actually a huge success for them and a terrible disaster for the dervish and his companions. The dervish's companions were sleeping far away from him. They did not even notice this kidnapping incident of the night. The learned man's sleep broke very early. He went to the dervish's bedding to wake him up for prayer, but the bedding was empty. He thought the dervish had perhaps gotten up before him and gone to answer nature's call, or gone to the river for ablution. The Karamati commander woke up from sleep and went toward their tied camel and horse. A little later he started screaming, "Alas, our 2 horses and 1 camel are gone. Our 2 companions are also gone. Our valuable belongings have also been taken." Screaming, the Karamati commander started loading the saddlebags and began saying they could not have gone far. "Come, let us search for them." At that moment the learned man said, "We cannot see our dervish either." "Yes, then it was our people who kidnapped him. We had trusted him as a dervish. But last night in the tunnel he killed a soldier in such a way and came back. This person is a professional killer. Come, we must catch him." "Chasing him is foolish," said another Karamati. "It is not known. From here he has fled. In which direction?" "Yes, you are right. Where in this barren area will we search?" "Finding him would be difficult," said the commander. The learned man stood silently. His 3 companions were also stunned. Is this possible? They know the dervish. He is not a murderer, thief, or robber. They could not even imagine such a thing. Such a pious, dead to the world, true Muslim noble man is rarely seen. Yet these people say, the dervish stole their goods along with their people and left. Stunned by the incident's suddenness, they were speechless. "I think you 2 are thieves," said the Karamati commander, addressing the learned man. "If we were thieves, none of you would be seen as here now. And you 2 would not be alive. Everyone would be lying as bodies," said the learned man. "Look, your 2 people are directionless. I think your people had tied their goods up to steal. The dervish saw this, and thinking their wrongdoing would be exposed, they killed the dervish and threw him in the river and fled. They are young 2 men, and the dervish is an old man alone." Karamati commanders knew where their people had gone. So the Karamati commander thought, if these people have also been companions of the dervish's secret mission, it would not be good to harm them much. There is the possibility of getting more information from them. So the Karamati commanders said nothing more to the learned man and his companions about this matter. Actually, they had no reason at all for concern. The commander himself had arranged for the dervish's kidnapping. Again, both caravans set out toward Beira. The Karamatis went ahead and the learned man and his companions followed behind them. "Their movements seem suspicious to me," the learned man said quietly to his companions. "Since morning I have been observing them closely. I did not take them for merchants. They are not merchants. They are people of some other profession. The dervish last night in his excitement told them about the tunnel incident. I think they are Daud's people. Spies. They are the ones who kidnapped the dervish and taken him to Multan. They are going to Beira to find out Sultan Mahmud's movements and his future plans." "We must stay alert," said one companion, "so they do not realize we had any deep connection with the dervish. If they really are spies, I will hand them over when we reach Beira. From now on, we will show even more friendliness toward them. This matter is now clearly understood. They are fierce opponents of our prophet Daud ben Nasser and the Karamati ideology. From now on, we will show deep friendship toward them. We must find out their true identity and their main purpose," said the Karamati commander to his companions. When the sun was directly overhead, the Karamati commander stopped the caravan to let the horses and camels graze and drink, and for their own rest and food. Before eating, the Karamati commander asked the learned man, "How long have you known the dervish?" The learned man said, "I only knew this much. He does business in Multan. Where and what business, I don't know. When we set out for Beira, he came and joined us." "Did you know that he killed someone at the Four Virgin Fortress?" "If we had known of the killing, we would not have stayed with him," said the learned man. "If he killed due to religious sentiment, that was also wrong. Murder is a great sin. Even Allah does not forgive murder." The spy leader tried hard, but could not extract any new information from the learned man. The Karamatas were also only expressing to the learned man's caravan that they were not Karamatas but sincere Muslims. Two small caravans belonging to some king, Maharaja or sultan were advancing together through a remote territory outside the sultan's rule. But visually it was one caravan, yet their goals and purposes were vastly different. One group was the mortal enemy of the other. They were engaged in mutual enmity and thinking of wounding the opponent. Engaged in the invisible battle of truth and falsehood, they were constantly absorbed in thought. The learned man had unmistakably understood. These are not merchants, they are Karamatis. The learned man was elderly and experienced. His three companions were of course young men. But all the Karamatis were strong. The learned man was thinking, if these were trained soldiers, what could his three companions do against them? The learned man was advancing relying on Allah inwardly. Allah helps in all difficulties. No person can rescue a person from danger without Allah's mercy. He had decided inwardly, if they go with him to Bara, he would hand them over there. But then he fell into thinking about the elderly dervish. If the Karamatis take him as responsible for the killing to Daud's court, the old man would suffer terrible mistreatment, and would tell the address of all of them in Multian. Then their wives, children, and relatives would face extreme torture at the hands of Daud's forces. He remembered the story of hardship and sacrifice in Islamic history, how much terrible torture and oppression the noble companions had endured. At this moment too they had to accept sacrifice for Islam. Sacrifice was the demand of the time. He said to his companions, "Dear companions, the situation we have come to face today is very difficult. The time has come to accept sacrifice and martyrdom for Islam. I hope you will not retreat from accepting any sacrifice on Allah's path. Remember, the Muslim who flees sin, suffering, and hardship, their name disappears from history. Perhaps because of our expedition, unspeakable atrocities will descend upon each of your families. All oppression and injustice must be endured with firmness and courage. If you cannot remain firm facing hardship, misfortune, and torture, you can return home right now. But remember, the Muslim who flees the test of faith, history erases them." None of the three young men were willing to go back and leave the learned man. On the contrary, they accepted the learned man as their group leader and said, "You give us whatever order you wish. We pledge our lives to follow it." This is one harsh reality of history. History is written by the exchange of blood and sacrifice of those people, whose stories of sacrifice created the glory tales of however many kings, sultans, and conquerors of the world. Most of them have remained unknown, because history records the name of the victor on the battlefield. Those unknown people who concealed their identity and laid the foundation of victory and gave their lives, history does not know them. Then the sun set. The Karamati commander requested a halt for the night's rest. The place was green and lush. There was abundance of fresh grass there, countless bushes full of high and low hillocks. The Karamati commander said to the learned man, "Find a convenient spot, I am also looking." The learned man with his companions advanced further. Near a barren stream he said to the companions to pitch the tent. There was water and grass in the place. Both the animals' food and their own rest could be accomplished together. The Karamatis stayed behind. The learned man thought perhaps they were looking here and there and would like this very spot. But a long time passed and the Karamatis did not come. The learned man was not even thinking about their arrival. Let them spend the night separately. It does not matter. The learned man noticed their tent was pitched not far away. An old Hindu man and a young man were standing there. With them, an elderly woman and two young women. The two young women looked like princesses. A torch was burning in front of their tent. The learned man also lit a torch in front of their tent, drove the handle into the earth, and made everyone lie down to rest. In the fatigue of exhaustion, everyone fell asleep within a short time. In the middle of the night, everyone's sleep was broken by the screaming of women and men. The learned man and his companions all got up with swords in hand in anticipation of danger. In the light of the burning torch, they saw. Advancing toward them from the nearby tent were an old Hindu man and an elderly woman, but the two young companions with them were not to be seen. The learned man and his companions drew their swords and advanced toward them. As they turned around, they started to flee. The learned man's companions signaled them from the stage and said, "If you want to flee, you will certainly die. If you want to save your life, stand still." In fear of death, they stood still. The learned man and companions went to them and begged for their lives. They were trembling with fear. With great difficulty, the learned man made them understand. "We have not come to kill you. We want to help you. Tell us, why were you fleeing? Your companions have taken everything from us. With us there was a chest full of gold coins, many precious ornaments. They took everything. Your companions also took the 2 girls," said the old man in a frightened voice. "Who are the 2 girls to you?" "They are my daughters. This is my son and this is my wife. We fled from Bara. Bara has been captured by Muslims. We are Hindus." "Did Ghaznī's Muslims loot your house, massacre people in the city, torture your daughters?" No, it's not like that," said the old man. "The victorious Sultan has ordered, no one shall go to any Hindu's house, no woman shall be dishonored. The Sultan has ordered the protection of goods and honor of all citizens. But my 2 daughters are very beautiful. I cannot say it out loud. Perhaps the victorious soldiers would dishonor my daughters again. In this fear, I brought them away. But now I understand, in Bara we were safe. Sir, please rescue my 2 daughters from your companions' hands. They will kill them. Your companions have taken much of our gold and wealth. Take everything but save my daughters from them. Whatever I have with me I will also give you. But please have some mercy on my 2 daughters." Hearing the old Hindu man's words, the learned man understood. The Karamatas were the perpetrators of this wrongdoing. Because to Karamatas, life means pleasure and indulgence. They stay alive only for sinful deeds. Seeing 2 beautiful girls, they could no longer restrain their greed. To them, enjoying women's bodies is not a sin. It is a man's right. "Do you have any weapons?" the learned man asked the Hindus. "The swords were with the goods. They attacked us in such a way that we had no chance to take the swords in hand. They beat us and took everything from us. Helplessly we are now returning to Bara. At this moment you stopped us." The learned man told his 3 companions, "We must make this Hindu understand. To Muslims, a woman's honor is above religion and caste. A Muslim does not hesitate to give his life to protect the honor of a woman of any religion. Protecting a woman's honor is every Muslim's duty of faith. Today the time has come to prove how faithful Muslims are in fulfilling their duty. Before our eyes, 2 helpless women's honor will be violated, and we will sit silently. That cannot be. I hope you will not retreat from risking your lives to protect their honor. Come, let us stand together facing the beasts. Allah will help us." The learned man told his companions, "No one act in emotion and rush about. First assess their condition, then strike at the right opportunity." From their appearance, they seemed like trained soldiers. The learned man and companions walked slowly toward the Karamatas' tent. Their tent was on the slope of a hill. The learned man looked around from behind the hill from the backside and assessed their condition. Torches were burning. The Karamati 4 sitting around the grass were drinking wine and laughing uproariously. The 2 young women were completely naked. Wine jugs in their hands. As soon as their cups emptied, the 2 girls would refill them. The Karamatas were addicted to wine. They had this wine in drinking vessels with them, but to appear Muslim to others they had not taken out the wine all those days. For a long time, the learned man and his companions watched the Karamati scoundrels' wrongdoing. They were pulling the 2 young women like a game of tug-of-war. One would let go and another would pull to his lap again. That pace went on along with wine drinking. At one point, the Karamati commander stood up. From too much wine, his 2 feet were wobbling. Standing up, the commander threw off his own clothes and grabbed another girl, pushed her down on the grass, and fell upon her. The learned man signaled his companions, "Attack." All the companions jumped in together. The Karamatas were completely drunk. None had the chance to resist the attack. At the learned man's sword's first strike, the commander's head was separated from his body. The young woman, whom the Karamati commander had been attacking with his animal instinct, fainted with a scream. The young woman was soaked in the Karamati's blood. The learned man's companions finished off the other 3 beastmen. Cold water was splashed on the unconscious young woman's face, and she regained consciousness. Both young women were told to put on clothes. From the sudden shock, they had become mute. They thought from the clutches of 4 beasts they had fallen into the hands of another group. But it did not take them long to change their assumption. In a short time they understood. These were not beast-like people. Rather, they were messengers of mercy for them in this terrible moment. The learned man told the 2 Hindu men, "Take out from their goods and from their saddlebags your stolen gold coins, jewelry, and ornaments. If needed, you can take their camels and horses and everything." The Hindus searched the Karamatis' bodies and saddlebags and recovered their gold jewelry and coins. The learned man asked the old Hindu, "Why set out on this path carrying gold coins and ornaments without guards and mounted soldiers?" The old Hindu said, "The victorious Muslims from Beira are not allowing any Hindu to go outside or to enter inside, so we had to come out secretly. Collecting any mounted soldiers was not possible for us. Now you will be under our protection. If you wish, you can also return to Beira with us, and if you want, we can take you all the way to Multan," said the learned man. The old Hindu placed some gold coins and ornaments before the learned man, and said, "Now since we have obtained camels and horses, going to Multan will be no trouble. You saved our lives. Please kindly accept this gift, and we will be grateful." "Ha! Do you consider us hired killers?" the learned man said sharply. "If we had greed for wealth, with sword strokes we could have taken everything from you. Keep these. Tonight rest here with us. Tomorrow morning bring the young women to the stream to wash the blood-soaked bodies." The blood of a wild animal is soaked over their bodies. The learned man and companion's courteous behavior was incomprehensible to the Hindus. After the learned man said this, the young man took the 2 young women to the stream to clean their blood-soaked bodies. The learned man asked the old Hindu, "What is the situation in Beira?" The old man said, "The situation in Beira is very pitiable. Outside Beira, fierce battle has been fought between Hindu and Muslim soldiers. In the battle, more than half of Bo's army's soldiers have been killed. King Biji Ray has taken his own life." The old man further said, "The Muslim soldier count is now so low that if any external enemy attacks, Sultan Mahmud will not be able to defend Beira. From whose side is there a threat of attack? The attack could come from King Anand Palan. Heard that near Peshawar, Anand Pal had tried to block Sultan Mahmud's advance. But the Sultan's army crossing the river had surrounded Anand Pal's soldiers in such a way that with great difficulty Anand Pal barely fled with his life. Now Anand Pal's son Shukpal remains at the capital. If he wishes, he could attack Beira." "I say, where have you come from?" the old Hindu asked the learned man. "We have come from Multan. We are residents of Multan. Then you must certainly be Karamati, our well-wishers." "No, we are enemies of the Karamatis. You can speak with us without fear. We have given you a promise of safety. We will not harm you, nor will we let anyone harm you," said the learned man. Hearing the learned man's words, the old Hindu's face became stony. The learned man noticed this old man had introduced himself to the elderly woman as his wife. But looking, it did not seem they were husband and wife. In the meantime, both young women had returned from the stream with their blood-soaked bodies cleaned with the help of the young Hindu man. The learned man carefully observed them. The young man's face and the young women's features had no similarity. The 2 young women's bodies were like princess figures. Their body complexion was fair, and the old man was dark as coal, between mother and daughter and brother and sister and husband and wife. Neither was there the similarity of age appearance nor the similarity of their facial features. In reality, the elderly woman seemed like their servant, and the young man seemed like their order follower. "These dead scoundrels had let you flee. We would not have let you go. We would kill people like you too. and the 2 girls we would also take. We will leave this woman here. Let some savage beast eat her. If you lie to us, you will have to accept this fate. And if you speak the truth, then we will deliver you safely to your destination. These 2 girls are not your daughters, and this young man is not their brother, and this woman is also not their mother. Is that not right? We saved your life, did not even take your reward money, and in return you are giving us a false introduction. Tell us, are the Karamatis your friends? Hearing the learned man's words, the old Hindu's face became pale. He said, yes, I had said it. They left us because of saying that to them? Look, kings, rulers, battles, wars, we have nothing to do with these. We are merchants. Trade is our profession. If you give us the correct introduction, we will fulfill our pledged promises. You have saved our lives. You did not even take our reward money. If hearing true words from my mouth you are pleased, I will consider I have repaid some gratitude. So listen, I am not their father. That elderly woman is also not their mother. In reality, I am the servant of these 2 young women. The young man is their attendant. Tell the true story. You are certainly going to Multan with some special purpose, said the learned man. Your guess is correct. We were going to Multan's ruler, Daud bin Nasr, with this message. That Sultan Mahmud currently has very few soldiers. If Daud attacks Beira right now, Sultan Mahmud would fail to hold Beira, because if Daud besieges Beira, the approximately 3,000 Hindu soldiers imprisoned in the temples and the Hindu fighters hiding in the temples and the Hindu citizens who remained in their homes under the Sultan's general amnesty, all would simultaneously revolt and jump to face Sultan Mahmud. The Sultan would be able to do nothing against simultaneous internal and external attack with a handful of soldiers. This is a great opportunity to defeat the Sultan. We were going with this news to Multan. Who sent you? After the defeat, several senior officers of B.G. Ray's army took refuge in the temple. I was a minister of B.G. Ray's government. Like others, I also took refuge in the temple. In secret, we consulted in the temple and decided, at whatever cost, right now Daud bin Nasr needs to be persuaded to attack Beira. Everyone together agreed to make me the representative for this work. Along with golden jewelry and coins, these 2 girls were also given as gifts to Daud. They are the trained guards of the royal palace. Daud has an insatiable greed for women, wealth, and power. The Hindus know this aspect of his character well, so with him they speak in the language of money and women. These 2 girls had taken shelter in the temple after B.G. Ray's defeat. They were persuaded a great deal to make them understand. They are being sent on a mission to Daud. They willingly gave themselves away so that Daud could be persuaded to attack Beira. Lost Kingdom's liberation, and for religion the girls also agreed. Besides the gold jewelry you have seen, we have more jewels and pearls with us. These the thieves could not find. I request you, keep some wealth from us. You have saved our lives. The learned man said to the old man in a stern voice, I have completely defeated you. Do not mention gold jewelry or money before me again. Our greed for these things does not exist. Whatever story kings, rulers, and battles have told, none of it matters to us. Our bigger concern is fulfilling our pledge to safely deliver you to Multan. After your king's defeat and suicide, can your leading people not accept defeat? The learned man resorted to strategy to extract even deeper truth from the old man. The priests have considered fighting Hindus and Muslims as part of religion. The priests tell the Hindus, if Mahmud Ghaznavi's position in Beira becomes firmly established, then not only will we lose our kingdom, idol worship from the whole of India will be wiped out, just as Sultan Mahmud will spread Islam throughout all of India like Muhammad bin Qasim. So preventing the advance of Muslims is every Hindu's religious duty. For religion, every Hindu man and woman's life must be sacrificed. Killing Muslims is today the Hindu's main virtuous deed. You are a Muslim. Perhaps what I say will cause you pain, but I pledge to tell the truth, and so I have spoken the true truth. Now you can kill us if you wish, or you can let us go. This old Hindu man and young man were not any militarily trained people. They were ordinary Hindus, driven by religious emotion, without thinking of the dangerous steps of the road with the gold jewelry and 2 young women. They had set out on a religious mission. Had they been militarily trained, they would not have been frightened so easily and revealed such difficult truths so easily when threatened. The learned man gave them assurance and said, "You have no fear. We will commit no injustice upon you." The learned man further said, "You can now sleep peacefully. My people will guard you." Appointing one companion as guard and taking the other 2 a little way away, the learned man sat for consultation. After long discussion, they decided they would send these people back toward Multan, and they themselves would quickly reach Beira and inform the Sultan of Multan's situation. They would also tell the Sultan to arrest the Hindu soldiers hiding in the temples and the wrongdoing priests, and set up defense arrangements against Biji Ray's sons and Dad's attack. The Karamatas who had kidnapped the dervish set out in the middle of the night at high speed and reached Multan by late evening. They threw the dervish before Daur with his hands and feet bound and said, "Your Highness, this is the killer of the 4 Virgin Fortress guard. This person entered through the tunnel path and killed the guard." They told everything in detail, how they had learned the secret from the dervish and kidnapped him. When Daud was informed that 4 other people were with the dervish and they were on the road to Beira, Daud blazed in angry fury. "Why did you not bring them too?" The commander had only been ordered to bring 1. With the commander, these killers' companions were going to Beira. Hearing this news, Daud sent 10 to 12 skilled soldiers on strong horses with swift orders to also capture the dervish's other companions. Receiving the order, they set out immediately, taking the 2 soldiers who had kidnapped the dervish with them. They left the city in the blink of an eye on fast horses. It was midnight. The learned man and his 2 companions, having appointed 1 person as guard, had fallen asleep. Suddenly the sound of many horses was heard. The sound quickly came toward the tent. The guard woke his companions and the Hindus too. The learned man, waking up, sensed danger. He quickly gave instructions to take the girls behind the hill and move away. Within moments, several torch-bearing cavalry riders began looking for something in that direction. In the torchlight, they spotted the Karamati bodies lying there. Going near, they examined their faces and looked around. Not far away, their camels and horses were tied. Seeing the camels and horses, no doubt remained. Surely people were nearby. 8 to 10 more riders joined them. All together began making noise for everyone to hear. Screaming, they said, "Whoever is here, come out. Otherwise, no one will be left alive." After several such threats, when no response came, they began searching. They spread out around the hill. First they spotted the 2 girls. They grabbed the 2 girls. The old Hindu and the young man also came out from hiding. The cavalry riders said, "We are people of Multan's ruler Daud bin Nasser. We have come to take you forward." But the 2 Karamatas who had kidnapped the dervish said, "We came looking for those people. These are not those people. There was no woman with them." "Who killed them?" asked one cavalry rider, pointing at the Karamatas' bodies. "We don't know," said the old Hindu. "We came from Beira. We were going to Multan with a message for Daud bin Nasrar when we pitched our tent here. The bodies were already lying before we had pitched." "You are lying," said the group leader in a threatening voice. "What message are you taking to Multan? Let us go to Multan. What we have to say we will say to your ruler Daud. It cannot be said to anyone else," said the old man. One cavalry rider noticed their bedding. Shouting, he said, "Here are many beddings. People seem few. Surely more people slept here. Where are they?" "Strip these girls naked," the commander ordered. "Tie the 2 old ones to horses and drag them to Multan. Take the girls behind the hill. In a short while their sense will come right." The girls saw devil-like 14 cavalry riders. As 4 or 5 men approached by the commander's order to strip the girls, both girls started screaming. Until then, the old Hindu, the young man, and the learned man and his companions said nothing. As soon as they grabbed the girls' clothes and began pulling, a voice came from behind the hill. Careful, do not lay hands on the girls. You can arrest us. We killed them. With firm steps the learned man advanced before them. Seeing the girls' dishonor, he revealed himself before them. The companions followed. The learned man said, "Do not harass the girls needlessly. Take us to your ruler. Whatever needs to be said, we will say at Multan's court." Multan's royal court. The dervish was brought before Daud in fury. Daud himself was questioning the mastermind of the remarkable guard killing. "How did you enter through the tunnel? Why did you kill the guard?" "I killed your guard to prove that bringing dead virgins back to life and keeping jinns imprisoned is beyond Multan's ruler's power." The dervish answered firmly, "I also wanted to prove there are no jinns or demons here, no ghosts or spirits. The Karamattis' claim is completely false and deceptive." Dao struck a hard slap on the dervish's face in fierce anger. He said, "What great audacity! Standing in my court, you dare mock my Karamati power. You have made me look like a liar. Know this, your life and death are now in the palm of my hand. Who can save you from my hand now? The all-powerful Allah will save me," the dervish said firmly. Daud. Pharaoh also claimed divine status with the arrogance of power. You know what happened to him. Your end will be more terrible than Pharaoh's. Daud. I can see, your days are numbered. Soon you will be destroyed. Daud raised his hand to strike another slap. Firmly the dervish said, "Daud, your days of false claims and sinfulness are over. I can see the poison of Allah's wrath raining down on your throne. Dowdy, you cannot imprison Allah's wrath. Allah's wrath will certainly destroy you. Your Majesty, grant permission to end his insolence for life," said a courtier seeing Daud standing silently. He further said, "I am amazed, Your Majesty, that you are silently tolerating the insult to Karamati ideals. Thousands of my enemies are surrounding Multan. Within me is a venomous snake. I must find out from him where he is. Otherwise I could have finished him off right here at the court. Those who were with him may also be captured," said one courtier. "They may have escaped," said Daud. "More than them, my eyes are now on Mahmud. A reliable news about Mahmud's movements from Beira is very necessary. Getting is very necessary. We managed to trap one of his commanders, but our deception failed. I heard as a consequence of our blueprint being exposed, he took his own life. B.G. Ray was defeated and took his own life. Even with fewer soldiers, Mahmud has intelligence in his head. Yet in Hindustan, the shortage of soldiers is not there. But the shortage of intelligence is great." Sultan Mahmud, after conquering Beira, fell into worry about his obvious troop shortage rather than the satisfaction of victory. The desire to expand empire was not his intoxication. Greed for wealth, jewels, and pearls was not his. Beira was the first city of the main territory of Hindustan. The number of Muslim residents of Beira was also not small, but he was heartbroken seeing most mosques converted into temples. He found no sign of Islam's existence anywhere in Beira. After capturing Beira, first the priests' group came to welcome the Sultan. The priests came before the Sultan, joining both hands first, greeted him, then touching their foreheads to the ground, they prostrated. The priests of Peshawar had welcomed him in the same way after that victory. Seeing the prostration to him, he stood up firmly. He said sharply, "Stand up, you all. I am not God. Prostrating to any person and accepting prostration is shirk. I've captured your city, but I have not become the master of the city's residents. In our religion, prostrating to anyone other than Allah is forbidden. You are honoring me by sinning. Tell me what you want to say." "Your Majesty, we have come begging for our lives and the dignity of the temple from you." The priests petitioned, joining both hands. "What honor did you give to the mosques here? Do you want that same honor for the temples?" The Sultan told the priests, "Do you want the same dignity as you gave to Multan's Muslim residents? More Muslim women were rescued from your palace than Hindu women. If you were truly following your religion, you would not have tolerated such dishonor of women. Is looting women's honor your religion? Honored Maharaja. We had no choice, said the chief priest. In our land, the Maharaja's orders are to be followed as religious law. Then in your land religion is the Maharaja's slave. And people like you who are guardians of religion, you have surrendered religion at the Maharaja's feet, said the Sultan. Turning his face from the priest and interpreter's side, the Sultan said privately to one of his commanders, In our religion, too many rulers and scholars have this disease. Our rulers, emirs, nobles, and religious priests have also started using religion to cover their wrongdoings. Rulers use religion to cover their wrongdoings and claim themselves to be servants of Islam. Multian's ruler, Daud bin Nasr, is also afflicted with this disease, said the military chief. The Sultan and the military chief's conversation was in Farsi. Bera's priests did not know Farsi. So there was no way for them to understand the Sultan's words. The Sultan, through the interpreter, said, Tell the priests, if your gods and goddesses are true, then tell them to protect your lives, honor, and religion. Tell the gods and goddesses to protect themselves. I am the sinner saying if I throw the gods and goddesses outside the temples, you will see, not even a sinful person can protect themselves. How then will they punish others' crimes? When the interpreter conveyed the Sultan's words to the priests in the local language, the priests' faces became pale. The Sultan said, I know under the guise of religion you commit terrible wrongdoing in the temples, where religious women cannot even come to your houses of worship and honor. It is for this reason that you have made deities out of clay, bricks, and stones, so they cannot obstruct any of your wrongdoings. You have not come to me to beg for your honor, property, and dignity. But even if you hadn't, I would not have allowed the honor of any woman or any citizen's life and property to be harmed. Protecting the life and property of innocent people is my Allah's command. Allah keeps me away from these things. Following Allah's command is why I have come here. I try to accomplish all work according to Allah's rule. Surprisingly turning to the interpreter, the Sultan said, Ask those priests, did they not hide Hindu soldiers, ministers, and big officials who had fled inside the temples? Ask them, can the priests sitting inside the temple give guarantee that they will not conspire to make our victory a failure? No, Maharaja. The chief priest said, joining hands after hearing the interpreter, We are your servants. No conspiracy against you is happening in the temple. Where are they? The Sultan looked left and right. Bring here those who were captured on the Lahore road. Shortly after, 2 people with hands bound behind their backs were brought to the court. The Sultan told the priests, Do you recognize these people? To the prisoners he said, Tell them, why have you been arrested? These very priests sent us to Lahore. The priests sent us with this news to Anandpal's son Shukpal at Lahore's king. The victorious Sultan Mahmud's military force is extremely low. Attack Bera right now and take revenge for Biji Ray's defeat and Anandpal's flight. They were eagerly waiting hour by hour for Shukpal's Bera attack. They had told us the large number of Hindu soldiers imprisoned in Bera, when attacked they would revolt and become terribly dangerous for the Sultan's army. Both prisoners gave confessional statements about their own crimes. My soldiers captured them in suspicious condition on the path, said the Sultan. We also came to know you sent similar news to Multan's Daud. You came to me asking for safety of life. O idol worshippers, remember, you cannot stop my army's advance. Don't tell your gods and goddesses to make my victory a failure. Just as you are deceivers and frauds, your gods and goddesses are also without foundation. Imaginary. I can give you this much opportunity. You can carry your idols on your shoulders and leave the city. Otherwise I will smash these idols through your co-religionist prisoners. I've come with the true religion. If you accept it, you can live here safely with honor. You are worshippers of the body and physical matters. Abandon these, now enrich the soul and spirit. Give food to the soul as Allah's given blessing. Until now you have only tasted the body's pleasure. Now taste the soul's pleasure too. Wealth, money, and gold are all buried. There is no happiness in these. Find happiness in Allah's mercy. Go. Think whether you will accept my offer or not. Then give me an answer." The priests left disappointed. One learned man told the Sultan, "Honored Sultan, these are Orthodox Hindus. They have not come to you to accept Islam. They have come to deceive you. They are body worshippers. They use religion for their own purposes. The Brahmins are the fierce enemies of Islam. They know, in Islam, there is no caste, no high and low. All are equal. But they have created class distinctions in society in the name of religion. They know, if Islam is accepted, their dominion will end." This learned man's name was Saidullah. He was a resident of Punjab. At that time, he was one of the few remaining pious people in this region who were successors of Muhammad bin Qasim. He presented himself to welcome Sultan Mahmud, hearing of Bera's victory. Sultan Mahmud respected learned men and scholars. The scholars in his court always received due honor. Molvi Saidullah said to the Sultan, "A follower of Muhammad bin Qasim in this region has long been eagerly waiting for such an expedition. Their hope was that if any just Muslim leader launches an expedition in this region, they would risk their lives, wholeheartedly cooperate in trampling the faithless Karamatis and Hindu mushrik enemy, so that Muhammad bin Qasim's lost glory could be revived, and this region brought again under the cool shade of Islam." Honored Sultan, Hindus are natural deceivers. The Brahmins, to maintain their dominion, there is no wrongdoing or incompetence they cannot do. You saw, on one side they have spread the web of conspiracy to defeat you. On the other side they came to your court falling at your feet begging for their lives. They are hard to trust. Visibly, they will pretend obedience, but inwardly, like termites, they will keep hollowing out your administration. Even if they accept Islam, they cannot be free of enmity and hostility. Inwardly, like worms, they will keep weakening Muslim governance. They will hollow out your administration. The roots and foundations of our strength have been cut by our own caste brothers. The power-hungry and corrupt Muslim noble class has already hollowed out our administration. Interfratricidal wars have destroyed limitless possibilities. Those soldiers whose duty was to eliminate mushrik idol worshippers, they have destroyed themselves in fratricidal fighting. You see, if all Muslim kingdoms and soldiers in this region united, the whole of India could be conquered in one expedition. But unfortunately, when far away on expedition from the capital, I am always anxious for when news will come that some neighboring Muslim ruler has attacked Ghazni. Our caste rulers have abandoned faith and practice. Those upon whom the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, entrusted the responsibility of protecting Islam, those who are supposed to be the patrons of Muslim armies, they themselves have sold their faith. Instead of eliminating shirk, they are supporting the shirk supporters. Honored Sultan, we can give you this assurance: for long battling against enemy forces and living under non-Muslim rule, we have still kept faith in our hearts. Even if you leave from here, we will continue the jihad to protect Muslims' faith. Insha'Allah. The biggest faith seller in this region is Multan's power holder Daud. He has literally set up a market for selling faith. Indeed, yes, we have heard that Multan's ruler Daud bin Nasser and Hindus have together hatched a deadly conspiracy, and Muslims are losing faith in groups. One can only praise the Christian's audacity. He has created a deadly split that has been snatching away the unfortunate Muslims' faith. Those who under the name of Karamati Muslim identity have made the market of faithlessness hot. Daud Karamati has no connection with Islam. He has no headache about religious practice. His greatest desire is power and sensual pleasure. Meanwhile, the Karamatis had arrested the learned man and his companions. The learned man saw. Fighting 14 soldiers meant embracing death. Beyond this, if he told Daud about their wrongdoing, it would perhaps be of some benefit. So instead of fighting, he voluntarily accepted arrest. The companions also followed. The Karamati soldiers bound their hands and took everyone along with the Hindu caravan toward Multan. By the opposite afternoon they reached near Multan. People saw a caravan of 14 soldiers, and it 3 women, 2 Hindus, and 4 prisoners. Spectators were amazed seeing the learned man, because in Moulton he was a person revered by all three. The learned man's young companions were also known to many. What a wonder! Soldiers have brought them with hands bound. Where did they take them? What crime did they commit? Whoever saw this caravan was amazed, seeing the learned man bound, and was asking, "What did they do? Why have they been arrested?" "Murder. They committed murder," said one soldier. "Who did they murder?" "They murdered army people." "We did not murder soldiers. We murdered robbers," the learned man shouted. "We murdered 4 Karamatas who were violating these women's honor," a young prisoner said in a loud voice. "Shut up," a soldier warned. "You cannot shut Allah's voice by force," another young prisoner shouted. That Christians' praise is all one can do. He has created a deadly, fatal split that has been snatching away unfortunate Muslims' faith. Those who under the Karamati name of Muslim identity have made the faithlessness market hot. Daud Karamati has no relation with Islam. He has no headache about religious practice. His biggest desire is power and sensual pleasure. Meanwhile, the Karamatis had arrested the learned man and his companions. The learned man saw. Fighting with 14 soldiers meant embracing death. Beyond this, if he told Daud about their wrongdoing, perhaps there would be some benefit. So instead of fighting, he voluntarily accepted arrest. The companions also followed. Karamati soldiers bound their hands, and with the Hindu caravan took everyone toward Multan. By the opposite afternoon, they reached near Multan. People saw a caravan of 14 soldiers. In it 3 women, 2 Hindus, and 4 prisoners. Their hands were bound. Spectators were amazed to see the learned man, because in Multan he was a person revered by all 3. The learned man's young companions were also known to many. What a surprise! Soldiers have brought them with hands tied. Where are they being taken? What crime have they committed? Whoever was looking at this caravan, seeing the learned man arrested, was surprised and asking, "What have they done? Why have they been arrested?" "Murder. They committed murder," said one soldier. "Who did they murder?" "They murdered army people." "We did not murder soldiers. We murdered robbers," the learned man shouted. "We murdered 4 Karamatis who were violating these women's honor," a young prisoner said in a loud voice. "Shut up," a soldier warned threateningly. "You cannot shut the voice of Allah by force," another young prisoner shouted. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the soldiers began beating them. They said no more. Daud was informed the dervish's companions had been arrested and brought in. It was also told that our 4 spies going to Bara had been killed by the dervish's companions. Along with this news, it was also told 2 men and 3 Hindus of a caravan coming with a message from Bara have also arrived. First, Daud called the Hindus. The old Hindu came to Daud's court, greeted him with a bow, and presented the 2 young women as a gift. At the same time, he spread a leather pouch at Daud's feet. Daud looked at the girls once, and at the heaped gold coins at their feet another time. The girls welcomed him with a smiling face and displayed obedient devotion and winning expression all over their bodies. They were not only these limitlessly beautiful women. On top of that, they had been prepared through long training to bring anyone under control. The priests had already told them for which task and to whom they were being sent. So in a moment the 2 young women ignited the fire of desire in Daud's mind. Daud became completely unbalanced in their colorful and enchanting manner. The old Hindu informed that he was the second in command of B.G. Ray's army. After the Maharaja's defeat, they took shelter in the temple. Most of the royal treasury's gold and silver had been hidden inside the temple after the defeat was confirmed. He gave all details, how their defeat happened, and Sultan Mahmud's current condition. He also made clear what purpose he had been sent for. He said, messages had also been sent to Lahore and Batanba. Soldiers would come from there too. Then your work will become even easier. The old Hindu further said, if you want to maintain your rule, you must attack Bara. Attacking Bara, you will not only be free from enemies, but immense wealth will also come to you. Daud was listening to the old man very seriously. Even after the old man finished speaking, he received no reaction from Daud. The old Hindu knew. The Karamatis had no inclination toward war. This faithless group was the fruit of conspiracy. Conspiracy was their main weapon. Treachery, conspiracy, and irreligious acts wrapped in an Islamic cloak were what kept them going. Their main support, because promoting infidel ideology in the name of Islam and making sincere Muslims lose their faith, is what Christians, Hindus, and Jews have been supporting them with to keep their power. The Hindu old man had a clear understanding of Karamati weakness and Dowd's courage. So he said, "Your Greatness, the cooperation of Batanva and Lahore's soldiers is absolutely essential. You know well. Your power has been maintained with our cooperation. You also know your situation is surrounded by Hindu kings and maharajas on all sides. If Hindus do not cooperate with you and do not give you financial aid, there would be no way left for you except to flee and lose power. If you don't launch the Bara expedition, we will understand. You are not our friend, but the friend of Ghazni's ruler. Then we will cut off all connection with you, stop all cooperation, and expose the secret of your false prophet's claims and the hidden words of deception." Dowd was outfoxed by the Hindu old man's cunning. He said, "Look, you yourself are a military commander. I don't have enough forces to besiege any city 100 miles away. At best I can fight here locked in. Even 100 miles away you must launch a military expedition. We will use your soldiers to deceive Sultan Mahmud. Seeing your advance, Mahmud will come out of Bara's city. He won't give you the opportunity to besiege him, because he knows he has no ability to withstand a siege. As soon as Mahmud leaves the city, Lahore and Batanva soldiers will surround him. You won't have to do anything. He won't even be able to handle Lahore and Batanva's soldiers. He will get no opportunity to come your way. Before that the game will be over. We give you this promise. We will capture Mahmud and hand him over to you." Dowd fell into deep thought. In this state his gaze fell on the gold coins lying at his feet. His gaze, moving from the coins, shifted toward the two young women. After looking at the young women, his anxious face changed. His expression then clearly showed a thirst for warfare and military expedition-type matters. Looking at his face, one felt he could drive away that Hindu old man if only he could get away from here. "When do I need to send my army?" Dowd asked the old man. "Start preparations today," said the old man. "I am going to Bara now. From there I can find out the news of Lahore and Batanva soldiers' arrival. As soon as I receive news of their army setting out, I will send you swift news. Keep the supply carts loaded so that as soon as news arrives, you can set out on expedition." Dowd bin Nasser ordered his Hindu guests wine and kebabs to be served, and a courtier reminded him outside soldiers were waiting with the prisoners. He was ordered to present the prisoners. They were presented. "I will not give you the opportunity to speak much," Dowd said to the learned man and his companions. "Your companion killed one of my guards at the Four Virgin Fortress. He has been kept imprisoned. You are also with him. Besides this, you have also killed my 4 skilled soldiers. Is that not right? Why did you kill them?" "Listen to the answer from me, honored Maharaja," said the old Hindu. "If these 4 had not killed those 4 beasts, this gold currency and these young women could not have reached you. We could not understand anything, whether these were your soldiers or not." The old Hindu told Dowd in detail about the 4 Karamati killings and said, "If this elder person and his companions had not rescued the golden girls, they could not have been found. We were frozen with fear seeing them. We thought, from one group of hyenas we had fallen into another group's clutches. But this elder learned man put clothes on the young women, assured us. We presented him as a gift. He refused to accept even the gift. In this situation your soldiers arrested us at midnight and brought us here." Dowd looked toward the prisoners. The learned man said, "There was no way we could understand. These were your soldiers. We killed them only to save these innocent girls' lives." "What is your connection with that old man prisoner?" Dowd asked the learned man. "I know you were going to Bara to meet Sultan Mahmud." "We have no connection with him," said the learned man. "We were going to Bara. True, but we don't know where Sultan Mahmud stays. We are merchants. It was business work we were going for. Honored Amir. These people saved our lives, protected the girl's honor, guarded your trust. They did not even accept our gifts. I want to free them and have them rewarded by you, said the old Hindu. Dodd looked toward the two young women. The young women said several times, "Yes, release these people, if these beasts had not been killed." "Release them," Dowd ordered with a slight smile. By Dowd's order, the learned man and his companions were freed. The events of 2 or 3 nights later, in that old Hafley again in the deep of night, the learned man and his companions met. After the dervish and the learned man were arrested and the learned man and his 3 companions were freed, their extreme caution became unavoidable. Moreover, they met regularly, keeping alert eyes all around to determine what needed to be done. That night also everyone gathered one by one. The topic of discussion was freeing the dervish. No arrangement for freeing the dervish was visible. In which room of the jail he was being kept, they had no idea. For the past 2 days, several of them had examined the jail walls. Bold young men had even thought of climbing the wall with a hook to free him. But seeing it could cause futile loss of life, the learned man had not agreed. The learned man told them to think what practical and fruitful plan could be adopted. While thinking about these matters, the learned man was briefly interrupted by a youth who said, "Our elder companion is counting the hours to death under the executioner's sword. Are you not understanding this? Even if some of us lose our lives, freeing him is absolutely obligatory." The learned man said to console him, "Look, if we try to free the dervish and fail, then the dervish would have to be killed at the executioner's hand. The owner of life and death is Allah. Whatever we are doing for Allah. Be patient. Allah will certainly find a way." Suddenly someone knocked hard at the door. Everyone became alert and ready to flee. Because after their arrest and release, their step-by-step danger had increased further. The dervish, unable to bear torture, could tell everyone's address. This concern was also in their discussion. 2 people with daggers in hand moved step by step toward the door. One unlocked the door and went behind the door. The other hid behind the other side. A person entered inside. Shut the door. The visitor was one of their own. "How many are here?" the visitor asked. 8, one answered. "Everyone come outside. 4 soldiers have brought the dervish this way. We can free the dervish now if we wish. The city is completely deserted now. The time is right to act." The jail had been torturing the dervish mercilessly. Yet the torturers could not extract the identity and address of his companions and others. Failing, they finally devised another means to identify enemies. At midnight, they were taking the dervish to his home to punish his wife and children, and through them extract others' addresses. For this purpose, 4 soldiers were sent in the darkness of night to bring him home. The dervish's house was quite far from the old Hafley. The learned man and all his companions with iron chains in hand came out of the house one by one. A little after going onto the road, they saw the soldiers. As soon as they saw the soldiers, they hid in the darkness. As soon as the soldiers passed by taking the dervish, they immediately simultaneously struck all the soldiers on the head. Before they could scream from the sudden strikes, all 4 soldiers fell down unconscious. The dervish's hands and feet were in chains. Taking hold of him, the companions all disappeared into the dark alleys. The alley path was silent and deserted. No one witnessed this great operation. After being freed from Dodd's court, the learned man had sent one person to Bara with this news: that Multan's ruler Dodd was preparing for Bara's attack. To persuade him, Hindus had sent women and gold gifts. Similarly, news had been sent to Lahore and Batanva too. Threat of attack on the Sultan from 3 sides existed. This news was not at all unexpected for the Sultan. Before receiving this news, he had captured 2 Hindu news carriers and learned about the conspiracy. After that, a temple search was conducted and many of B.G. Ray's senior army officers were arrested. The conspiratorial priests were also detained. All Hindus were gathered outside the city on the field, and all the temple idols were placed before them. The Sultan made an announcement for all assembled Hindus: "I have gathered you here to make you understand. These idols made of clay and brick and stone by your hands have no power. If they have power, tell them to protect themselves. Witness their destruction right before your eyes. Abandon everything and worship one Allah who created everyone, who is the master of our life and death. By the Sultan's order, all the idols were smashed to pieces before the Hindus. After capturing Behrah, the Sultan had quickly sent a messenger to Peshawar saying, "However few soldiers, send quickly, no need of supplies." Since that day, every hour of the Sultan's was spent eagerly awaiting the arrival of supporting soldiers. The road was long. Moreover, passing through enemy-surrounded areas by many roundabout routes to reach the companions while avoiding enemy eyes was naturally quite delayed. But the delay of supporting soldiers' arrival in multiple dangerous circumstances had made the Sultan's mind anxious, because in 2 unexpected battles the Sultan's majority of soldiers had been martyred. There was no arrangement to fill the army camp. Of course, Muslims of Behrah were quite numerous, but the Hindus had converted Muslims into slaves. Taking Muslims into the army was not possible at all. Not just that. Carrying swords, weapons, and riding horses was forbidden for Muslims. The Sultan's situation in Behrah was like a wounded tiger in a hunter's clutches. The Sultan was far from his own country. Enemies on all sides. The situation was such. Not only that he would be defeated with his army, the threat to his life had also clearly emerged. Among remaining soldiers and officers, extreme despair prevailed. Gathering all commanders one day, the Sultan said, "Friends, I have not started gambling with your lives. I am aware of the extraordinary situation. But know this and keep courage. We will never flee. We will not be defeated either. Allah will help us at the right time. By now, most of our wounded soldiers have recovered, and within a day or 2 supporting soldiers will arrive. Insha'Allah, we must certainly launch the Multan expedition. If we stay here, Multan's soldiers will surround us, and Anandpal and Biji Ray's soldiers will also join them. And if we launch the Multan expedition, defeating them will be no difficult matter, you know that. Because Multan's soldiers have no battle experience. After capturing Multan, there is also the possibility of getting benefit from the soldiers there. Even if they are great sinners, they are still Muslims, aren't they?" The Sultan ordered all prisoners to be put in leg chains, so they could walk but not run. On the other side, the Sultan gave instructions to reopen all mosques in Behrah and recapture the occupied mosques and said, "Men in the mosques and women at home, read the Quran to completion. Pray nafil prayers and keep making supplication for Muslims' welfare." When the Sultan in Behrah was eagerly awaiting the supporting army's arrival, someone else was on the move in Lahore. Lahore's king, Anandpal, going to block the Sultan's path, was so badly defeated that he crossed the Ravi River and fled toward Kashmir. Going, he was so thoroughly defeated that he crossed the Ravi River and fled toward Kashmir. Lahore's substitute was his grandson, Prince Shukpal. Shukpal also had many soldiers in reserve. They had not yet participated in battle, but the king's soldiers were miserably defeated and returning in 2s and 4s to the capital were giving terrible descriptions of the Muslim soldiers. From their accounts, it seemed Ghazni army's soldiers were not human. They were like jinns. Hearing their words, even the soldiers who had not gone to battle were gripped with fear. Prince Shukpal and his mother, Queen Prem Devi, were extremely anxious about this news. They were waiting for King Anandpal's return, but after a week passed, no trace of him could be found. No one could even say where the king had gone. Anandpal had 3 wives. Queen Prem Devi's son was Shukpal. Besides him, Anandpal had one more paternal half-brother. By the king's order, Prem Devi had no concern. Her gaze was on making the king's absent son Shukpal the throne's authority in the present. One day Shukpal received news. A group had come from Behrah with an urgent message. They were then called into the inner quarters of the royal palace. These were messengers sent by the military officers and priests hiding in Behrah's temples. These messengers had arrived at Batanva, Anandpal's second capital, with news. The officials there told them, "There is no one competent here to conduct a military expedition. Go to Lahore. The king's son Shukpal is there. He can conduct an expedition if he wishes." The news carriers informed Shukpal of Bera's situation and proposed Bera's attack. Shukpal understood the news's importance and informed his mother. Shukpal's mother, Prem Devi, hearing the news, immediately called Military Commander Raj Gopal. Military Commander Raj Gopal refused to accept Bera's attack. Raj Gopal, supporting his own side, said, "The army that went to block the path, King Anand Pal, was defeated and disappeared. After losing vast manpower on the road, those who continued the expedition and defeated a well-prepared army like B.G. Ray's and captured the capital. To conduct an expedition against them, we need 3 times their soldiers. We have that many soldiers. Besides, to reach Bera, we must cross at least 2 large rivers. The current mental strength of the soldiers we have is quite weak. Prince Shukpal is a young man. In this situation, it is not wise to take such a big risk without the Maharaja. Wait until the Maharaja comes." "I want to take exactly the opportunity of the Maharaja's absence, Commander," said Queen Premdavi. "The handful of soldiers Mahmud has left in Bera, they cannot even stand before our army's attack. If this expedition of our army succeeds, this victory will be counted as my son's achievement. This will help him become the throne's authority. And if defeat happens, that defeat will be mine. Because military command will be in my hand. Shukpal will not be harmed in any way. Shukpal should stay, but he must be kept within impenetrable security. Special security arrangements must be made for him," said Queen Premdevi. "Raj Gopal, do you not understand? Before us, if Daud captures Bera and Mahmud and Daud together convert Bera into an Islamic state, then 2 Ghazni bases will be established in this region. Can't say it out loud. Daud, whatever he is at least Muslim. If he builds friendship with Mahmud, I cannot even imagine Daud conducting a military expedition," said Military Commander Rajgopal. Submerged to the neck in wealth, pleasure, and wine and women, he has completely forgotten even religion. He is known to show battle courage any day. Ghazni soldiers fight with the force of faith. Daud has sold faith to us. Facing Ghazni's army is impossible for his side. Premdavi took Rajgopal to another room. Premdavi's age was then about 45. But her body, beauty was still intact like a virgin's. She looked Rajgopal eye to eye and said, "Rajgopal, don't forget, Shukpal is your own son. People call Shukpal his father, Maharaja's son, but he says my husband. Even after becoming queen, I have kept you in my heart as husband. Maharaja Anand Pal wanted to take you to this Lahore battle too, but I told him, an experienced commander needs to stay at the capital. If you went with him, you would certainly have been killed. Rajgopal, work hard to seat your son on the throne. I want your son Shukpal captures Mahmud and brings him to Lahore." "Rajgopal, in the name of my love, I am saying do not hesitate to go on the expedition." Sultan Mahmud knew. Supporting army from Peshawar arriving so quickly was not possible. Even so, he would climb on the city wall eagerly looking northwest. Seeing dust rising, his face would light up thinking the supporting army had arrived. Multan's ruler, Daud bin Nasr, was occupied with the 2 young women received as gifts. The girls kept pouring wine into his cup and Daud was gulping it in an intoxicated manner. In this state, Daud was informed, many people attacked the soldiers taking the guard killer prisoner home, and the accused was snatched away. The wine-drunk Daud gave orders. They were bribed, the prisoners released. Keep them imprisoned in jail, and search for the prisoner's address and arrest his wife and children. But soldiers searching the dervish's house found no person there. One morning, instead of northwest direction, he saw dust rising in the northeast direction. Seeing the dust, the Sultan understood. Some army is coming this way. He thought, my supporting army has arrived. He ran down from the city wall and came down for Multan to set out. He was eagerly waiting to reach Multan. His destination was toward Multan, but on the way B.G. Ray's attempt to block his path had caused a blood-soaked battle. He called the commanders and said, "The supporting army has arrived, so we set out tomorrow." At this time, a cavalry spy came with news. Some enemy army is advancing toward us. The army has elephants and many cavalry riders besides infantry. They appear to be Hindus, but it cannot be said with certainty which king or Maharaja's army they are. Sultan Mahmud shouted, "You all stay. I myself am going to see them." He quickly mounted a horse and plunged into the dense forest. A short while later, standing on a high hill, he was observing the advance force. He changed positions several times, trying to estimate the enemy force's manpower, and told those accompanying him, "We will not give them the opportunity to besiege us. Otherwise Multan's army will come and extend that siege even further. You quickly go. Send a few spies disguised as farmers and travelers so that they can bring back definite news about whose army this is and what their purpose is." Returning to the city, the Sultan was preparing his few soldiers for battle. Just then he was again informed. Dust is visible rising from the northwest direction too. He ran and climbed the city wall. He was beset with the worry. Is this Peshawar's supporting army, or King Anand Pal's forces? Worry showed on his face in sweat. He was looking once at the northwest corner, and once at the flying dust in the northeast direction. The northwest corner had a river. His thinking power was analyzing the situation at lightning speed. From the river direction, a cavalry rider came galloping toward the city. Reaching near, he was signaled to come to the Sultan. The cavalry rider came close, gave salam, and said, "Honored Sultan, the supporting army has arrived." The Sultan immediately said, "Tell them to halt at the riverbank." He also said, "Send someone else. This person is exhausted." That night the Sultan himself did not sleep, nor did he let anyone else sleep. By then news had reached him. The northeast army was Anandpal's, but King Anandpal was not there. His son Shukpal was leading the army. 3 hours after this news, more news came. Lahore's army had stopped 3 miles from the city, but they had not pitched tents. Clearly, they were preparing to besiege the city that very night. After learning this news, the Sultan with 2 cavalry riders went that very night to where he had asked the supporting army to halt. Between Peshawar's supporting army and Lahore's Anandpal's soldiers was a distance of about 5 miles. In between flowed the Jhelum River. Embracing the supporting army's commander, the Sultan said, "You have appeared as Allah's mercy for me. If you had not arrived today, I could not figure out what our situation would have been. Brother Nuaim, listen carefully to what I say. About 5 miles from your position, King Anandpal's soldiers are stationed. They will besiege the city or attack it in the last part of the night or before dawn. Before morning rises, you must get the soldiers across the river to the other side. But make no noise. In the daylight, remain hidden behind the trees and observe the enemy from a high position. I will not give them the opportunity to besiege the city. I will send a group of infantry soldiers toward them. They will come face to face with them and then fall back, and they will advance toward us. Your side will have their flank. You can follow behind them at will. I will handle their front and left flank." Shukpal and Commander Rajgopal did not let the night pass. As soon as the Sultan finished the Fajr prayer, he was informed, "The enemy army is advancing." He was also told, seeing the army's arrival, they seemed to want to besiege the city. They had spread out the siege. The Sultan's plan became useless. He had no opportunity to send infantry forward to advance and take a favorable position. Sultan Mahmud climbed up the city wall and saw, about a mile from the city, the enemy army was advancing. He gave commanders orders. Divide the cavalry into 2 groups and attack from 2 flanks. The cavalry was ready. Swiftly from the city, the cavalry went out to both sides of the enemy army. Rajgopal, seeing the Sultan's army advance at lightning speed, tried to stop the Sultan's cavalry from spreading and surround them. The Sultan's cavalry struck the enemy army's flank like lightning. The Sultan was witnessing everything standing at the city wall. He quickly sent the infantry behind the cavalry to strike the left flank. As per the Sultan's order, both groups started retreating. This made the enemy army rush toward the infantry. Their siege attempt broke down. The enemy's rear was now waiting on the riverbank for the Sultan's supporting army. Numan was an experienced commander. Assessing the situation, they launched an attack from the rear. The enemy army had no chance to flee. Their wounded elephants became like messengers of death for them. By then the sun had risen high. The sound of Hindu drums and trumpets, the screaming of elephants and the neighing of horses and the sky-shaking takbir of the Muslim army filled the air. Fierce battle was ongoing. Sultan Mahmud was standing at the city wall observing the situation. His eyes were on the elephant carrying Prince Shukpal. It was clearly visible. The flag-bearing horse of the Hindus was advancing toward the city. The Hindus were being slaughtered. Muslims making guerrilla attacks were quickly changing positions. Running here and there, Shukpal and the Hindu flag-bearing elephant came straight toward the city wall. The Sultan saw a young man sitting on a royal seat on the elephant. The elephant was wounded and had become uncontrollable. Despite all efforts, the Mahout could not stop it from coming toward the city. The wounded elephant coming toward the city's main gate stopped right there, and simultaneously several arrows hit the elephant's body. The elephant jumped with a terrifying scream. The Mahout leaped down from the elephant and ran away. The Sultan declared, "Catch the elephant." Seeing the young man, it was clear. This must be Anandpal's son, Prince Shukpal. Besides the flag-bearer, no one else was with him. In the uncontrollable elephant's terrifying screaming, Shukpal fell down from the elephant. He lay trembling, pressed against the city wall. The Sultan ordered, "Bring him up here." The Sultan stepped forward toward Shukpal. Taking his hand, he said, "Don't be afraid. Nothing will happen to you. Your courage deserves praise. But before coming to battle against Ghazni's army, you should have asked your father first, what is the cost of fighting against Ghazni's army? Standing here, look at what is happening to your soldiers." Shukpal saw. His army was being scattered, cut down like weeds by Muslims. Their pride elephants were driving soldiers into the ground, and Muslim soldiers were spreading their takbir across the field. Commander Rajgopal was nowhere to be seen. The prince began trembling in shame. "What treatment will be given to me?" the prince asked the Sultan. "Determine your own fate. In your case, I am. Whatever decision you take. But before that, understand this well. The idols made by your hands can provide you no help. Abandon these false gods and goddesses and believe in the true Creator Allah. Worship Him. This very Allah has given me victory a third time, even in terrible adversity." "You are contemptuous of my religion," said Shukpal. The Sultan called Muvi Saidullah and said, "Keep this young man with you. He is neither prisoner nor free. He now has no faith in his religion. Take very good care of him." 3 days after the victory, the Sultan announced setting out for Multan. Ahead lay a long journey of 200 miles. The Sultan ordered all prisoners to be freed from foot chains and neck chains put on them. He ordered the supply carts to move fast. He would push aside the prisoners, blocking the caravan path into sand and rough terrain. The caravan was advancing incredibly swiftly. Meanwhile, Multan's Karamati ruler was waiting for news of Lahore and Batanva soldiers setting out. Though unwilling to fight, he had been forced to repay the salt to the Hindus and was prepared for Bera's attack and waiting for news. No more news from Lahore's army reached him. No news of going to battle from Bera came. But his spies informed him a large army was swiftly advancing toward Multan. Daud got the news and running climbed up a minaret on the fortress and began looking at the advancing soldiers. By then Sultan's army could be clearly seen. Within moments Sultan's soldiers entered Multan's boundary. Daud had his army stand facing the fortress wall for confrontation and ordered the main gate closed, and guards strengthened there. He ordered the guards of that location to be reinforced. Before their eyes, Sultan's army besieged Multan city. From the Sultan's side, Daud was several times proposed to open the city gate and surrender. It was said, if the gate was not opened, every brick of the city would be demolished and all Karamatis would be killed. The Sultan had been told that Karamatis were fearless and cowardly. They were sinful, pleasure-loving, and comfort-seeking. But every attack they made on city entry they were repelling terribly. After several attacks were repelled this way, the Sultan's mistake became clear. Even after a continuous 7-day siege, the Karamatis maintained their firm position, blocking entry to the city. The Sultan said, "There is no opportunity to prolong this siege. We have no time either. Allah has made you victorious at difficult moments. He will again strike extreme blows at the wall to break and demolish. These are sinners. What power will keep them holding you?" The Sultan ordered trees to be cut and tied to 2 elephants and ordered the elephants to charge against the main gate and wall. Elephants holding dangling trees were striking the city gate. This continued for another 3 days. Even with elephants and men, the main gate could not be broken. Coming close to the gate, Karamatis's arrow rain was wounding mujahids from above. While Karamatis's attention was fixed on the main gate, attempts to break the wall from other sides were also going on. People blocked inside the city began screaming terribly in fear. And outside, Muslim soldiers' takbir sounds and the terrifying screaming of horses and elephants had created a terrifying situation. When the Muslim citizens inside the city learned that Ghazni Sultan's army had attacked Multan, they together leapt to open the main gate from inside, and Karamatis killed all of them. On the 4th day, Daud bin Nasr, frightened, agreed to pay 20 lakh dinars in annual tax and sent a surrender proposal to the Sultan. But when the Sultan heard that when the Muslims inside tried to open the door they were all killed, rejecting the proposal, he took command himself and launched the final attack. Muslim fighters rushing to die leapt to break the gate. Several places broke open. The order was given to massacre the wicked Karamatis. The Sultan himself killed so many Karamatis that the coagulated blood on his sword hand had clenched his fist so tightly he could not open his fist. After soaking for a long time in hot water, his fist could be opened. The Karamatis that day fought their last battle against the Sultan's army. That day, to protect their existence, they poured their last drop of blood. Karamati women also jumped into battle to protect their existence, but they were swept away before the anger of the Muslim army. On that day's battle, a flood of Karamati blood washed over Multan city. Daud bin Nasr escaped the eyes of everyone and fled. He could be found nowhere. After Daud's disappearance, the eternal Karamati rule from Multan's soil was instantly wiped out from history's pages. Karamati rule is now one chapter of history. Sultan Mahmud captured Multan and demolished the Karamatis' golden temple. To open the door from inside for the Sultan's army, those in Multan, that dervish, learned man, and their fellow workers, had given their lives. After completing the Multan expedition, the Sultan could still not take a peaceful breath. He was thinking about its reorganization and making Multan a strong base under Ghazni governance. At this very moment, a message came from Herat's governor Arsalan Teneré. Kashgar's king Ili-Khan had attacked Ghazni. Hearing the news, the Sultan put his head in his hands and sat down. He appointed Abu Ali Mashkari as Multan's governor and quickly reached Beira. Coming to Beira, he learned Shukpal had become Muslim. He now wanted to remain the Sultan's slave and servant. The Sultan's mind was then in Ghazni. The news of Ghazni's attack seemed like the sky had fallen on his head. He had no opportunity to think deeply, and suddenly, due to Shukpal's loyalty in becoming Muslim, he announced him as Beira's governor. Although he was told the Hindus were untrustworthy, it was not right to trust them this much, but there was no time for him to listen to anyone. After the announcement, he set his foot toward Ghazni, in front of Sultan Mahmud now. Enemy besieged capital Ghazni. On the other side, in Beira, his appointed Hindu-descended Shukpal, in whose blood was mixed the compound of disbelief, deception, and falsehood. How would Shukpal repay the Sultan's unnecessary reward and generosity? Having crossed a long road, how would the weary, exhausted helpers and the Sultan rescue the enemy-besieged capital? The Dancer of Nagarkot. Nagarkot was a famous fortress of Hindustan. That was the era of fortress rule. The ruins of Nagarkot fortress still exist. The fortresses of contemporary Hindustan were each known for its own special characteristics for various reasons. The famous Nagarkot fortress's main feature was its strong structure and vast extent. The vast temple located in the middle was the main attraction of Nagarkot fortress. The temple itself was like another fortress within the fortress. The temple had countless rooms. Entering inside, an unknown person would get lost. Inside the temple were secret rooms and tunnel paths. Even horses and elephants had been lost inside Nagarkot's temple and could not be found. A vast fortress was built around this huge temple for its security, which was one of the contemporary Mahabharat's most notable fortresses. This fortress was on a hill near the famous city of Kangra in Mahabharat. Being on a hill, it was protected. To attack this fortress, one had to climb the hill. The security guards stationed in the fortress would fire arrows and roll large stones from above the hill to defeat any attacker. As a result, capturing this fortress from anyone's side was difficult. When Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi captured Peshawar, Bera and Multan, Hindu kings and Maharajas of Mahabharat, felt a jolt. They felt the victorious Sultan Mahmud had driven a sword into idol-worshipping India's heart. As a consequence of being safe, Nagarkot temple's importance increased further. The temple being similarly important, the chief priest Radhakrishna was also revered by Hindus. Nagarkot temple's chief priest Radhakrishna was a strict Brahmin. The kings and Maharajas of lower castes ruled their subjects, and priest Radhakrishna ruled the kings and Maharajas. Like an avatar, all caste Hindus respected Radhakrishna and bowed at his feet. What normally happened in temples, those things never happened in Nagarkot temple. Priest Radhakrishna had created such an environment in Nagarkot temple that Hindu worshippers could not think of anything except puja and worship. In Nagarkot temple, men and women of all classes worshippers were regularly coming, but no woman had permission to come in contact with any priest, and men and women could not participate in worship together. Men and women of all classes of worshippers wanted to bow their heads at chief priest Radhakrishna's feet, but priest Radhakrishna would not let any woman touch his body. Women, children, young girls, young women, and old women, whoever it might be, no one had permission to go to the chief priest Radhakrishna. He believed keeping himself away from women's touch to be spiritually elevated. The temple's chief priest Radhakrishna had several more assistant priests. He would order them to stay far from women as well. He would strictly keep them away from female contact. Radhakrishna believed, woman is the root of all evil in the world. Priest Radhakrishna believed there was such magical power in women that if that magic got hold of any man, then that man could no longer do any good work. He could think of nothing except sin. From this belief, Radhakrishna abandoned worldly life in his youth and went near the source of the Hindus' holy Ganga River in the foothills of the Himalayan mountains. For long 15 years, Radhakrishna spent time worshipping gods and goddesses in a deserted area. By then, his enemy thoughts died. No desire or yearning remained in his mind. After long sadhana following the path of the Ganga flow, he came to the populated area. Reaching Nagarkot and seeing this vast temple, the place appealed to him greatly. He got absorbed in the temple's service. At one point through strict sadhana, he elevated himself to the chief priest's seat. Chief priest Radhakrishna's age was now close to 60. Even though so many years had passed, the mark of age had not appeared on his face and body. Due to the body's strict disciplining, no wrinkles appeared anywhere on the face. Pure vegetarian Radhakrishna did not eat even any animal meat, puja worship, and that early morning Ganga bathing. In any season, rain, winter, cold, he would not miss even a moment. Everyone accepted him as the city temple's head priest because of following strict rules and regulations. To ordinary Hindus, he was not just the temple's priest, but a living divine form. His walk, talk, and manner had a terribly hypnotic power. His conduct and speech displayed an air of grandeur even more than kings and Maharajas. He would proudly tell everyone, my body and mind are pure from the world's play, entertainment, pleasure, and women's touch. So for 100 years, my body will remain this way. He would boastfully say, whoever could purify their body and mind, their body would always remain fresh. The world's disease, grief, pain could not touch them. In the religious sphere of Mahabharat, he was a scholar. Hindu religious texts, Ramayana and Mahabharat, were his treasures. In his speech there was magical power. People worshipped him as a real avatar. He thought Nagarkot Temple's chief priest was the real-life new version of Sanatan Dharma. He ruled kings and maharajas with staff and authority. Those kings and maharajas whose subjects ordinarily bowed at their feet. Those kings and maharajas bowed at his feet. Coming before this priest's presence, they would surrender their power and authority at his feet. Nagarkot Temple was a storehouse of gold, jewels, diamonds, and precious stones. All kings and maharajas of India regularly sent tribute to Nagarkot Temple. Being able to send jewels, diamonds, and gold was considered a sign of their good fortune. All farmers and landlords of the Nagarkot region regularly paid tax to the temple, because the temple was the original owner of all land in this region. This vast wealth, the chief priest Radhakrishna did not spend for his own purposes. He would give it to any priest. He would say about this wealth, "The master of this wealth is God. It will be spent according to God's satisfaction." A large portion of the temple's vast income, chief priest Radhakrishna would spend among extremely poor Hindu subjects, and some would be reserved for poor Hindus' education. About the remaining wealth his words were, all the temple's wealth and treasure would be spent to protect God Sri Krishna's purity. Events according to 1780A, corresponding to 3-880. Kiribri. Sultan Mahmud shockingly defeated Lahore's then powerful king Anand Pal in head-on battle in present-day Attock. Shamefully defeated for the third time, King Anand Pal fled toward Kashmir. For a long time, King Anand Pal did not return to his capital. Then Sultan Mahmud completely defeated Behr's king B.G. Ray. Right after defeating B.G. Ray, he attacked Multan and destroyed the impregnable fortress of Hindu and Christian puppet Karamatas. At the same time, he incorporated Multan into the Ghazni Sultanate. After Behr's battle, Anand Pal's son Shukpal was defeated, surrendered, and accepted Islam. But in the Sultan's absence, he conspired to deceive the army and recapture power. Sultan Mahmud himself came from Ghazni and crushed Shukpal's conspiracy, punishing him with life imprisonment. In 17 AD, as Islam's flag was raised anew in Mahabharat's heart, Nagarkot Temple's chief priest Radhakrishna's eating and drinking came to a stop. Sultan Mahmud's unstoppable expedition, and Behrah, Peshawar, and Lahore battles, the Hindu king's shameful defeat news were regularly reaching him. It was also not unknown to him that after King Anand Pal was defeated, he did not return to the capital, but fled toward Kashmir. Hearing this news, Nagarkot's chief priest Radhakrishna invited all kings and maharajas of Hindustan to Nagarkot. At priest Radhakrishna's call, kings and maharajas of Kashmir, Kannauj, Gwalior, and Ajmer, along with all kings and maharajas, were present. Have you still not received the fruit of comfort, pleasure, and luxury, or is there more still to receive? Nagarkot Temple's closed-door room, priest Radhakrishna said to the kings and maharajas, "You're this shameful defeat. Because of this, you have turned your palaces into heaven. You go to sleep, and female servants put you to sleep. When it is time to wake you, female servants wake you with their soft hands. When your honor needs arranging, female servants arrange it. You cannot move a single step without women's touch and women's cooperation. Even the servants are those who are beautiful and graceful. If you are thirsty, they can quench your thirst with sweet wine. It is not Anand Pal who has been defeated. Do not let that classless son come against me." This defeat is not just Anand Pal's. It is the defeat of every king of India, roared priest Radhakrishna. What do you mean? Are you not Hindu? Has this defeat not touched you at all? A Ghazni Muslim soldier shockingly defeated one of your caste brothers. That means the defeat of all Hindu religion. Anand Pal's defeat is your defeat. My defeat. Are the temples of Behrah, Multan, and Lahore not sacred in your consideration? Muslims threw the idol statues out of the temples and trampled them under horse hooves and shattered them to pieces. Did they have any connection with your religion? Where the enemy trumpets used to sound, where bells rang, where the vines of trees would hear the temple's devotional hymns, where the verses of culture and religion would resound, today That place resounds with azan. At priest Radhakrishna's final words, a deathly silence fell over the assembly of kings and maharajas. Priest Radhakrishna said, "The azan of those mujahids reaches my ears from so far away. I cannot sleep at night in hardship. Instead of Hare Krishna and Hare Rama, the sound of azan rings in my ears. I am now afraid to enter the temple. I see anger and resentment on the faces of the gods and goddesses. It seems to me, this temple, this fortress, this mountain, everything is trembling in anger. Do you want Muslims come here and throw away these gods and goddesses too? Let their azan resound in this temple too. This must not be allowed, Maharaja." The voices of all assembled kings and maharajas rang out together. "We will sacrifice everything. But no Muslim coming here will be allowed to return alive. They will not come here to go back. They will come here to stay. I can see this with divine eyes. My divine knowledge tells me this. You're drowned in pleasure, entertainment, and dancers. Have you not noticed? Do Muslim victors keep beautiful girls with them like you? You have brought all the instruments of pleasure even to this sacred temple. Can you say, 'Why can't I sleep? Why do I weep before Mother Ganga dipping in her pure waters deep at night? I have no kingdom, no capital, but still I have so much concern, so much worry. Why? If you look at the situation with my eyes and think with my knowledge, then the whole of Mahabharat will seem like your own country. Remember, Mahmud Ghaznavi is not fighting to capture any country. His battle is to annihilate Hindu religion from here and establish Islam here. Even after the Hindu king's fall at Muhammad bin Qasim's hand, our forefathers had expelled Islam from this country. But today Islam is rushing in like a storm, and you are still drowned in deep luxury sleep, if not religion. Have you thought even a little about yourselves? If you are defeated, where will you go? Who will be there to perform the funeral rites of your dead bodies? If alive, the rest of your life will be spent dying bit by bit in Muslims' prison. And with your wives and daughters, the same treatment will be done as these dancers and entertainers do with you." Hearing priest Radhakrishna's speech, the kings and maharajas came to their senses. Their confusion cleared. They instantly forgot their mutual rivalry and disputes. They began making extreme plans against Sultan Mahmud. They formed a united Hindu army and planned to surround the Muslim army between Beira and Multan. Not with emotion. Work with reason. Together form a single army and begin the expedition toward Multan. And trap the Muslim sultan somewhere in the mountain gorge and engage him in battle. Confuse him. Keep revolving him around the open field. Then Beira and Multan will come into your hands anyway. If you engage them at Peshawar, you will have 1/3 of the Muslim soldiers against you. You can block the helpers being sent from Beira and Multan on the road. The kings and maharajas' meeting discussed military strategy for a while. All the kings and maharajas were feeling the void left by Anandpal. The priest informed them, "I have learned he is in Kashmir. Arrangements must be made to bring him. You each announce in your kingdom to expel Muslims from this country. Many soldiers are needed, many supply carts, vehicles, weapons, clothing, and tents are needed. A lot of money is required for this. To protect the honor of religion and gods and goddesses, it is everyone's duty to donate generously, and invite every youth to voluntarily join the army. In Lahore we sacrificed 2 virgins one after another. Still the wheel of luck did not turn. Both virgin sacrifices were fruitless. The Muslims won, and we lost." "It seems God is very displeased with us," said one king. "The reason for not being accepted was, these virgins were not chaste and devout," said startled Radhakrishna. "I know the priests, they have for long been betraying the deity's trust in the name of protecting these virgins. Such sinful priests who use virgins in sacrifice. The deities do not accept them. I too am thinking about this. A pure virgin sacrifice needs to be offered at the deity's feet. This virgin must come from among your dancers. The dancer must be young, beautiful, and glamorous, and she must be Muslim. She must be someone very dear to the king. Dancers are no longer pure Maharaja. And you were saying she must also be Muslim, said one king. Yes, that is exactly why I am saying this. No priest must keep her near himself. It must be certain that if not kept in a priest's care, I still consider her pure. I myself will keep that dancer under my supervision in the temple. Then see whether the deities accept this virgin sacrifice or not. I will select the dancer. Throughout all of Hindustan, this news spread in every Hindu kingdom's marketplace, in streets and alleys, in temples and places of worship everywhere. Muslims, like a hurricane, were capturing one fortress after another in Mahabharat. Muslims from Peshawar to Multan had captured all Hindu young women and made them sexual slaves of soldiers. Muslims had converted mosques into horse stables. The Hindu soldiers who had surrendered, they were afflicted with leprosy and become crippled. The deities had cursed them. If all Hindu kings and subjects together did not resist Muslims, then at the curse of all Hindu deities, everyone would be destroyed. By this propaganda, fear of gods and goddesses' curses spread among all Hindus. In the temples, the priests increased the level of poison against Muslims much beyond religious discourse. They spread intense hatred against Muslims among all worshippers and Hindu men and women. Most fear was spread among the women. As a result, in the language of historical Gardisi, Utbi and Abul Qasim Farishta, Hindu women began selling their preserved jewelry and depositing money in the state treasury. Women who had no jewelry, they began cutting threads and earning money to deposit in the royal treasury. Extremely poor Hindu girls were selling their labor and earning money to deposit in kings and Maharajas' military fund. Such excitement spread among the Hindus of all of Hindustan that everyone became preoccupied with earning money and depositing it in the government treasury. Young Hindu men were spending eager times to enlist in the army with their horses. This excitement was in the minds of Mahabharat's Hindus. The matter was such that mountain fire wanted to spew its underground lava, and from inside it was shooting out its fiery tongue. It seemed if this mountain cracked now, the whole world would be burned to ashes in its fire. Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi was residing at the foot of this human volcano. He had returned fighting those Muslims who harbored wrong assumptions about him and against his beliefs, had come back. To save the Ghazni Sultanate from faith-selling people's attacks, it was necessary to deploy a very large number of soldiers on guard in the border areas. Otherwise, they could play an effective role in India's expeditions. In Beira and Multan battles, Sultan Mahmud's many soldiers were killed. He had managed to fill the army camp with new soldiers in many areas, but for the India expedition that was insufficient. Despite continuous victory, the Sultan never felt excessive self-confidence in his strength and abilities. He never even thought Hindu kings and Maharajas would leave him without resistance. The Sultan was asking a little opportunity to prepare his army. From Anandpal's side, he feared the greatest retaliation. He also had in his mind the thought, all the kings and Maharajas of India could jointly strike against him. According to historians' descriptions, Sultan Mahmud never gave himself and his soldiers a relaxing opportunity from the joy of victory. He was eager to train the soldiers again in more difficult military skills, and was working to maintain the soldiers' discipline. The imams appointed in the army were doing the work of training the army anew through higher training and getting them habituated to following commanded discipline. Besides this, one of Sultan Mahmud's important characteristics was, he never enriched the soldiers from war loot, war booty. He also did not tolerate the army's arbitrary behavior and looting in the conquered territory. He had spread an intelligence network. Local Muslims living in various capitals would possibly cooperate with the Sultan's spies. Of course, among these Muslims there were also faith sellers. They often used to arrest Muslim spies. Moreover, the Sultan's intelligence system was so strong that whatever Hindu kings and Maharajas were doing in any capital, that news would reach him on time. With a few soldiers' request, King Anand Pal returned from Kashmir to his capital Lahore. He was reported to have fled defeated and was preparing to make a peace settlement with Sultan Mahmud. Anand Pal had even sent a peace proposal via a messenger to Sultan Mahmud. On this matter, the famous historian and eyewitness to Sultan Mahmud's these expeditions, al-Biruni, has written, "A messenger from King Anandpal's side arrived with a peace proposal at the very time when the Sultan was engaged in a life-or-death battle near the Kashgar border with a Muslim power-hungry person. That battle had become so difficult that victory seemed far from the Sultan's reach." Such a news of critical situation had reached Anandpal. Knowing about this situation, Anandpal sent this message to the Sultan. "I have come to know that your people have rebelled against you, and the rebellion has spread even to Khorasan. If you are agreeable, I am ready to come with 5,000 cavalry, 10,000 infantry, and 100 war elephants to assist you. Additionally, if you give permission, I am ready to send my son with even double the soldiers instead of myself. Evaluate my proposal in whatever way you like. I am not grieved by this. Because you have defeated me and become victorious. I do not want anyone else to be victorious over you." From this message and proposal, one can estimate how much King Anandpal was in awe and fear of Sultan Mahmud's military skill and battle strategy. Anandpal had completely lost the courage to fight Sultan Mahmud again. Of course, Sultan Mahmud was not only a skillful commander. In the field of intelligence and far-sightedness, he was one of the foremost among contemporary Muslim rulers. He had full knowledge of the Hindu's cunning character. At that time, his military cooperation was very much needed. But he was not at all ready to accept the cooperation of a defeated Hindu king. He was suspicious about the intention behind Anandpal's military assistance. Anandpal perhaps wanted to keep Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi engaged in battle with enemies within Ghazni. Besides this, the suspicion was not easy to dismiss. Someone in the name of assistance, at some difficult moment, would abandon the Sultan's side and go over to the enemy with his soldiers. Does Anandpal want to make history and our future generations know Sultan Mahmud achieved victory in a battle with a Hindu king's cooperation? The Sultan expressed this reaction after hearing Anandpal's message and proposal to his own army's senior officers. Even if there was no other bad intention in this, still, how can it be acceptable that between the two bitterest enemies, friendship has now been established? My religion's enemy, my nation's enemy. I cannot agree to any of his proposals. Accepting his cooperation offer is not possible for me. He verbally gave Anandpal's messenger this reply: "Go to your king and say, no peace settlement or compromise with us is possible. Establishing friendship among us is impossible." Even after this reply, Anandpal returned to Lahore. After the peace proposal being rejected, the only path before Anandpal was to reach the outcome through decisive battle. By that time, Anandpal's army had not recovered yet. As soon as he reached the capital, he sat in meeting with his military commanders, generals, and advisors. In the meeting, he announced, within a very short time he wants to complete all preparations and deliver a decisive blow against Sultan Mahmud. He said, this time, whatever it takes, he wants to fight and wrest Berar from the Sultan's control. In the discussion, this point also arose. With such few soldiers, how would Sultan Mahmud achieve victory? Even today, or the late Maharaja Jaipal could not trap Sultan Mahmud in any conspiracy, said one of Jaipal's commanders. Our reaching the battlefield. He gets the news before we get there. As a result, he prepares his army as he sees fit. Every time we have found ourselves caught in his prepared trap. This means he receives advance news of our expedition. His spies are very alert. They perhaps live among us themselves. A few Muslims live among us. Among them, perhaps the spies are there, said Anandpal. For this reason, the Muslim population must be destroyed. This step will not give us much result, Maharaja, said Anandpal's chief vizier. Those people, if we chase them away from here, the spies will also flee. It is better for us to take such a step that spies can be caught. Making enemies of the Muslims here will not be appropriate. You know, not all Muslims do spying. Spying against Muslims can only be done forcibly through Muslims. We should take the step so that Muslims themselves keep tabs on the information within the Muslim population. Among them, we need to find out who does spying. If even one can be arrested, then it will be possible to extract the information about who else is involved. So start the work of catching them from today and begin rapid army preparation. Anand Pal's vizier told him with satisfaction, "The subjects are cooperating very much, Maharaja. Temple priests are strengthening the army and encouraging the people in the matter of delivering the final blow again. Common people have been inflamed against Muslims. As a result, young men are enrolling in the army in groups, and immense wealth from the public side is accumulating in the treasury." In King Anand Pal's royal palace, a Muslim named Shuaib Armugani was employed in the work of displaying and training horses and bringing wild horses under control. He was healthy and strong, long-lived and experienced rider. He was a resident of Peshawar. He came to Lahore before King Jaipal's suicide. He was young then, and now he was a full-grown young man. He could easily tame any wild horse. For this reason, just as King Jaipal loved Shoaib Armugani, King Anand Pal also liked him excessively. Besides taming horses, there were many more qualities of Shoaib. As a result, all the people of the royal palace, even the princesses and princes, would come to Shuaib Armugani. He was very dear. His voice was enchanting and his speech was like magic. His lips always carried a smile. About his trustworthiness, there was not the slightest doubt in anyone's mind. In the royal palace, he was so trusted and dear that everyone in the royal court considered him a Muslim by name only. In King Anand Pal's royal court, there were several more Muslim employees. They did small work. By King Anand Pal's order, with extreme secrecy, the vizier had set spies behind these Muslims. Hindu soldiers started examining them in Muslim disguise. They were fiercely hostile toward Sultan Mahmud and Hindus. At the same time, they would collect information about Muslim women by building intimacy with their husbands and sons. Hindu men would put on Muslim disguise and try to build friendships with Muslim men and pretend to be a close friend in order to know their inner information. In many places, they would introduce themselves as Sultan Mahmud's spies. In this effort, one Muslim was arrested on suspicion. Based on suspicion, a few more Muslims were arrested and taken to a dark cell, and harsh punishment began through torture. Shuaib Armugani, being Muslim, had no opportunity for anyone to be suspicious of him, because he was the head of the stables. Horse control and stable caretaking were his activities, limited to that. The only excuse for suspecting him was that he lived alone. Although his wife and children were in Peshawar, he never brought them to Lahore. He was unmarried until those days. Though his need for marriage had arisen, from this side one could be suspicious of him. But on these matters, everyone kept him outside of suspicion. Many people knew about him. He had a very negative view about Sultan Mahmud. He would speak openly against Sultan Mahmud. No one ever saw him going to the mosque. He was never seen mixing with any Muslim either. One evening he was sitting alone in his living room. At that time, someone knocked at his door. He got up and came to open the door. A middle-aged man with an unveiled young woman wearing a burqa stood outside. The man introduced himself. He was a resident of Peshawar, a merchant. He had come here on business. He had to bring his deceased daughter's girl with him. Had to bring her, because there was no one at home to leave her with. The girl's mother had died less than 2 years ago. The girl was also eager to travel, so there was no further thought of leaving her behind. The man was speaking in the local Peshawar language. There was good arrangement for travelers to stay at the inn, but he did not think it right to keep such a beautiful young woman at the inn. He had heard Hindu soldiers were suddenly launching expeditions to various places and arresting Muslims by naming them as suspects. One person told him about you, said he is a very good man, lives alone. He took me to your house path. That person said a lot in your praise. He was the one who showed me your house path. The man said, your house is also in Peshawar. No Muslim can close his door on a helpless traveler. Where there was a question of a Muslim girl's honor, I could keep watch all night if necessary. Even a strange Muslim cannot become otherwise. Come, bring your daughter inside the house. My house has a few rooms. The man brought the young girl inside the house. When the girl in the lamplight threw off her face's veil, Shuaib Armugani was astonished, seeing her face. The girl was no ordinary young woman. Her face was as captivating as the moon. Seeing the girl's beauty, Armugani's mouth suddenly exclaimed, it was good that you did not keep her at the inn. Something like this should not be kept in the open. It deserves to be kept behind 7 curtains. Leaving the guests seated, Armwani ran to the bazaar. From the bazaar he brought food for the guests. By then the young woman had removed her burqa and taken off her headscarf too. Seeing the unveiled girl's beauty and charm, Armwani could not remove his gaze from the girl's face. Due to service in the royal palace, several beautiful young women had tried to bind Armagani. But Armagani had never allowed himself to be bound by anyone. King Anandpal's 2 granddaughters would come to Armagani to learn horseback riding. Both of them tried. They themselves would ride on the horse's back. Would not sit up. Armagani would take their hand and lift them onto the horse's back. They had learned horse riding but kept coming back again and again to learn more and would say they still could not ride well enough. Both princesses were beautiful and glamorous. Their clear, dignified appeals Armagani would dodge in such a way. He was so stone-hearted that he did not even understand these matters. Or he would pretend that there was no male soul inside his chest. Once a princess, riding a horse, took him to a seaside area. In a secluded forest there, the princess requested Armagani to sit behind her on the horse. She feared falling off. The princess first spoke in a friendly tone. "Come on, hold me." But Armagani refused to co-ride. After repeated refusals, the princess ordered him in a commanding tone to mount the horse. Now with a slight smile, Armagani dodged away, but still refused to sit with the princess on the same horse. In anger, the princess returned to the palace with the horse. Regarding women's affairs, Armagani was stone. But now seeing the young girl who had come as a guest to his home, he felt a storm inside himself. A strong attraction started pulling him toward the young girl like a magnet. He felt an urge inside to talk with the young woman. At the same time, he also thought inwardly, there is no bad intention in this. He wanted. If his guest would go outside, he could strike up a conversation with the young woman. When the young woman looked toward Shwaib Armugani, a faint smile at the corner of her lips was igniting a flame inside Armugani. After the evening meal, Armugani showed the guests 2 other rooms for spending the night. The young woman was shown the room to lie down, but the young woman's father came back and sat beside Armugani. In the quiet of the night, they talked about various topics. At one point, the guest said, "As a Muslim, I feel proud of Sultan Mahmud's continuous victories." From the guest conversation, he showed he was very devoted to him and deeply respectful of him. He seemed not only a merchant, but a person of knowledge, dignity, and high status from his conversation. He also discussed Muhammad bin Qasim's context. Even now, if the Sultan advances with that awareness, it would be possible to bring all of Hindustan under Muslims' control. The guest also expressed this fear. Sultan Mahmud has fewer soldiers. If all the kings and Maharajas of Hindustan together declare war against him, it would be impossible for Sultan Mahmud to survive. Armagani was very pleased with the guest's enlightening words and said, "There is no cause for Muslims to despair. The Sultan's soldiers fight with trust in Allah." That is true. But only having soldiers fight is not enough. Every Muslim should do something. Look, we too Muslims are here. What have we done for the Muslim army? Yet they are risking their lives and raising Islam's flag in the infidels' land. "And I'm doing business here. You are serving the king," said the guest. "I'm doing that indeed. If needed, I can leave the job." "No, brother. There is no need to leave the job. I wanted to see you. What level of Muslim are you? Now I understand. You are ready to give your life for Islam. Now I can speak openly with you. You say you want to leave the job. That is not appropriate. You can use the job for Sultan Mahmud's benefit. You are the head of the stables and a riding instructor. Due to being a riding instructor, Hindu military officers' sons and daughters like you very much. So I was told by the person who showed me your house path. Not only that, even the princesses and viziers and ministers' daughters like you. You need not do anything more. Just try to know what the king's future plans are. Seeing and hearing preparations and activities here. Send word to Sultan Mahmud at the right opportunity. Do you not do this kind of work? With a mysterious smile, the guest said, Actually, I am indeed a merchant, but there was no business reason for me to come to Lahore. I loaded camels with goods and came to Lahore in order to assess the situation here, what King Anand Pal is doing, what level his battle preparations are, and when he plans to fight against the Muslims. Finding this out was my main purpose. He needs some time. He lost vast armies fighting against the Kashgaris. He absolutely needs some time to rebuild the army. Did someone send you, or are you doing this out of passion? I work through no intermediary. My direct connection is with Sultan Mahmud and his chief commander Abu Abdullah al-Tayyi. I need a person here who keeps track of the internal situation of the royal court and royal palace, and that person is you. The person who showed me your house path is my trusted man. He, after deep thought and contemplation, sent me to you. Who is he? I cannot tell you that. Please do not think from this that I am not trusting you. I will tell you everything, but you must give me the promise that you will cooperate with me. If you deceive me, there will be regret. Hearing the guest's words, Armogani bowed his head. He fell into deep thought. Think about this a little. For Sultan Mahmud's need, I have been prepared to use even my young daughter, the guest said in a deeply emotion-choked voice. Such a beautiful young woman who can extract information from inside by breaking through stone walls. It may even be that here we need to carry out some destructive activities. Listen carefully to my 2 points, said Armajani. I will never use girls for this work. Muslim women fight when needed. In many places in the past, women have fought on the battlefield. But I will not use them for spying work to entertain infidels' minds. This is completely haram, this shameful work infidels do. Muslims fight to protect women's honor, not to sell honor. The second point. I cannot cooperate with you in any way. I eat the king's food, serve the king. The king pays me such wages that compared to my work, it is many times more. On one hand, you speak of Islamic consciousness and dignity, and on the other hand, you do repaying the salt of the infidels. And I had heard you were a very brave and fearless, faithful Muslim. Both of these things exist in me. I have courage and my faith has no deficiency, but that does not mean a Muslim becomes disloyal, that I cannot say, then I must quickly leave Lahore, because you can arrest me and my daughter. The trusted people here have told me, on suspicion, Muslims get arrested by the king's soldiers. Getting up from the seated position, he took down the Holy Quran from the shelf, and extending it toward the guest, said, I swear by the Holy Book, I will never arrest you or your daughter. I will not deceive you in any way. Now you swear, you will never use your daughter for this work, and you will not deceive Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi. The guest without hesitation touched the Holy Quran and took an oath. After being silent for a while, said, By swearing upon the daughter's father, you have committed an injustice upon me. You don't know what terrible, risky work I am doing. If I get caught, my daughter will have to face a tragic fate. Can you take my daughter's responsibility at this moment? Can you keep her at your place for a while? I need to go out a little for business work at this time. Keeping any young girl at a stranger's home is a worrying matter, but I cannot refuse a request, and I'm afraid to accept it too. The merchant guest got up from the seated position and began pacing the floor of the house. After thinking for a while, said, If I present my daughter to you, will you be willing to accept her as your wife? I intend to arrange her marriage myself. What quality did you see in me that you want to give such a beautiful girl in marriage to an ordinary person like me? I do not consider myself worthy of your daughter. Your greatest quality is that you are not a spy. That is why I want to test you whether you do spying or not. You are a trustworthy royal employee. From this side, my daughter's future is safe. Because spies have no certainty of life, they cannot keep their wives and children with them. For my daughter, there are many powerful suitors. A deputy sipasalar stationed in Peshawar is eager to marry my daughter, but I did not give consent. I do not want to marry my daughter off to any wealthy person, because wealthy people are not satisfied with one wife. Even hearing the guest's marriage proposal, Shuaib Armugani could not believe it. Because from first seeing this young woman he had been dazzled by her beauty. The girl's father making the marriage proposal himself, thinking about this matter further seemed improper to him. Even so, scattered thoughts crowded Armugani's mind. "I will come again this evening." Saying this, the guest left Armugani's house. Now in the house there was no one except Armugani and the young woman. Morning time. Having arranged breakfast and placed it before the young woman, Armugani asked, "What is your name?" The girl's shy answer, "Yarka." "You are going to marry me. Has your father told you this?" Hearing Armugani's words, the young girl lowered her head so low in shyness it seemed she would die of shame. "Come. What is there to be ashamed of? Answer my question, Yarka." Armugani held the girl's chin and lifted her face upward. "Look at me well. If you don't like me, then tell me clearly. I don't want to tie you down for the whole life against your will. If you disagree, I will openly forbid your father. Say, this marriage will not happen." The young woman said nothing with her mouth. Armugani took her right hand and kissed it, and the young woman kept her eyes on his. Almost from the beginning of youth, Armugani's life had been spent in horseback riding and weapons training. He was accustomed to extending his hand on a horse's body. He had never felt such a magical touch from any young, beautiful woman, a shiver running through the whole body. He was unfamiliar with such world-enchanting desire, such gaze-capturing eyes, such silky soft touch. Suddenly, this unexpected touch of the beautiful woman's sincere devotion had made Armugani lose his composure. In the evening, when Yarka's father returned, he came with 2 more people. They came and got Yarka married to Shuaib Armugani. Yarka's father gave Yarka on the occasion of the wedding expensive clothes, jewelry, and a large amount of cash as a gift. After completing the wedding that very night, Yarka's father took leave from Armugani's house. His manner of leaving was as if he had come here only to get Yarka married. That very night, Shuaib Armugani was wondering why. Is he seeing a dream or not? A little after Yarka's father left, Yarka adopted such intimate feelings with Armugani as if Armugani was her acquaintance of many days. It seemed for long she had been eager to find Armugani himself as the man of her heart. Yarka's sincere devotion made Armugani so overwhelmed that he felt he would die of thirst even by the edge of the stream. "Your father is very emotional about Sultan Mahmud," Armugani said to Yarka. "Well, can you say what his purpose is in saying all this?" "If I say, 'Father harbors whatever desire, I also harbor the same.' Then how will you evaluate my desire? Father has told me everything he discussed with you. He also said this, that you should agree to cooperate in his spy work. Yes, you are right. There is nothing more for me to hide from you now. He told me I should say whatever is needed to encourage you to cooperate with him, because the king has assigned you to such a position from where you can gather very valuable information. Is that why you agreed to marry me? I feel as a reward for this work I have been placed in your hand. No, it is not that. Think of it as a reward. But Allah has given that to you. No person gave it. You are now not just my life companion. You are the peace of my mind, the Lord of my heart. I saw you only yesterday, yet it feels like you have been my intimate acquaintance for a long time. From now on, you alone are my happiness. You alone my dream. You alone my reality. Now you alone are the ruler of my heart's kingdom. There is no reason for you to harbor any doubt or suspicion. Father may think of you as a soul-sacrificing moth for Islam. He is so eager that if possible, he would alone bring the entire Hindustan under Islam's flag. I have seen every Muslim he meets, he tries to make them understand. It is the duty of every Muslim to participate in Sultan Mahmud's victory expedition. Going to the mosque, he prays for a long time for the Sultan's victory and the Hindus' defeat. He himself taught me sword handling, horse riding, and archery. Once he even said to me in emotion, "Daughter, perhaps I will not be able to arrange your marriage. Before that, I may have to be sacrificed for Islam." From Yarka's words, too, Armugani was forced to understand. This girl was also as emotionally driven as her father. Who told you all this, that I am Ghaznī's spy? Yarka at this moment placed one hand on Armokani's shoulder and brought herself so close that her forehead touched Armokani's forehead. About father's matters, who says what I do not know. He only told me, we are going to someone who is a very useful person. If you truly say, you are not Sultan Mahmud's secret group's person, then that will be a cause of disappointment for me. Can you then love me wholeheartedly? Why did you say this? Love is a different thing. Once it finds a place in the heart's jewelry box, for no worldly reason can it be ruined. My heart's kingdom. Your seat is now firmly established. I am trying to make you understand. I want to see such an effective step so that if not all of Hindustan, at least half of Hindustan can find a place under Islam's flag, so that every child born here henceforth can grow up breathing the world's air as a Muslim. Who told you? Sultan Mahmud can only be helped through spy work. Beyond providing intelligence information, there are many more ways to help him. Father has only told me about spy work. He informed me. Women can help more in spy work. Father told me. You had taken an oath with the Holy Quran in hand so as not to use me for this work. I too cannot do any such work where my honor could be harmed. But simply being your wife and sitting at home is also not possible for me. Through me, you do the work Father told you about. That way, my soul will have peace. Shwab Armugani could give no comforting answer to Yarka's appeal. From that day onward, Armugani's attraction to home increased. He now found time between work and took the path home. At home, he would spend a little time with Yarka and go back to work. Yarka was now Armugani's wife. But Armugani could not find peace even having her as a wife. He kept looking at Yarka in such a way as if there was a fear of someone snatching Yarka away from him at any moment. Opposite to Armugani's limitless love, Yarka also harbored a devotedly sincere feeling for him, and Yarka's extreme happiness in his love she expressed openly, and every night she would encourage Armugani, for Islam and Muslims' welfare, Armugani should certainly cooperate in her father's work. It seemed as if Armugani would certainly keep some role for Sultan Mahmud's victory. At the same time, Yarka kept expressing limitless trust toward Armugani. Thinking about Sultan Mahmud's success, she would repeatedly be emotionally stirred. As if Sultan Mahmud came to harm, she would die herself. How the 10 to 12 days after the wedding passed by in mutual love's warmth, emotions, and mutual love's sweetness, Armugani could not even figure it out. 10 or 12 days later, one night around midnight, husband and wife both satisfied with mutual love's warmth, as if love had flowed over and drenched both their bodies, night deepening. During the whole day's fatiguing work, Armugani's 2 eyes were closing. Yarka clung to Armugani's neck and said, "Your body's warmth, your love, your beauty has as if taken me to paradise. Truly, I feel paradise is not more pleasant than this, but this much love, this much affection, this much happiness. Even in the midst of all this, when the image of fighters who embrace martyrdom for the faith floats before my eyes, my heart turns bitter. It seems the martyrs' souls are cursing this happiness of mine. In my ears it seems to resonate. The martyr's voice, you are drowned in love and affection. Instead of helping souls find peace and sacrifice succeed, you are spending idle time." Armugani embraced Yarka firmly and said, "Beloved, kill this desire of my soul, so that I become only a beautiful doll. Otherwise, it feels to me, if we cannot complete the martyr's unfinished mission, then do we have the right to call ourselves Muslims? If so, religion should be abandoned." Just like this, Yarka's sincere devotion, the magic of words and beauty kept kindling a passion in Armugani. In her emotion, the secret barrier locked in his mind was about to break open. Moreover, Yarka's this poetic speech and heart-melting appeal stirred him even more. Yarka's love completely defeated Armugani's sense of awareness, duty, and pledge. As a result, the wall of the secret room kept sealed inside for a long time crumbled. He said, Yarka, I had sitting in the mosque taken an oath with the Holy Quran in hand. I would give my life, but I would not reveal my friend's matters to anyone. But today I am breaking that oath out of firm resolve, because now I believe you are not just my wedded wife, but you are as trustworthy as those friends and colleagues who before coming here from Peshawar had taken an oath with the Holy Quran to keep their identity secret. Yarka, listen. I am revealing my secret to you. I am an employee of Ghazni's army. In my youth, I joined Ghazni's army's intelligence department, and after training, the responsible people sent me here. One of my special features is that no wild horse, however unruly, must be brought under control by my hand. Besides, I have more qualities. Coming here and the king learning of this quality, he appointed me as the head of the stables. The responsibility I fulfill. Thinking about my sacrifice will trouble you, Yarka. All the ambitions of youth I have crushed beneath duty's throat. Have not married until now. Year after year I spent completely alone. Many beautiful, glamorous women like you have made love appeals to me. Even princesses showed great temptation to have me alone. Even threats of having me killed for refusing love appeals were shown. Even so, in women's matters, I was stone. All of Lahore and Batanba's Ghazni spies. All are under my command. Every time Hindus planned military expeditions against us, my colleagues sent that news to the Sultan ahead of time. As a result, the Sultan took full preparations and cut the Hindu soldiers' traps like weeds. Yarka, we became those eyes by which the Sultan sitting in Ghazni can see the true situation here. We became those ears through which the Sultan sitting in Ghazni can hear even a single horse advancing toward him from Lahore. My colleagues have carried out even the most daring tasks, such as burning Lahore's Hindu army supply carts, and accomplished them with success. Now King Anandpal is again preparing for retaliation against the Sultan. We will once again attempt to set their supply carts on fire so that the Sultan gets the opportunity to take proper preparations for battle. Yarka, it is not possible for me to tell you all this, nor for how much longer I can remain with you. You have attached yourself to a man whose neck is hanging over the executioner's sword. It was not possible to tell your father my secret identity, because his identity was unknown to me. Yarka threw her arms around Armagani's chest and said, You have filled my heart with joy. Hearing of your duty, I feel immensely happy. I feel very proud. I pledge this with you. Use me in whatever difficult task you wish. I will certainly accomplish that task with success. If you ever need me to set fire somewhere or jump into fire, I will not hesitate even a moment. I am ready to give my own life. But I will not let you face any trouble. If I feel a risk of being arrested or a threat to my life-giving, I will tell you well in advance where you need to take shelter currently. Tell me the names and addresses of 2 or 3 of your colleagues. If you are late returning home or I don't get the opportunity to return home for several days, I can get news of you from them. No, Yarka, we do not reveal our friends' identities even to our own mothers. If ever in my absence they need to take you away from here, my colleagues themselves will come and take you from here. They will have a sign with them, seeing which you can be certain that they are not deceiving you in any way. When Yarka made several tearful appeals to learn the names and addresses of Armugani's 2 or 3 colleagues, at one point with anger-filled eyes, Armugani said with reddened eyes, Yarka, may these words never again be uttered from your lips. Remember, on this matter I can even abandon my love for you. A few more days passed in this way. Yarka appeared to be the picture of supreme happiness as Armugani's wife, but inside grew harder and harder. By then, Armugani had revealed his true identity to Yarka. After Armugani's true identity was revealed, Yarka started behaving with him even more openly, like a devoted soul-surrendering wife. One night, after spending a long time in mutual love and affection, Armugani was busy during the day taming some newly arrived horses at the stables, so he could not give time at home and talked with Yarka until midnight. At one point, In an exhausted body, he fell into deep sleep, but Yarka's eyes remained wakeful. Yarka watched her sleeping husband for a while carefully. When she saw Armugani was in deep sleep, she slowly got up from the bed. She cautiously went out of the room. A little later she stood by the door and tiptoed, rushing close. Coming to the door, she listened again, standing to figure out something. Then going inside the house, she observed Armugani carefully. Armugani was then in a deep sleep. He was snoring. Again she got up from the house and stepped cautiously outside. Yarka was walking unsteadily. Just then, she heard a cat's meowing. Whether the cat's call came from the roof of the house or from outside the main door, she could not quite tell. She tiptoed toward the main door. At the main door, she unlocked the latch and, opening the door a crack, peering outside, saw 3 people standing outside the door. One of them, coming close, whispered in her ear, "Asleep." Without giving any immediate answer, Yarka stood silently for a while and then said in an extremely faint voice, "Was a little awake a moment ago. Now he has probably gone to sleep. I was waiting at the gate for you. You stand here. If he falls asleep, I will call you." Yarka locked the latch of the gate and quickly entered the house. Suddenly she shook Armugani's head and jolted him awake. From deep sleep, Armugani woke up with a start. Opening his eyes and seeing Yarka's face in the lamplight, he was startled. "What is the matter? What has happened to you, Yarka?" Putting her finger to Armugani's lips, Yarka whispered, "There is no time to talk more, Armugani." She quickly began to speak. "Armugani, at this moment you must flee from here. I have deceived you. My father used me as a trap to ensnare you. My father is not actually any merchant. He is a spy raised by Anand Pal. We are not from Peshawar. We came from Batanba. Your father in the royal palace expressed a suspicion that you were employed in spy work for the Ghazni Sultan. But no one could present any proof for this claim until now. This responsibility was finally placed on my father's shoulders. To be certain whether you are a spy, and if you are a spy, to find out who else is with you. Taking the responsibility, he came from Batanba, training me and bringing me here and introducing himself as a devoted Sultan follower merchant to you. He himself tried many things to learn your true identity. But learning your true identity was not possible for him. Forced as a means of fulfilling his duty, he had me married to you. Of course your beauty and glamour were very influential, but revealing your true identity was my responsibility. No man can refuse to be weak before a woman. Moreover, extracting information from you through the pretense of love and devotion of the most obedient wife was my sole purpose. I achieved 100% success in my task." Hearing Yarka's words, Armugani froze like a statue. He listened to Yarka's words as if in a trance. Yarka quickly continued, "While you were at work, a woman would come to me. From her I was able to extract how much secret. Every day she would take this report. One day I told that woman, 'This person is a terrible spy of the Ghazni army. He is the commander of the spies appointed in Lahore and Batanva.' Hearing this, she ordered me to learn your colleague's identity. But you, despite all efforts, refused to reveal your colleagues' identities. I sent news to my father. From this person, it is not possible to learn his colleague's identity. Hearing this, he sent me news. Tonight, make sure I am awake. When the cat's call is heard from outside, I should open the door as if opening it automatically. 3 armed people will come. They will arrest you and take you away. Then they will give you indescribable punishment to extract the rest of the information. Armugani, I have one request for you. Know nothing more, and don't try to know from me anymore." "They have come, waiting outside. Then why did you not open the door?" Armugani said, jumping up from bed in one leap. He took the spear kept beside him and said, "Go away, wicked woman, you prostitute, wherever. Bring the 3 killers here. Otherwise, I will open the door myself. See if they can take their prey out of here after killing these 3. Yarka clutched Armugani and said, "Armugani, I fall at your feet. Listen to me a little. For Allah's sake, don't go outside." Meanwhile, 3 assassins stood outside eagerly waiting. One said, by now it was time to open the door. Who knows? Perhaps she is deceiving us again. She bolted the door from inside. Who knows? Said another. Ha! It seems your daughter has become his slave. Another assassin expressed contempt toward Yarka's father. You are very clever, but often very clever people become fools. Stop chattering. Wait a little more and see what happens. Yarka's father said in a somewhat stern voice. Yarka further told Shwaib Armogani, I took on the responsibility of revealing your true identity. I fulfilled that responsibility. I have informed my father of your true identity. I had entered your home as a puppet of deception and betrayal, but your captivating personality, your individual virtue, your good wishes toward the Islamic Sultanate, and the question of your elevated morality. I got caught. For your deceptive work, I was married to you. But your genuine love and affection created in my conscience a drive to remain your slave for life. I am no woman from a good family. Until now, all those who have come near me, they have enjoyed only my body. You alone have captivated me with limitless love from the heart. Loving me from the heart, you did not hesitate to reveal your true identity to me. You broke your own pledge and gave me proof of your genuine love. As a result, the dying Islamic consciousness in my heart found new life. I was compelled to follow Father's orders because my mother died when I was little. Father raised me with a mother's love. He never let me feel the absence of a mother. His wealth and resources had no shortage. He raised me in comfort and luxury like a princess. When I grew up, I followed his every just and unjust order with extreme obedience. Father used me against Hindu power seekers and gained the king's trust through them. He sold his faith and earned vast wealth and property. Being Muslim himself, he dishonored Muslims in the hands of Hindus. I considered all this as life, but you have opened the door to the new world before me. I was not the slightest familiar with this world. I never knew. A husband's love is a woman's worldly paradise. I have done my father's work. Until the door was confirmed to be opening for them to enter, my intention was to hand you over. But when I looked toward them, seeing their faces, it felt as if they had come to tear my heart out and take it away. I felt a shudder in my heart. Then I started feeling you were more my own than my father. For my father, I am just a commodity. But for you, I am an infinite source of happiness. So I lied to them. I said, he hasn't slept yet. Wait a moment. When he falls asleep, I will call you. They are waiting outside to arrest you. Armagani, by your love, your faithfulness to religion, and your dutifulness, I swear. Flee. Escape over the back wall. Perhaps we will meet again. If alive, we will certainly meet. Wherever you are, I will find you out. The three assassins waiting outside became restless at the door's delay in opening. One said, I am going to the back of the house. I feel they may have fled from the backside. When one of the king's spies climbed up on the roof of the house. By then, Armagani had climbed down the wall from the roof and gone. Hearing the sound of someone climbing, he stood a little in a dark area leaning against the wall. The person from the roof threatened Armagani. Armagani in one leap ran toward the boundary wall. Seeing him run, the king's people started yelling, but by then, Armagani had crossed several alleys and gone beyond the line of sight. After that, 3 assassins kept chasing behind him. Armagani, seeing them coming behind, ran at even higher speed. The darkness of night was helpful for his walking and hiding himself. At one point, passing through the city's lanes and alleys, he had come to a quite open place. There were fewer houses here. Here he saw a haveli whose 4 sides were walled, and beside the walls a garden like wild bushes. Running and running, he suddenly came beside a bush and sat down and started panting. Armagani crawled on all 4s to the wall gate and rushed through the gap of the ajar gate and fell inside the wall and went to the opposite side of the gate. He still had not stood up. He was crawling on all 4s. The assassins chasing behind came to the gate and began looking for Armagani. The gate guard told them, "Are you looking for someone here? No one has come here." When the king's people said loudly, "We saw a thief come this way," the guard said sternly, "No, no one has come here. This is the residence of an honored person. How could a thief enter The king's people failed and went back. A little later Armagani stood up and saw a lamp was burning in a room of the Havli. He understood. Waiting here was not right. But at the same time, he also thought the killers chasing behind him might still be searching for him around the Havli. He stayed sitting there. Armagani knew about this Havli but had never had the opportunity to come here. This was the private Havli of King Anand Pal's exclusive dancer and singer. The actual singer was a Muslim, but she introduced herself as a Hindu. In terms of professional talent and physical beauty, she was incomparable. The dancer went by the name Samarati. Samarati was fully conscious of her own talent and dignity. She had extracted this claim from King Anand Pal that she would not reside inside the royal palace. At Samarati's request, the king built this Havli for her at state expense. The Havli was truly royal in every sense. Around the Havli was a beautifully decorated pleasant garden, countless ornamental trees, and a collection of flowers and fruits. Samarati did not perform dance and song at ordinary nightly entertainment events. If any special guest came to the royal palace, Samarati would be called for the entertainment program of dance and song. Samarati was no ordinary dancer. She was a soaring butterfly. Even touching Samarati was impossible for anyone. That night when Armagani entered the Havli, a little before that Samarati had returned from the royal palace. Because that night there was a special dance and song program at the royal palace due to the arrival of a king from another state. She had returned from the royal palace and was standing in front of the mirror undressing. Samarati had had her fill of age. Youth was trying to bid her farewell. She said to her old servant, "I have become very tired today, dear. When dancers become tired, they should just get married." The old servant said to Samarati, "But the reality is, dancers and singers think their voice and beauty will never fade, and people will always shower flowers and sandalwood upon them." "Oh, but I am still young," Samarati said with a slight smile to the servant. "I also thought the same as you. You know, I was also a dancer at the royal court, just like you. Now you enjoy the fame I had in my time. Just as you don't give anyone any consideration, at that time I also gave no consideration to even the big Maharajas. In my professional days, the experienced women who used to talk of marriage, I would also say the same as you then. Come, why marry so early? I am still only young. But what a cruel irony of fate. Today I am your servant. When I had decided after many years to be prepared for marriage, my body broke down. In youth, those who used to circle around my courtyard wanting to befriend me, they refused my marriage proposal. No old man was even willing to marry me. The servant's words were harsh reality. Samarati also felt her body had broken down quite a lot. The servant showed reality to her eyes in such a way that Samarati's self-absorption dissipated and restlessness peeked into her mind. Just then, the sound of a dog barking outside the Havli was heard. Along with that was heard such a sound as if a dog had attacked someone and torn and wounded them. Samarati kept a dog for guarding the Havli. At night, to protect the Havli from any unexpected visitor entering, the dog was let loose in the Havli garden. The dog was very ferocious and strong. Hearing the dog's aggressive bark, Samarati understood. It had certainly attacked someone. So she rushed out of the house. She saw the dog was biting someone and dragging. She ran and grabbed the dog. In rage, Samarati's hand was bitten by the dog too. "Who are you?" Samarati asked the attacked person in shock. "Did you come to steal? Look, if I were a thief or robber, I would not be standing here. My name is Shwaib Armagani." "Oh, are you not the stable instructor?" "Yes, Samaratiji. You are right. So what did you come here to take? Go home. You know, if you want to flee, how difficult your situation would be." Going inside the house in the light, Armagani understood. The dog had bitten his body and torn all his clothes. From both his arms and feet, blood was dripping. The dog had severely wounded his body. From one foot it had taken away a good chunk of flesh. "I cannot believe this at all. You have been sneaking here to take something," said Samarati. "My feeling is, those who want to get me alone, You are also one of that group. Greed brought you here. You have perhaps understood. I live alone here. No, my dog does not let even a single tiger stand upright within my Hafali's four walls. Samarati told her old servant, the dog has wounded his entire body. Heat water to wash his wounds and bring clean cloth, and also bring wine. Wine and cloth quickly help to heal wounds. After the servant went, Armugani told Samarati, in your garden, your dog attacked me, so you can certainly call me a thief. Along with that, you can call me a characterless person too, since I came knowing you live alone. Samarati, listen, with as much pride and arrogance as you have about your beauty. If you show that beauty glamour in my eyes, you will feel disgust for yourself. Oh, so do you come to my home like a thief in the dark of night because you hate me? Listen, whoever loves you and whoever I love, if you see them once, you will leave your reflection in the mirror and walk away. I came in the dark of night, taking advantage of your helplessness to enjoy your beauty glamour. Remove this arrogance from inside. You are not more beautiful than King Anandpal's princesses. I have also rejected them. Ha! Then did you come here to die? The dog had bitten Samarati's one hand too. From Samarati's wound, a drop or two of blood fell onto the bed. Armugani was standing before Samarati. From his wound, blood was dripping continuously. Armugani looked. Samarati's blood mixing with Armugani's blood had become one. Look, your blood and my blood together, how brightly colored they have become. And yet your blood was not this bright. You kept continuously doing unending sin and wrongdoing, and polluted even your own blood. When your blood mixed with the unpolluted blood, then it found its original color again. Are you looking at me with astonishment, dancer? I don't want to call you by the name Samarati. Your real name, I don't know, dear. But calling a Muslim young woman by a Hindu name and dishonoring a Muslim goes against my conscience. Go. I was going to say what I wanted to say. Look, your blood and my blood flow in the same stream. We are carrying in our body the blood of the same ancestors who harbored different faith and ambitions. It may also be that I and you are offspring of the same lineage. Oh, you seem to have gone mad. What all nonsense are you talking? Do you know me, who I am? I have told you your blood's real identity. Dance and song cannot be a profession. In your religion, dance and song are not permitted. Your beauty glamour, your voice, your shapely body, these are not your controlled possessions. In the future, all these will take leave from you. Today you told me, I came like a thief to do a raid on your house. One day such a time will come when you will eagerly await someone like me to raid your house. Then at night time you will tie up your dog so that someone can raid your house. But besides your dog, you will see no one at your house. Go, at least do one good work. Give me shelter in your house. Why do you want shelter? What crime did you commit that you fled? I will tell you the story of a young woman. She is young in age and more beautiful than you. Her body is intact. Brighter than the full moon her body. She in one glance was more sinful than you, but through one task she earned the right to become a resident of paradise. You too do at least one virtuous deed. Give me shelter. Don't send your servant here. I will clean my wound myself. Tell her, I am here, no one should know. Coming from the royal palace and changing clothes, the old servant had also said some such harsh, realistic words to Samarati. Those words were then resounding in her mind. In this state, a calm-faced young man, wounded, who was also seeking shelter at her home, was telling her that her beauty and glamour had now begun to fade. This made the burden on Samarati's mind even heavier. She sent the servant to her room to leave, saying, Don't tell anyone about the unknown person who has entered my house. Samarati with her own hands cleaned the blood from Armugani's wounds. She applied wine and bandaged all the wounds. The foot wound was very serious. While cleaning the wound on Samarati's hand, Armugani tied a bandage on it. In this gap, Armugani told Samarati all details of Yarka's story. Armugani hid nothing more from Samarati and told no lies. He also informed her that he was involved in spyware for Sultan Mahmud. He spoke at length about the dignity of Islam and Hindus' enmity toward Islam. Armagani said. Yarka had been habituated to luxury and pleasure by her father and made into a princess. In the matter of deceiving me, she was also successful and left evidence of her skilled expertise. But my genuine love and affection revived her dying Islamic consciousness. As a result, in the last moment, she did such a deed that Allah will certainly be pleased with her. Done, done. No need to say more. Now listen to me. Tonight, the King of Kalanj has come. For this reason, I was called to the royal palace. King Anand-Pal told the Kalanj king, "This girl is a Muslim and my very favorite and dancer." The Kalanj king said, "I have never seen any beautiful Muslim girl, so I would abduct her, make her a dancer, or put her in prostitution, to destroy Muslim lineage and ruin their character. This is the only effective way. You too, if you follow this method. In the near future, you will see that the Muslims living in your country, they are either turned into dancers or all involved in prostitution." When Samarati told Armagani about the Kalanj king's words, Armagani's face turned red in grief and repentance. Armagani stirred Samarati's near-dead national consciousness. When Samarati told him about King Anand-Pal's royal palace, he told her even more encouraging stories. To Samarati's burning lamp, these words were like pouring oil. Armagani said, "Look, Samarati, today I am facing death because of selling Muslim girls' honor. Yet the Ghazni fighters who came here and became martyrs, they gave up their lives to protect Muslim women's honor. Listen, Samarati, you are a plaything of the Hindus. You have grown old. When a toy becomes old, those things are no longer useful for play. They throw them away. You too, according to the eternal rule, will one day be discarded from their soul. So become Yarka, Samarati. Do not be faithless to your own faith." Samarati had never faced this kind of situation before. She was not accustomed to hearing such hard, harsh, and cutting words. She generally received only praises of her beauty, glamour, and skilled dance and enchanting voice from people. She thought of herself as a goddess whom no one could touch, whom everyone wanted, eagerly desired to be alone with. Today, entering her house, the old servant's face was telling her that her beauty, glamour, fame, and shapeliness had begun to fade. It would not last long. After this, Armagani put his finger before her eyes and showed her, "The glamour of youth does not last long. Like a flower, when its fragrance is lost, people discard it. No bee sits on that flower again. Similarly, when youth's brightness fades, no man will even look at her." Armagani told Samarati, "You yourself are a deception, and those who express love for you are also deadly deceivers. Perhaps I have seen Yarka, the girl you are talking about. If she is indeed Yarka, she is certainly very beautiful. No doubt about it. Well, Armagani, you love her dearly. You want her alone. My soul is restless for her Samarata. This is such a pull, such an attraction. The taste of this attraction you have never felt. If I give you shelter, will she give me that love? I cannot understand. What storm has begun in my heart? It feels the world is trembling. You can accept me as a brother. If you want to satisfy your heart, raise a wave of sisterly affection in your heart. You will see my presence will fill you with love and affection. All right, you stay here." But words got stuck. She could say nothing more. A little while later, Armagani suddenly took Samarati's two cheeks in both hands, and looking into her eyes, tears began flowing from Samarati's two eyes like a monsoon stream. She said in a choked voice, "Never again in my presence take the name Yarka. You said she is not your sister, but I am also afraid of being deceived." Removing her hands from Armagani's face, Samarati wiped the tears from her eyes. "You rule the hearts of kings, Maharajas and emperors too. Why should someone like me have such fear?" "I don't know. I cannot say why you frighten me so much. Why I feel you have crossed the limit. You are now in my shelter. You said I have a right over you. But no, I cannot say that. Yes, you and I are of different descent. This blood has shown me your true identity. I have now learned my own identity. Until you leave, no one will enter this house. Those chasing Schweib or Morgani, failing to catch him, went back disappointed to his house. Going to Schweib or Morgani's house. At the knock on the door, Yarka opened the door with the latch. Warka's father asked, "She went out. What happened?" "She was awake. You kept calling like a cat. I came to stop you, and she detected it. The person is very clever. Without telling me anything, you ran away and climbed on the roof. At this time, I understood one of your screams, and he fled. You made a big mistake. Because of your mistake, he was able to escape. Pointlessly all this time, you just kept me as his wife. What was the benefit?" A search for Schweib Morgani began throughout the city and surrounding areas. The search operation continued for 4 to 5 days. During the search, the stables and even the haystacks of every Muslim's house were turned upside down. But Armwani's trace could not be found anywhere. Meanwhile, Nagarkot's chief priest Radhakrishna received news that King Anandpal had returned to the capital. Receiving news of the king's return, priest Radhakrishna called him to Nagarkot temple. Receiving the priest's news, King Anandpal simultaneously ordered his exclusive bodyguard forces' departure preparations. Just as other kings and Maharajas of Hindustan respected Nagarkot temple and considered the instructions of the chief priest there mandatory, this time also he did not merely order departure for following the priest's orders. His intention was, through the priest, he could obtain the cooperation of other kings and Maharajas, so that he could acquire the strength to descend into the final battle with Sultan Mahmud. He arrived at Nagarkot temple like a proper Maharaja in full dignity with King Anandpal's style. With him was a truly enormous caravan. In the caravan, besides his exclusive bodyguard force, was his favorite singer and dancer Samarati. Besides her were also several servants and attendants. Samarati had left her old servant at home and came, giving her strict instructions to keep guard like Morgani in a snake charmer's hiding and protect him. With a vast crowd, King Anandpal came near the mountain at the foot of Nagarkot temple and pitched a tent on a green plain. After a continuous 4-5-day journey, King Anandpal reached Nagarkot. Due to the journey's fatigue, it was not possible to enter the king's temple immediately upon reaching. When news of King Anandpal's arrival reached priest Radhakrishna, the priest sent word. In the afternoon, the priest would come down to welcome the king. Accordingly, in the afternoon, when priest Radhakrishna descended to welcome the king, King Anandpal came out of the tent and, touching the priest's feet, kissed them and expressed his devotion. Seeing the king's tent, the priest was stunned. The tent was no tent, as if some royal palace. In the king's huge tent were color-tasseled curtains, sculptured chandeliers, and colorful decorative lampshades on all sides. A carpet was spread inside the king's tent. After sitting beside the king, the priest made a signal, and 4 dancers began performing. In the midst of dance and song, priest Radhakrishna, addressing King Anandpal, said, "It seems you are not that Anandpal. The Anandpal who himself and his father were separately defeated many times before Sultan Mahmud. You don't remember, unable to bear the shame of defeat. Your father took his own life and you yourself fled the battlefield shamefully and left the country. If you are indeed that same Anandpal, then the main cause of your defeats is this very luxury. The luxury you are displaying to please me, because I have heard our Maharajas apparently keep all arrangements for entertainment even on the battlefield. Priest Maharaja, before death we keep instruments of entertainment to fulfill our heart's desires. What else would we do? That is right. But you have not come here to die. You are still alive. What is the purpose of your remaining alive? To spend the rest of life immersed in luxury. I called you here for this reason, so that I can tell the reasons for your defeats which no one else had the courage to say. Those who only enjoy the beauty of beautiful women and get ecstatic about their bodies. What else can their tragic end be? Just as the priest was finishing his words, the dancer girls disappeared in this way as if they had been blown away by the wind. Then the musical instruments changed. This time the music was so captivating that even the priest was startled. Right at that moment, from one corner of the tent, Samarati appeared in a scene as if a water fairy had emerged from the water. Samarati came moving to the dance rhythm in such a way toward the priest. Her lips played a slight smile at the corner. She moved forward in the rhythm of the dance and bowed sideways before the priest. In the colorful lantern's beautiful light, dancer Samarati's dance left the priest spellbound. When Samarati's body in the dance's various poses sometimes bloomed like a flower, and to the instrument's soaring rhythm kept herself floating in the air like a bird, then the priest asked King Anandpal, "Is she Hindu or Muslim?" "Muslim," answered King Anandpal. "We use Muslim girls in this profession. If we keep this girl as a temple dancer, will you agree to that? Instead of that, you can give me 100 dancers. This girl is very dear to me." "Yes, I wanted to hear exactly this from you. You should understand. I do not want to take this girl for my own service. I will keep her as a dancer. Why should I? I don't even touch women. I will offer her as a sacrifice to God Krishna. You will sacrifice her." The king raised his eyebrows and wanted to know. "Yes, King Anandpal. This is not my personal wish. It is the desire of the gods and goddesses. The deities want to enjoy this dancer. In Lahore, we have already sacrificed 2 virgins. Even then you have been defeated twice. Isn't that so? The reason is, the priests with whom you sacrificed the virgins. These priests defiled the virgins entrusted to them by the deities and committed sin. God Krishna showed me in a dream. I need to sacrifice such a Muslim young woman who is incomparable in beauty and qualities, and she must not be old. Nor must she be a young girl. In dance and song, she must be incomparable. She must love whoever is with her more than life itself. She cannot under any circumstances lose this girl. For long I have been searching for such a dancer. Today I found her at your side. I want to see the victory of Hindu. Religion. I want to protect you from the curse of the gods and goddesses." It was not possible for King Anandpal to disregard the words of Nagarkot Temple's chief priest. Some days ago, when priest Radhakrishna said certain things to the other kings and maharajas, King Anandpal also listened to the direction-guiding words about the victory of Hindu religion and defeating Sultan Mahmud. The priest also advised King Anandpal Sultan Mahmud must be kept engaged in battle on the field adjacent to Peshawar, and on the other side, Ghazni must be attacked and captured. Besides, it would not be possible to stop Ghazni's Muslim expedition. "If I stay occupied in Lahore, what will happen to Berar and Multan?" asked Anandpal. "Look, all Muslim soldiers in these 2 cities will be arrested as prisoners by us," said the priest. "You now return to the capital. Stop dance and song and prepare for war. Soldiers from all kingdoms will come to you. I have made those arrangements." The next morning, King Anandpal went to the temple on the mountain to complete worship and was about to return. Meanwhile, that very night, the chief priest took Samarati with him. From Anandpal's side, there were farewell letters, and Anandpal did not get the chance to say a few words to Samarati. Priest Radhakrishna took Samarati to the main inner sanctuary of the large temple situated on the mountain. Samarati did not even know in the slightest that she was to be sacrificed, and her body's blood was to be used to wash the feet of the Hindu's Krishna deity. When the priest took Samarati to the underground room of the temple, Samarati wanted to know, why was she brought here? Did coming with me please you? The priest threw the question at Samarati. The priest showed a bed and said, "Come sit, then talk." Samarati took the priest's 2 hands in her 2 hands and pulled him toward herself. Pulled by Samarati's pull, the priest sat beside her. Samarati kept her eyes on the priest's eyes and flashed a world-enchanting smile. This smile's flash made the priest's body tremble. Samarati said, "Maharaja, you could not honor my dance. You watched my dance but did not hear the vocal song. Even so, in your eyes my physical beauty has seemed captivating." "Yes, but you are misunderstanding, young woman," said the priest in a grave voice. "Your beauty glamour has pleased me. But you are misunderstanding. I have never touched a woman in my life and will never do so." "Why?" "I consider going near a woman as a sin." "Is that so? Then why today have you committed this sin?" Samarati wanted to know. "I cannot answer that now," said the priest. "But remove from your mind whatever assumption you have formed about coming to this room. I have not the slightest interest in your physical beauty. Don't ask me anything more about these matters. I have kept you in my mind as a deity's honor. I will bathe you in the Ganga waters. All your sins will be washed away clean." Hearing the priest's words, Samarati burst out laughing. She could not hold back her laughter for long. She laughed continuously for a while, and the priest remained silent, gazing at Samarati's face. Laughing and laughing, Samarati, becoming excited, tumbled onto the priest's lap. Samarati's silky soft hair spread across the priest's lap. Samarati had applied such a fragrance to her hair. Only for special royal guest arrival occasions would she use such fragrance. In the fragrance was an intoxicating sweet scent. When the enchanting scent and Samarati's open shoulder and soft hand touched the priest's body, suddenly the priest felt a kind of trembling in his body. Priest Radhakrishna had never seen a young woman so intimately in his life, but today the Creator's dark creation had tumbled onto his lap. "Get up, dancer. Say, why are you laughing like this?" Without touching Samarati, the priest ordered her to get up from the tumbled position and sit. Samarati was not a girl of any particularly noble family. She had learned to play with her body from the beginning of youth. Instead of the priest's order to get up and sit, she further pressed herself onto his lap more. She turned sideways and looked at the priest's face with childlike curiosity, asking, "Will you bathe me in the Ganga to wash away all my sins?" "No, it is not like that. You said wrong. What you should have said was, when you jump into the Ganga, all the Ganga's sins will flow away with the Ganga's water." The priest made no attempt to raise Samarati's hand himself. Samarati, like a snake spreading its hood, sat up and taking the priest's two hands in her own hands said, "I have understood. Why you have brought me here. You want to purify me." Saying this, she turned grave. "My sins will be erased on the day you drown those sinful people in the Ganga and grant them a new birth. Those who for so long have played with my body. Those who have made my body into a toy for play. Tell me, can your God punish them?" "Priest Maharaja, I have no caste or religion. They did not let me have caste or religion. For some time I have felt, even though visibly I am involved in sin, however much I am, the heart inside this body's cage is completely pure. This pure heart had been waiting for that great man, who not out of carnal lust, but gives me the real love of the heart. Do you know who that great man is?" "Yes, I know." "You are that great man. He could be older than you or younger than me. That great man could be. He could be a great sage or a Maulana Mufti. He could be a simple, wandering dervish. Again, he could be a pleasure-seeking resident of a royal palace. Tell me, do you have love immersed in the Ganga beyond convention?" Hearing Samarati's words, the priest startled as if someone had suddenly awakened him from a pleasant dream. The priest claimed he was keeping himself away from women's touch, his body pure and the future also pure. But Samarati's gentle touch and her silky soft hair had entangled him completely. Samarati's naive smile had charmed the priest like magic. The priest himself burst into a dull smile and said, "Certainly. From a priest you will not get sin but only love. If you give me that kind of love for which my heart has been thirsty, then I will dance before the stone idol in such a way that they too will start dancing watching my dance. And from the flute that you have kept, such melody will come from that flute that you will lose yourself in that melody. From far and wide people will come to Nagarkot to watch the dancer's performance. People will forget God Krishna and begin worshipping Nagarkot's dancer." Suddenly the priest got up from the bed and with both hands behind his back started pacing. The priest pacing Samarati was watching. The priest kept pausing and looking toward Samarati and then pacing. "Will you go to the Maharaja's tent in the morning?" Samarati asked the priest. "If I bring you from Maharaja Anandpal's side forever, will you be happy? This is not such an important matter to me. The change is only one. Before I was in one king's possession. Now I have come under a temple priest's possession. When you brought me here, you must love me as you like. You certainly have to give my heart its value." This cannot be repaid with gold and silver." In surprise, Samarati took off the pearl oyster diamond jewelry from her body and threw it at the priest's feet, and taking the pearl ring from her finger, threw it on the floor and said, "Throw these in the Ganga." The priest, bowing his head, picked up the necklace and ring, kept them before himself, and said, "Go. Now rest and sleep. I will come very early in the morning and take you to the Ganga bank." Leaving Samarati in the priest's hands, King Anand Pal returned to Lahore. The king's heart was full of sadness at having to leave his most favorite singer and dancer. For Samarati's dance steps and the magic of her voice, King Anand Pal was even prepared to sacrifice 100 young women. But priest Radhakrishna gave him no opportunity to say anything at all. He picked her up in the deity's name for sacrifice, not even allowing a word to be said last time with Samarati. Going to the upper temple, the king could no longer see Samarati. For this reason, the king's mind became heavy. For quite a few days, the king remained sad in the void of Samarati. But King Anand Pal did not get the opportunity to feel the pain of Samarati's love for too long. Soldiers were arriving in his capital from various kingdoms, one after another. Forced to forget Samarati, his attention had to be focused toward war preparations. Before their eyes, the armies of Ajmer, Kanauj, and Gwalior arrived at Lahore. The Kajir army was not sent to Lahore, but directed toward Peshawar. The Kajir army's commander was told he should cross the Sindhu River and pitch camp and wait. 128 AD, month of Shravan Bhadra. The Sindhu River was then in flood. With water overflowing the banks, the army's movement became quite difficult. At that time, a pontoon bridge was built by tying many boats together, but the waves kept repeatedly breaking and washing away the boat bridge. At the same time, with a huge army, the countless camels, horses, and bullock carts loaded with supplies needed at least a month to cross. But the Hindu kings were not at all willing to give Sultan Mahmud the opportunity to reorganize his army. Contemporary historians have written, "At that time the whole of Lahore had turned into a military camp. Wherever the eye turned, only the movement of soldiers could be seen." Soldiers from various kingdoms arrived at Lahore in groups. At the same time, in groups, Hindu young men were gathering in Lahore to be incorporated into the army. Young Hindu men who could ride horses and wield swords and arrows were being regularly enlisted in the army. Hindu women were proud to send their supportive husbands and young men's sons and daughters-in-law to the army. The priests were inciting their worshippers against Muslims so fiercely that no Hindu mother stopped her young son from going to war. On the contrary, she encouraged him to go. Ordinary Hindu subjects were building mountains of supplies for the soldiers. For carrying the soldiers' essential supplies, ordinary subjects were giving their oxen, buffaloes, and bullock carts. In the temples, there was only one prayer: "O God, make the Hindus victorious and defeat the Muslims." Seeing the situation, it seemed Hindus' all other desires had disappeared. Their only one desire was to defeat Muslims, to destroy them. People around Lahore were elated at the arrival of the vast army. Historical Al-Biruni and Farishta write, "Never before in Hindustan had such a vast army assembly taken place." Against the Hindu king's massive battle preparation, Sultan Mahmud had only a handful of soldiers and trust in Allah. He was not at all worried about the Hindu army's numbers, because his own battle strategy was something he was fully confident about, and his trust in obtaining Allah's mercy was profound. Those days the Sultan was in Peshawar. Continuously news was reaching him from Lahore. It was not yet a huge flood, but a vast army that was coming toward him. Of course, at that time, definitive news had not yet reached him, which direction this flood was heading. In Beira and Multan he had accumulated so much supply that even if Beira and Multan were besieged for a full year, the besieged residents could pass time peacefully. He thought if Hindus besieged his captured cities, then from outside he would try to break the siege. One day, Sultan Mahmud's intelligence branch gave him news. Badera region's army had set up camp at Peshawar. This news made the Sultan think further. He could understand the Hindus had simultaneously created 3 battle fronts. They would besiege Beira and Multan, and at the same time forced me to stay busy here. The matter was truly a cause of extreme anxiety for the Sultan, because in such a situation simultaneously facing 3 battle fronts and achieving victory was not at all possible for him. Victory was a distant matter. Even staying alive was becoming doubtful. A few days after the news of the Hindu army of Badera reaching Peshawar, news came. The united Hindu army was advancing like a flood. The Hindu army's direction was toward Peshawar. Lahore and surrounding people had cooperated with the Hindu army to such an extent that they had carried the soldiers across the Ravi River on their shoulders. At that time, there was sufficient current in the Ravi River. To cross the river, a pontoon bridge was built with boats. So that the boats would not be carried away by the current, local people holding thick ropes with thousands of hands held on. As a result, the soldiers could not cross the river at speed. To carry the military supply-loaded bullock carts, Hindu people themselves pushed across the river and sent them further, so that the loaded animals would not get stuck in soft mud and clay and become disabled. When it was reported to Sultan Mahmud, all Hindu armies had moved from Lahore toward Peshawar, he could not believe it. He had sent spies in disguise to Behror. It was seeming unbelievable to him. Why would Hindus leave Behror and Multan and advance toward Lahore? From all sides the spies were sending news. No Hindu eye was toward Behror and Multan. The united Hindu army was advancing toward Peshawar. When his exclusive spy group also confirmed this news, that the Hindu army was advancing on the Peshawar path, then the Sultan believed it, but by then much time had been wasted. When the Sultan confirmed this news, he told his army officers, "For enemies Ghazni is more important than Behror and Multan. My feeling is, the field at Peshawar where Jaipal was defeated before us. The Hindu United Army wants to face us at that same field. They have drawn a plan to cut our army to pieces and capture Ghazni. If they have come this way with this goal, then it is certainly a sign of their farsightedness. For a force of so many vast army members, having such a goal is natural. Apparently the Sindhu River can be our helper. In no way should the Hindu army be allowed to cross the Sindhu River. We need to make that arrangement. Now we need a group of self-sacrificing fighters and accurate archers. If the enemy army tries to cross the river, then they will at whatever cost stop the enemy from crossing the river. If the enemy army tries to build a pontoon bridge with boats to cross the Sindhu, then our fighters with their lives at stake will cut the boat's ropes. And if elephants try to cross with the pontoon bridge, archers will make the elephants riddled with arrows. If 2 or 3 elephants are stuck, no one else will be able to cross with the bridge. Of course, only with these activities, the enemy army's path cannot be blocked. Because when the enemy army arrives here, winter will have begun. Then the river water will decrease. The river current will also not be the same. We will face the enemy army on the riverbank. This battle will perhaps become our battle of life and death. The Sultan then sent messengers to Behror, Multan, and Ghazni. Small groups divided. All members of the reserve army should come to Peshawar. Come very quickly. In view of the situation, Sultan Mahmud became such that he would keep maps before him and fall into deep thought. Hour after hour he would just think. He would forget food and sleep. His fingers would trace the map lines. He would determine new battlefields, determine strategies. Considering all aspects, he would change it again and determine a new battlefield. This way morning would pass, afternoon would come, and night would pass too. Besides performing prayers, he had no attention for anything else. When King Anand Pal returned to the capital from Nagarkot temple, Shuaib Armugani was in Samurati's house. Samurati's servant informed Armugani, "The king has returned from travel, but Samurati has not returned." 2 or 3 nights later, Samurati's servant informed Armugani, "The young women who went to Nagarkot with Samurati have said, on the very first night, Nagarkot's chief priest took Samurati inside the temple. After that they did not see Samurati again. The king also did not say anything further about this matter." Hearing this news, Armugani began to think. What was the reason for Samurati not returning from Nagarkot? He thought the priest had been so dazzled seeing Samurati that he had kept Samurati under his control. No king and Maharaja in all of Hindustan had the courage to refuse the words of Nagarkot's chief priest. The old servant was caring for Shwaib Armugani with all her heart's affection. She was loyal to Armugani. On Samarati's instructions, extremely secretly like a secret color, she had kept Armugani hidden from everyone's sight. At the same time, every day she would change Armugani's wound dressings and give him medicine. As a result, Armugani's wounds healed quickly. Slowly, Shwaib Armugani was recovering. Taking shelter at Samorati's house, Armugani had been able to save himself from being arrested. Protecting himself was then the most important thing for Armugani. On the other side, he could not forget Yarka, even for a moment. Until now, no woman had been married in spy work causing disruption. But after marrying Yarka, Armugani's life underwent a complete change. He became enslaved to his passion. Even though Armugani knew that his marriage with Yarka had happened conspiratorially, he had accepted this because Yarka, though a tool of conspiracy, had loved him wholeheartedly. The proof of this was she had risked her life to save his. But now his heart's only desire, where would he find Yarka? Samarati's old servant did not know these secrets of Armugani. On her part, it was also not possible to tell the old woman that she was eagerly waiting to spend time with a young woman named Yarka. One day a horse carriage stopped in front of Samarati's house. The old servant, thinking Samarati had returned, ran out of the house. Two young women came down from the carriage. They came and started talking with Samarati's servant. Armugani was watching the guests hiding. Seeing the two young women, he could not believe his own eyes. One of the young women was Yarka. Yarka had come to meet Samarati. The old servant was sitting talking with them in Samarati's room. In this situation, it was not possible for Armugani to call the old woman. After thinking about it, he threw a flower vase. Hearing the vase breaking sound, the servant ran to this room, thinking a cat had perhaps knocked something over. When the old woman came to this room, Armugani signaled her close and whispered, "I myself threw the flower vase to bring you here." Among the two young guest women, the girl named Yarka. "Send her to me in such a way that her companion does not even understand." The old woman informed Armugani she had come to meet Samorati. She did not know. Samorati was not at home. Now she would leave. How could I tell her about you? Armugani helpless. He politely requested the old woman, whatever it takes, make arrangements to send her to me. This work is very important. On Armugani's repeated requests, the old woman finally agreed. This old servant was experienced. In her life she had danced many men and women at the tips of her fingers. Making up a pretext, she took the other young woman outside the house. In this gap, Armugani came and stood before Yarka. Yarka, seeing Armugani, was astonished and speechless. She embraced Armugani's chest and with astonishment said, "You are still in this country. How did you get wounded? If you want to deceive me, tell me clearly. I have been waiting here for you. If you have deceived me, I will go away for life. Otherwise, say, where will we meet? Alas, how can I be convinced that it is possible for me to deceive you? You tell me wherever you want to go. I will go there. I can also come here if I wish. Not in the house. Outside, I want to meet you. If necessary, I can bring you to the house too. But in the midst of this, you try to find out why Samarati did not return from Nagarkot. She helped me by giving me shelter in her house. Now go. Your companion has come." Yarka did not want to hide from Armugani. After many days, unexpectedly, she found Armugani. She thought Armugani had safely managed to flee the city. She never hoped to see Armugani someday, because if she came to meet Armugani, there was a risk of Armugani being arrested. Armugani must not be arrested under any circumstances, because the news that Armugani was Sultan Mahmud's spy had become known throughout Lahore, so it was not possible for Armugani to come to Lahore anymore. Yarka had appeared as a pleasant mirage in Armugani's life. Those who had used Yarka like a mirage, this use was worthwhile. In this deception, Armugani had broken his pledge and revealed his self-identity. Armagani had fallen into the trap of women's beauty and revealed his real identity. But perhaps it was the blessing of the Holy Quran Karim itself that the trap spread to ensnare Armagani. In that very trap she herself had become trapped. Armagani's trap was also such that the conspiratorial Yarka, forgetting her own mission, not only freed the prey, but also surrendered herself to the prey. Because in her whole life, whatever men she had been near, none had captivated her with Armagani's genuine love. Everyone only enjoyed her physical beauty. In the absence of women's love from the heart, Armagani's ungenuine love rose even more intense. The yearning of not finding it in the chest grew more fierce, submerging in the flood of Armagani's genuine love. Yarka forgot everything and purified herself. Yarka floated herself in Armagani's love's torrent. But after the torrent's pull, they were separated from each other. Completely unexpectedly, Yarka came and found Armagani at Samarati's house. But Yarka did not get the opportunity to spend much time beside Armagani. Because the old servant could not keep her companion in another room for too long. "Tomorrow night in this house's garden I will meet you." Saying this, Armagani left the room. Yarka and her companion left. The old servant asked Armagani, "You hiding talked to Yarka about what? Why did you keep yourself away from that girl?" Such a question was natural. The old woman was loyal to Armagani, but she did not know his true identity at all. Samarati had only told her keep him hidden from people's eyes, and tend to his wounds. This old woman was one of the top-ranking dancers of the royal court. Among her contemporaries, she was incomparable in beauty, qualities, and dance. But when the weight of age showed the straight lines of wrinkles on her face and 2 or 3 hairs on the head became white-colored, and she showed faltering in dance steps, then attraction toward her faded. She was expelled from the royal court. Those who had been enchanted by her dance moves played with her body. Those who were always eager for her. All of them felt no need to look at her again. After being expelled from the royal court, she realized drop by drop, the royals only wanted to enjoy women's bodies and beauty. There was no humanity among them. Then she loved someone. She saw him in a dream and wanted to build a home. But the dream of building a home of this aged dancer was not fulfilled. Due to the king's obedience becoming problematic, the king imprisoned that man. Because he was a Muslim, actually that person had also been disloyal to his own community. But in the end, the only achievement left was dying bit by bit in a dark prison cell. This aged dancer also quietly passed away thinking of this beloved man. No one could know about her, that dream man. Because being known would make them label her with the charge of state treachery, and she would have to be imprisoned too. She was not yet old in the literal sense. Being health-conscious, her body's knuckles and face picture was still heavy and firm. When she understood that her dancing was no longer possible, that Samarati had taken her place, she came to Samarati's house and took shelter. This aged dancer's connection with Samarati was not like other dancers. The way it happens between dancers. She loved Samarati greatly. Samarati was the best in dance and song among all. An enchanting voice and beauty glamour, Samarati was incomparable. From the beginning of their acquaintance, this experienced dancer had a pull in her heart toward Samarati. At one point when she was expelled from the royal court and took shelter in Samarati's house, then Samarati gave her a happy place. She herself became dedicated to Samarati's service care. Day by day, Samarati gave her a mother's place, and this aged dancer sacrificed her heart's numbing love and affection for Samarati's welfare. When Shwaib Armagani was wounded and Samarati brought him home to tend to him, saying, "Like a secret color you will keep him hidden from people's eyes and serve him," then she also did not want to know what kind of person he was, and why she had to keep him hidden from people's eyes. She had simply understood. Certainly there is some secret in this. The old woman had understood. Samarati certainly wanted to keep this handsome young man for a special purpose, because once she herself had wanted to claim someone, but the king's army had arrested the man she loved for life and kept him imprisoned. The dream of building a home had remained only in her dreams. All her life she has been carrying that grief pain in her chest, so she could not even think of Samurati's life also being made torment-ridden. For this reason, she kept Armugani like a precious color hidden from people's eyes. Even though Samurati had not returned from Nagarkot after going to Anandpal's temple, she had kept Armugani where people's eyes could not reach, as she usually did. Actually, she did this work from the pull of Samurati's love, from her unfulfilled love's dream fountain. Soaking in affection, she slowly recovered Armugani. Even in Samurati's long absence, she never one day asked Armugani, "Who are you? What is your identity? Where have you come from? Where will you go?" When Yarka came to this house to meet Samurati and Armugani requested to talk with her hiding, naturally the old servant's mind arose with questions. What was the hidden young man's relationship with Yarka? How did he know Yarka? What did he say to Yarka so secretly avoiding his companion? Guessing the old woman's feelings, a similar restlessness also arose in Armugani. Should he reveal his true identity to the old woman? Thinking, he decided, yes, he would reveal his identity to the old woman. Armugani called the old woman and said, "Yarka is my married wife." Then why such secrecy? The old woman wanted to know. Have you seen her beauty? An idea came to Armugani's mind. He said, "Do you know whose daughter Yarka is?" "Yarka is a terrible snake's offspring," the old woman answered. "I know her father. He is immoral, faithless, self-dishonoring, a traitor, a lowly Muslim. He has earned special honor at the royal court by selling his own daughter's beauty and glamour. She secretly married me. She came to my house and news went to her father. You know, accusing spying, Lahore's all Muslim homes have been searched and merciless atrocities are being committed. Out of personal grievance, many innocent people have also been arrested. Yarka's father told a military army's one-step official that his beautiful daughter had been given in marriage, and in the name of that one night, some police came and raided my house, saying I was Ghazni Sultan's spy. But Yarka helped me escape from the arresters' clutches. Before police surrounded my house, how Yarka somehow came to know and woke me from deep sleep, saying police had surrounded the house to arrest you. Estimating the situation's danger, I climbed up the roof, jumped over the wall and ran, came to your house's courtyard and hid in the garden. The police chased me but could not catch me. But your dog found me. Your Bibi Sahib, seeing my condition, being merciful, gave me shelter. Well, do you think I am a spy? No. Why would you be considered a spy? Said the old servant. Yarka's father did this out of anger. Well, what do you want to do now? It is no longer possible for me to stay in Lahore. If Yarka's father finds out about me, he will arrest me or kill me. I want to take Yarka and go to Peshawar. Is she ready to go with you? Yes, she is willing on the spot. I want your cooperation in this matter. Tomorrow evening, Yarka will come here secretly again. I have told her I will meet her secretly in a spot in the garden. Now you know everything. Now do you want to bring her inside the house? Of course, if anyone follows her and reaches here, I will face the risk of being arrested. You can fearlessly bring her inside the house. I will let the dog loose. Then no one can set foot near here. If anyone follows her, you will get the opportunity to flee. Yarka does not need to be hidden. Because I can firmly tell anyone, she came to meet Samurati. Do you know this matter? The Maharaja has returned, but Samurati has not come back. Why? I am trying, said the old woman. Such a thing should not happen. The Maharaja will not send anyone as a replacement gift for Samurati, because at whatever price he wants to keep some more tea in his hand. I have certainly told Yarka to get news about this matter. I hope she will be able to gather correct information on this subject. Yarka came to Samurati's house in the evening as discussed. She was able to gather news about Samurati not returning. Armugani was waiting in the spot outside the garden where he was hiding. After a long wait, Yarka came. Yarka came alone. He brought Yarka inside the house, and the servant let the dog loose in the garden. Yarka first informed him, Samurati has been kept by Nagarkot's chief priest for sacrifice. She gave the second news. For the past several months, Soldiers from 3-4 kingdoms gathered at King Anandpal's capital Lahore. They are all advancing toward Peshawar. This united Hindu army has been kept for the victory of a united Hindu army and to sacrifice Samarati at the deity's feet. It seems the priest has already completed the sacrifice of Samarati, said Yarka. My belief is Samarati is still alive, said the old servant. Because the women the priests want to sacrifice, they keep them in their possession for several days, prepare them mentally. They bathe them in the Ganga and cast various spells and enchantments over them. They drug them and make them so that the young woman herself starts saying, "Let me be sacrificed at the deity's feet." A deep silence descended among the three. What Samarati has done for me is no ordinary matter. I cannot forget that, said Armagani. I will certainly go to Nagarkot and try to find out if Samarati is alive, or if she has already been sacrificed. If she is alive, I will try all possible things to save her. You don't know about Nagarkot Temple, said the old woman. It is not an ordinary temple. You can enter and see all the rooms by going around. I have been inside Nagarkot Temple. Nagarkot Temple is a labyrinthine puzzle. It has vast underground rooms. The underground rooms are so vast that even if an elephant got lost there, it would be hard to find. Besides, the temple is surrounded by a vast military fortress. Many people go there to pray and worship. But where the priests have kept Samarati is not an easy matter to know. The youth's fiery spark flashed in Shwaib Armogani's body. He knew Samarati was a Muslim girl, that a Muslim young woman would be sacrificed for Hindu war victory. Armagani could not bear this at all. In Armagani's eyes floated that scene. When the dog had severely wounded him, Samarati had brought him inside the house and cleaned the wounds with her own hands. The dog had bitten Samarati's one hand too, dripping continuously from his wounds, Armawani's blood and Samarati's. Blood from the wounds mixed together on the bed. When he saw this blood, that was when he had told Samarati, "Look, there is no difference between your blood and my blood. They flow as one blood." Samarati had told him that day, "Today you have awakened my near-dead soul by showing me this blood. Looking at this blood, I can now discover my true self-identity." Armagani looked at the sky for a long time. The entire event of that night floated before his eyes. Floated in his memory Samarati's heartfelt desire and the touch of affection. Suddenly he said, "For the welfare of a stone idol, I will never allow a Muslim young woman to die." He turned surprised toward the old woman and said, "You claim love Samarati like your own daughter. Your heart has motherly affection for her. If so, can you prove it? Can you go with me to Nagarkot? Because I don't know the Nagarkot path. You take me to Nagarkot and help me understand the interior environment a little. My belief is Samarati is still alive." "Is there not risk of us being arrested on the way?" said the old woman. "No. At least we can avoid the path's arresters, because we will go in disguise." Armagani said to Yarka, "You stay here, Yarka. I will certainly come back if I am alive." "I will also go with you," Yarka said firmly. "I can no longer stay alone. Wherever you go, I will also go with you." The servant had already known Armugani and Yarka were husband and wife. For this reason, she left the room. The matter of Samarati's possible death and Armugani's contribution to him had made Armugani so emotionally absorbed that he had completely forgotten that his dearest companion after long days was beside him and had come risking her life for his exclusive companionship. Sensing Armugani's changed feeling, Yarka placed her hand on his shoulder and gave a slight shake. Armugani looked toward Yarka. "I feel you still consider me a deceiver until now," Yarka said with an affection-filled voice. "A dancer you consider more important than me, and you have been troubled for her?" "Oh, Yarka." Armugani took Yarka's hand and said, "Don't say this. If Samarati had not given me shelter today, I would have become a living corpse in the king's prison. You know, just as you are a Muslim, Samarati is a Muslim girl. I am not distrusting you at all. I am thinking, I don't want to leave you here. Again, I don't have the courage to take you along. If you stay here and I am gone, I feel I may not be able to meet you again. Take me with you in disguise, just as you are taking the servant. Give me the opportunity to atone for my past sins. Yarka, one thing you must keep in mind. To the servant I have told you are my wife, but I have not said I am a Ghazni Sultan's spy. I need to take 2 more of my colleagues. Tonight I will meet with them. I will talk to them and try to persuade them to cooperate. You go now. If possible, come here a little tomorrow morning. Then I can tell you how our journey will be. Yarka informed him, You are no longer being officially searched. At this moment, Lahore is quite quiet. The army has gone on expedition. Arrests have also stopped. Armughani's beard was by then quite big. He had an amazing ability to change his appearance in any way. He could also make various types of voices. Sending Yarka a good distance ahead, he went the other way to meet his friends. In his mind and heart, the liberation of Samarati now occupied the main concern. Nagarkot's priest Radhakrishna had also come under Samarati's influence in the kingdom of his heart. About women's matters, priest Radhakrishna was stone. The priest hated women very much. He said, Woman is a living torment. The root of all mishaps is this woman. In a woman there is such magic that when it gets hold of any man, then that man has no more working power. Then he can think of nothing besides sin and wickedness. Such is the woman-influenced man. But when Samarati was taken to the temple's secret room on the mountain to be sacrificed, and Samarati was told about the sacrifice, Samarati behaved with him in such a way that something inside the priest's heart stirred with a twist. The presence of that power the priest had not experienced until then. Afterwards at dawn, Samarati was told to go to the Ganga bath, and the priest went to his bedroom. The priest had established such self-control inside himself that as soon as he lay down on the bed he could fall asleep. He never experienced mental restlessness either. But what happened with the priest this night? Even trying to sleep, he could not sleep. Samarati's uproarious laughter and childlike manner of falling onto his body had shaken him. Samarati's silky soft hair's touch seemed to send shivers through him. He was not familiar with women's touch, the warmth of a woman's body and the scent. But today he could not free himself at all from the pull of female attraction. Samarati's excited voice was continuously resonating in his ears. If you give me that love, for which my heart has been thirsty since long, then I will dance at the temple of the stone idols in such a way that even they will start dancing watching my dance. People will come from far and near to watch Nagarkot's dancer's performance, and will forget God worship and start worshipping Nagarkot's dancer. The priest was so absorbed in thinking about Samarati's words that he seemed submerged in a pleasant dream, and in the midst of all this, someone pricked a needle through his body and woke him. He started thrashing about in anger. In one leap he got up from the bed. His breathing seemed to stop. He talked to himself. A common dancer. A Muslim? An infidel sinner. Who knows how many men she has roamed with in sin on her head? She has insulted God Krishna. She doesn't know about Krishna God's wrath, this unfortunate one. That is why she says the gods and goddesses are stone idols. The priest fiercely struck his own palm. With rage grinding his teeth, he talked to himself. Fee, fee, an infidel's offspring, infidel. She has polluted my body. I am not lying. Woman's body is a sign for man, like an animal. The priest himself began to tremble involuntarily. What he was thinking was coming out from his throat on its own. Yes, yes, she must be purified. Perhaps it will take many days, but still she must be purified, and then her blood should wash God Sri Krishna's feet. After a long time, the priest's mind was freed from Samarati's influence. After midnight, the priest fell into deep sleep. As was his daily routine, the priest Radhakrishna's sleep broke before dawn. Coming down from the tall mountain temple in the dark morning, chanting devotional hymns, the priest reached the bank of a tributary stream of the Ganga. Getting into the river, he stood in knee-deep water, sprinkling water with both hands, chanting prayers, sitting down in the water. Hindus today still believe bathing in the Ganga River washes away all sins clean. After sitting for a long time in cold water, the priest felt his body had recovered. All night he had felt a burning sensation in his body. He felt the fire dancer Samarati had ignited in his body. She had extinguished for good, he believed. The worship and Ganga bath brought calm to the priest's mind. Now he returned to the earlier state of priest Radhakrishna's spiritual gravity. For which reason Radhakrishna had never let even a worshipping woman touch his body on any day. At night, the hatred and anger toward Samarati that had been growing in his mind, that too subsided. He began to think, Samarati has no fault. She has been forced into sinful work. That is why she called herself a fearless, love-hungry one. She said, "Can you give me unconventional, genuine love immersed in the Ganga?" "Yes, I will give you Ganga-immersed, unconventional, genuine love." The priest talked to himself. "I will bathe this dancer in the Ganga and give her genuine love. Afterwards I can tell at Krishna Devi's feet, I am sacrificing such a woman who I loved. Certainly this sacrifice will be accepted by the deity. Ghazni, Balkh, Bukhara, Samarkand will be incorporated into Mahabharat. The temple's branch sound will resonate in every mosque of Mahmuds. Hindu religion's great victory and the fall of Islam will happen." Returning from the Ganga bath, going to the temple where Hindu men and women were doing morning puja, the priest went there. He took Ganga water from a vessel and sprinkling it at the idol's feet, joined both hands and bowed before the idol. On that day he took more time than other days in puja worship. When in the arrangement of satisfying the deities and goddesses he became naturally absorbed in devotion, then there was no one else there. The city's people finished their worship and everyone left going their own way. The priest thought, oh, this dancer should also have been bathed in the Ganga. But by then the sun had risen and morning rays had spread all around. He came to his room and saw Samarati was still in deep, unconscious sleep. He stood 2 or 3 steps from Samarati's bed, as if some invisible hand had stopped him right there. Samarati was sleeping innocently. Her lips seemed to carry still the innocent, childlike smile. It seemed she was perhaps seeing some pleasant dream in a pleasant sleep. The sun had risen quite high, yet she was sleeping in absolute peaceful sleep. The priest thought, sin doesn't give people peace. This dancer is such an opponent of puja worship. Is her soul pure? Is this her spiritual peace that she sleeps peacefully, even hearing about sacrifice? Looking at the sleeping Samarati, a change occurred in the priest's feelings. He was seeing no sin in the sleeping dancer's face. By then Samarati's sleep broke, and in the priest's mind the feeling arose. This is like a fresh, innocent, sinless child sleeping in its mother's lap. The priest felt. The dancer and he had as if the same blood flowing. The priest lost himself gazing at Samarati. Memories of the past came to his mind, when he used to sleep similarly carefree. The face of that mother he had seen in childhood floated before his eyes. Trying to cut through past thoughts and feel the reality, the priest tried, but absent-mindedness overwhelmed him even more. His mind started feeling his mother's face was exactly like Samarati's face, spotlessly innocent. Daughter, daughter-in-law, mother. These 3 affections not in the priest's heart began to be cut. Suddenly, he noticed a vast emptiness in himself. He began to feel like a barren, desolate land. For a life's long time, he had tried to fill the void of daughter, daughter-in-law, mother by doing puja worship of gods and goddesses. But today, this dancer had made that void apparent in him. It seemed his long Sayadtana, the dancer, had floated away in the Ganga. She is a deserted, barren cremation ground. All of a woman's beauty, glamour, love, affection, found alive. A kind of wailing began in the priest's heart. He became eager to touch Samarati. When priest Radhakrishna came closer to Samarati, then Samarati opened her eyes. She saw the priest and shook all over and let out a yawn. Priest Radhakrishna had never in his life seen any woman yawn so closely and wake up. Seeing Samarati's yawn, a kind of storm arose in the priest. Such a feeling arose that he had never experienced. He began to feel a kind of mental peace. Saw self-forgetfulness. Oh, how much time has passed. Last night where did you go leaving me alone? Samarati said. Are you afraid of being alone? Afraid? Samarati laughed and tumbled onto his lap. Fear is a feeling. My feelings have died. Women fear strangers, but a woman who is a stranger's plaything has no fear. That traveler who once gets looted by robbers, he crosses the rest of the road fearlessly. I now have no fear of any robber. The way you are sleeping so peacefully, only those whose soul is pure can do that. But how can a dancer be so peaceful-minded? My body now only has rest, what you call soul. My body has been given away, but the soul is my own. This is truly at peace. What? How is that possible? Religiously fanatic blind people cannot understand the soul's this peace. They only say one thing. Pray, and the soul finds peace. Worldly, knowledge without inner heart. The soul stays at peace. If noble thought works in the mind, then the soul finds peace. These are textbook words. Priest, sir, I have taken the burden of human sins on my own head, through which I am finding my soul's peace. Perhaps the words were Samarati's magical skill, or perhaps it was the influence of the soul's power. In Samarati's speaking manner, there was so much spiritual faith that listening to her, the earth seemed to fall away beneath the priest's feet. Samarati spread her influence throughout the priest's mind and psychology. The priest's mind, the concept of sin and virtue he had nurtured in his mind until then, and the glimpse of heaven and hell became blurred and confused. Open shoulders, disheveled hair. In this long sadhana life of the priest, for the first time he felt saying something to a woman is easy, but saving oneself from a woman's trap is not that easy. Seeing Samarati in this state, a storm began in the priest's heart's kingdom. A battle started in his mind. Oh, are you suddenly silent? Samarati said with a slight smile. Maharaja Anandapal took me away from his possession and came and left me alone. Well, where were you at night? Don't you want to purify me? You came to purify me. When will you purify me? Suddenly the priest startled. From his mouth uncontrollably came out, I will sacrifice you at Krishna deity's feet. The priest said the words in such a way as if such fortune befalls everyone's forehead. The priest's words brought no change in Samarati. Hearing of the sacrifice, she was not startled either. The smile at the corner of the lips did not fade. But hearing the words slip out of the mouth, the priest himself was startled. It was not appropriate to say that at this moment. One who is to be sacrificed should never be told about the sacrifice. Rather, they are fed something intoxicating, and with skill, their mind is corrupted. Their thought consciousness is made to harbor the priest's inclinations. But priest Radhakrishna, Samarati's influence had so consumed him that the priest himself failed to keep his usual self-control and discretion. Do you want to sacrifice my body? But this body is not my body. If this is my body, then it has already been sacrificed long before. Look, the soul is entirely my own. You sacrifice it. Certainly my soul will not go to your possession. Have you ever captured anyone's soul? Or has someone else's soul been captured over yours? The priest was gazing at Samarati foolishly at these philosophical words. You are not familiar with true love and affection, because I know what happens inside the temples regarding you people. Here those things are preferred that are visibly beautiful and those that can be touched. That is why you don't believe in that master who cannot be seen. You make the visible master with your own hands. You sacrifice your bodies believing these idols have pleased them. You also believe these stone idols will fulfill all your desires. You are saying this because you are a Muslim. No, I am nothing. I have no religion. I am a thirsty soul. Your soul is also thirsty. I can tell by looking at a man's eyes what state his mind is in. Samarati reached out a hand and said, Put your hand in my hand. Why are you sitting far away? Come close to me. The priest sat motionless like an idol. Samarati jumped up and sat on his lap. Samarati with both hands cupped the priest's face and kept her eyes on his eyes. The priest's body trembled. Samarati's hand quickly moved away from his face. as if wanting to say something, but the priest's words got stuck. With a choked voice, the priest said, "I have sent you clothes. Take a bath. By now your food will also have arrived." Saying this, the priest quickly left the room. Samarati had great laughter at the priest's expression. Shwaib Armugani came to her mind. She had told Armugani, in his presence Anan Paul told a Kalanj king, "We have a beautiful Muslim. Young women, bring them here. Make them prostitutes and encourage them in dance, song, and debauchery. There is no alternative for destroying Muslims' tradition, culture, and their lineage. If this activity continues, a time will come when all the Muslims living in the Hindu-dominated areas will have no means of livelihood except selling their honor and dance and song." Samarati recalled. Armugani had told her that she herself was a victim of Muslim girls' dishonor. He had also said, "The Ghazni fighters who came from so far to this country, fighting like this and embracing martyrdom, they gave up their lives because of the selling of Muslim girls' honor. Yet they sacrificed themselves to protect your honor." Armugani had also told Samarati, "Marry someone, become a wife, give your soul peace, discover your true self-identity." From Armugani's words, Samarati regained her self-identity. When Armugani's face floated up in Samarati's heart, a storm passed through her inside. Every word of Armugani began to resonate in her ears. When she thought Armugani had perhaps met Yarka and was living with her, she felt a pain in her chest. Armugani had been the first man in Samarati's life who, even while sheltering her and keeping her in a kind of bondage, had shaken her mind terribly. A firm resolve was born in Samarati. She would not let herself be sacrificed for any Hindu idol under any circumstances. She began thinking about escaping from captivity. She had never faced this kind of situation. She was no soldier, nor was she any female fighter. In one sense, Samarati was a princess. Because Samarati reigned in the hearts of royalty and kingdoms, big political leaders, powerful men would appeal to sacrifice themselves for her, so the matter of returning was a very difficult task for her. Besides, escaping from this fortress-like temple was not easy. Even so, inwardly she made a firm resolve to flee. Just as she was about to get up from the bed, two young women entered Samarati's room. One had clothes in hand and the other had food. The young women were young, but not beautiful. At mealtime, Samarati asked the young women, "How far are we from the temple's main door?" The young women, without answering her questions, said they had been strictly forbidden not to talk unnecessarily with her. Avoiding Samarati's question, the young women wanted to know her identity. "Who are you?" "I am Nagarkot's dancer. The chief priest Maharaja has brought me here to perform dance and song in this temple. Maharaja has been instructed to keep a sharp eye on you," said one young woman. "We have never seen Maharaja so eager toward any woman," said the other young woman. "He never used to speak with any woman before. But about you, he has spoken in such a way. It seems you are his daughter or sister." "This is Maharaja's grace," said Samarati. "He will show me the whole temple. I had already wanted to know, from which direction is the main gate from here? You came through the main door." The young woman mentioned the main door to Samarati, but she could not figure out anything. However, she understood, without a guide, reaching the main gate was not possible for her. She asked the young women many things. The young women answered some things, avoided answering some. The priest told the young women about the priest. Even taking a woman's name he disliked. These young women did not know. This dancer had been brought for sacrifice. They bathed Samarati and made her wear the clothes they had brought. The clothes were a sari. The young women then applied a tilak on Samarati's forehead and left. In priest Radhakrishna's exclusive room, two more priests were seated. They knew Samarati had been brought for sacrifice. Preparing Samarati for sacrifice was their task. They were prepared, and their task began. They said, "Keeping it good." The Nagarkot region was then going through terrible scarcity famine, because in this region it had not rained for a long time. Yet because it was a hilly area, there was plenty of rainfall here. Due to the drought, people and domestic animals began dying for lack of food. Then by priest Radhakrishna's order, a young girl was sacrificed. That young woman also was kept in this room with 2 priests prepared for sacrifice. The previous girl was a young girl of a young age, but not a girl, a young woman. She was the king's exclusive dancer. The previous young woman was pure. But Samarati had to be purified first, the 2 priests told Radhakrishna. The same sacrifice would be done, but it would take quite a long time to prepare. She is a Muslim. First, she must be mentally prepared for puja worship. Then think about the sacrifice. You know, Maharaja, under King Anand Pal's leadership, our combined army has set out on expedition. The sacrifice should be done before the battle begins, said one priest. It will take many days for the army to reach the battlefield, said Chief Priest Radhakrishna. At the rate the army has gone on expedition, they will cut through Mahmud Ghaznavi's soldiers and reach all the way to Ghazni. And to reach the battlefield, the soldiers will take 2 or 3 months. In this time, our sacrifice work will also be resolved. We will prepare this dancer for sacrifice within this time. I hope the dancer herself will start requesting to be sacrificed at the deity's feet. Radhakrishna's 2 colleague priests were not agreeing about the delay in sacrifice. But Chief Priest Radhakrishna had inwardly decided to postpone the sacrifice. At the repeated disagreement of the 2 helper priests, great anger arose inside the chief priest. He said in a commanding tone, "Whatever be the case, this dancer will not listen to anyone's words for the sacrifice," because the dancer's sacrifice decision was entirely his alone. The dancer had also been selected by Priest Radhakrishna himself. Since he had selected this dancer for sacrifice at the deity's hint, he himself knew best when and how to sacrifice her. When the 2 helper priests got up and left, Radhakrishna submerged in deep thought. Meanwhile, Samarati's astonishment did not last. 3 continuous days and nights passed, but the chief priest did not come to her room even once. Those 2 young women brought food for her and met all her needs. Samarati told them many times to send the priest once to her, but the priest still did not come. Samarati had no grief for saving her own life, but her mind became heavy because of this. The Hindus had made her a dancer, destroyed her religious consciousness, looted her honor, and in the end she would have to surrender her life at the deity's feet for Hindu victory. Samarati firmly believed, clay and stone-made idols have no power, they cannot be masters of anything at all. In victory and defeat, the idols have no influence. Whoever is the true and real master, and his law offering human sacrifice and killing innocent people is a complete injustice, a sinful act. Human sacrifice is a thoroughly false religious act. Samarati recalled, several years ago for King Jaipal's victory, a young woman was sacrificed in Lahore. But in that battle, the king was so shamefully defeated that returning to the capital he took his own life in burning fire. Samarati was not afraid of death, but she was not at all willing to die for the idols of idolaters. Armugani had stirred Samarati's self-identity terribly, but no way of being freed from the temple's captivity state was falling before her eyes. Samarati was disturbed, thinking, at any time they might take her to the idol's feet for sacrifice. Samarati had heard many times, temple priests have no moral faults whatsoever. But the 2 young women who looked after her said, there is no moral fault in Priest Radhakrishna. He is a true ascetic person, a sage. Many people had said before her, too, Priest Radhakrishna is not only a sage, he is a Brahmin celibate. Samarati recalled. The first night she was brought here, at that time she had thought the priest had brought her here to enjoy himself. When she made such a hint, Priest Radhakrishna told her, your body's beauty has pleased me, but what you are thinking is wrong. My life is pure from female enjoyment, staying away from female company. Don't bring women close, and I don't want women to come close to me. Samarati recalled, when the priest was talking with her, she had seen a sad expression on the priest's face. Samarati could very well understand the state of a man's mind. Besides, she was fully conscious about her own beauty glamour and the magic of expressions. A new thought peeked into Samarati's mind. At the same time, she started thinking about finding a way to escape. She inwardly began to plot the obvious magic of a woman's appeal as a means of her liberation. This was Samarati's only capital by which she could swallow even hard iron like butter. The fourth night of coming to Nagarkot Temple. First watch of the night. Priest Radhakrishna came to Samarati's room. 2 lamps were burning in Samarati's room, and Samarati was pacing throughout the room. The priest was startled seeing her. He had first seen Samarati in dance costume. That costume was artificial. Then her shoulders, neck, chest, and upper back were uncovered, and her face was artificial makeup, and her hair was arranged, dancer style. Her eyes were coal darkened. That costume had a flamboyance, but the current costume was completely different. Now Samarati was exclusively genuine. In dress and appearance there was no artificiality. In genuine natural form the priest could now see Samarati. Her face and voice were open. Her hair was loose and the eyes had no excessive kohl. In completely genuine form, Samarati seemed even more captivating to the priest. In the priest's eyes, Samarati seemed not a mortal woman, but a heavenly fairy. "Have you forgotten me, Maharaja?" Samarati came close to the priest and said, "People say, before sacrificing a living creature, one must give it water to drink. Will you not give me water to drink? Will you not quench my soul's thirst? If you sacrifice me before quenching my mind's thirst, then my soul will roam around this temple. My soul will keep you restless always." Samarati was talking, keeping her eyes on the priest's eyes. In her eyes' face appearance was that magical language that she used to create excitement in someone. The priest felt something like sensual stirring had been created in his body. Seeing Samarati in dance costume, the priest's mind had become discontented, but in a tilak-wearing genuine form, Samarati's expression had no artificiality of the dancer's demeanor. The girl seemed to him now peaceful, serene, beautifully pure. The priest became a wave of sadness and fascination at Samarati's words. Samarati took the priest's hand and requested him to sit on the bed. But the priest didn't sit. He began pacing the room. Samarati stood silently. The priest stood up looking at her and lowered his head, as if unwilling to face Samarati. Walking a few more steps, the priest called Samarati close. "I know you are a love-hungry one," said the priest. "Actually, you are a hoarder of affection, love, and care. Your love is needed. Affection and love is needed. Father's love, brother's love, child's affection, or what you need. Yes, don't you know what a thirsty heart desires? What love do you have?" The priest's expression kept changing. His inner sincerity came to his eyes. Samarati placed her arm around the priest's shoulder and mixed herself so close to the priest's body that Samarati's chest touched the priest's chest. The priest clearly began to feel the rise and fall of Samarati's breathing. Samarati embraced the priest with both arms and whispered in his ear, "Do you have that love, with which the body has no connection, in whose love there is no trace of sin?" Samarati's warm breathing mixing with the priest's breathing made him completely spellbound. "Don't drown, holy man. The woman you keep running away from. That woman is the body's entirety. She is just a living idol. I am no human idol. I have given up my body. I am giving you the love of my heart. I am submitting my soul's reverence to you. From this soul there is no need to run away. There is nothing to fear about it," said Samarati. The priest was becoming unconscious. Samarati with both hands firmly embraced the priest to her chest. The priest got bound in Samarati's magical gaze's invisible chain. "I know. Your soul is also thirsty. You have no proper understanding of the true state of women's love and affection. A woman can be impure, but her love is not impure." Suddenly the priest placed his hand on Samarati's shoulder and pushing her away from his chest, keeping eyes on her eyes, said, "I don't know what love is. I don't know what love you are talking about. I have no daughter, no sister. I saw my mother in childhood. I have not married. You make me understand love." "Is there no feeling of emptiness or deprivation in your heart?" said Samarati. "My inside is burning, young woman," said the priest in an anxious voice. "You don't torment me more." Samarati noticed deeply a change in the priest's words. Before, the priest used to use the word "our" when speaking, but today he used the word "my." "Before sacrificing me, taste the flavor of love. Otherwise my body will indeed be sacrificed, but your soul's untimely death will occur." The priest's head was spinning. He could sort out nothing in his mind. He kept sometimes looking at Samarati and sometimes lowering his head and pacing the room. "When will you sacrifice me, priest Maharaja?" The priest turned around in surprise. It seemed the words came from his mouth uncontrollably. "No, no, not now. You will not be sacrificed now. Not today, but it will be tomorrow." The priest, taking a long breath, said mutteringly, "Much time remains until tomorrow. Who knows what tomorrow will bring?" Suddenly the priest stood up and quickly left the room. Seeing the priest's manner of leaving, Samarati burst out laughing. She kept watching the priest's departure. Samarati, leaving her own room, went to her room and closed the door, and joining both hands bowed before the Saraswati idol. Saraswati idol was smiling. Saraswati idol's smile was mocking. Priest Radhakrishna, in his life for the very first time, looked deeply at the smiling face of Saraswati idol. A kind of restlessness was stirring inside him that he could not understand. All of life's grief and sorrow the priest used to present before the Saraswati idol in the language of devotion and worship. But today, what had happened to him, he could not express anything at all. With joined hands singing devotional hymns before the smiling Saraswati idol, Priest Radhakrishna lost himself. At the Saraswati idol's feet, Priest Radhakrishna sat to drive away the turmoil of his mind through long devotion prayer. But today, even after long devotion worship, he was finding no peace in his mind. The idol's smiling face seemed extraordinary to him. Gazing at the idol again and again, at one point, the very Saraswati idol took on Samarati's form. In the idol's smile blossomed Samarati's genuine form. Against his will, his throat began to hum devotional music. WOATA meter on 25th. ADA corresponding to 399 Hiri month of September. Thousands upon thousands of Hindu soldiers like a flood were advancing toward Peshawar. Their movement could not be made swift, because this army had soldiers of several Hindu kingdoms. The Kangra army set up camp in the Kadera area. From Lahore, the army that started marching. Besides King Anand Pal's army, there were also Ujjain, Gwalior, and Kanauj's soldiers. In the midst of these, from various places, new soldiers were constantly joining them. To welcome United Army. The United Army would halt from time to time. The United Army's command was over King Anand Pal's son Brahman Pal. He was gathering soldiers and then wanted to advance together. Another reason for the United Army's slow movement was the river. Even though the soldiers crossed the river, crossing their supply carts was difficult. The number of the United Army soldiers reached into the hundreds of thousands. On the other side, Sultan Mahmud's total soldiers were only in the thousands. It took the vast Hindu army several days to cross the big river. Besides the big rivers, several small rivers also stood in the way of their march. Another reason for the United Army's slow movement was the people's extreme enthusiasm. Such strong propaganda was spread from all of India's temples against Muslims, that Ghazni's army was coming to capture all of Hindustan. They would demolish all Hindu temples and build mosques. They would capture all Hindu young women and make them slaves and maids. They would force all Hindus to accept Islam. From this temple's propaganda, terror spread among ordinary Hindus throughout Hindustan. People gathered in groups to bless the soldiers, to care for them and send them off. This gave the soldiers intermittent breaks in their march. Ordinary Hindus would learn news of storing their collected gold, food items, oxen, horses to give as gifts to the soldiers and set them aside beforehand on the road. Those young Hindu men who could wield arrows and swords and had expertise in horse riding, they were enlisting in the army with their shields and swords and bows. The temple's Brahmins and priests were creating religious excitement among Hindus in the name of religion. The united Hindu army was advancing like a great flood. Daily the Hindu army's soldier count increased. Among all Hindu citizens and soldiers was the same slogan, the same voice: chase away the Muslims, send them beyond the Indian Sea, wipe out Islam from India's soil forever. Every day, news was coming to Sultan Mahmud, stationed in Peshawar, how far the Hindu army had advanced and how much their army count had increased. He had told his commanders, the enemy army, must not be allowed to cross the river at any cost. The battle would take place right on the riverbank. His commanders expressed this fear because the enemy army was vast in number, so coming from behind the river to face them directly could be suicidal. Because if needed, the retreat opportunity would then become dangerous. Sultan Mahmud told them, "We will have to do guerrilla warfare. Direct confrontation is not possible for us. And for guerrilla warfare, the riverbank area is most suitable." He told the commanders, "The Peshawar riverbank area is uneven. This place is not suitable for guerrilla warfare. If the enemy army comes this side with greater force, even 2-4 units of soldiers lost, we can still surround them. And if on the other side they force us to retreat, still with the reserve army, we can stop them from crossing the river." His trust was his own soldiers' consciousness, their passion, the spiritual firmness of ideals, his own battle plan, and above all trust in Allah's mercy. He had already deployed some soldiers disguised as fishermen and laborers at the Sindhu bank. On the other side, some guerrilla force members were deployed in the Kidra area. They were given responsibility to observe the enemy army's coming and going movement, and if they tried to cross the river, to cut the boat's pontoon bridge ropes, if possible to break the boats. After deep thought, the Sultan gave his army the order to march, and they reached the Sindhu bank. He divided the army into 4 sections. 2 sections he deployed on the north bank to stop the other side from crossing, and 2 sections he kept on this side at the Peshawar bank. Of this side's 2 sections, one part was cavalry and archers. They were given orders to guard the river. Their duty was to keep the riverside area enemy-free and ensure the enemy army could not cross the river from any direction. And the other section was the reserve army. At the same time, a pontoon bridge was also built in the river. As soon as the army's position was fixed, news reached the Sultan. The enemy army had come 10 more miles closer. This was the enemy army's last camp. The Sultan wanted a little more time. He needed a brief respite. Of course, from this respite, there was no possibility of getting military cooperation from any side. Then the cold season had begun. He wanted to draw the battle deep into winter. His soldiers were also well accustomed to fighting in extreme cold. But he knew about Kanauj and Gwalior's soldiers. They find it very difficult to fight in extreme cold. Meanwhile, in Nagarkot Temple, about a month had passed for Samarati. The dancer Samarati's room had by then been transformed into a princess's room. Priest Radhakrishna would come to Samarati's room and spend hours and hours in conversation. Looking at the priest's current state, no one could believe it. This was the same priest Radhakrishna. Radhakrishna's age was quite compatible with Samarati's age. The priest to Samarati's room brought a palanquin and gave instructions to lay a carpet and velvet soft bed covering inside. In place of lamps in Samarati's room came colored lanterns, and the servants, 2 young women, would come daily in the morning to clean the room, remove old articles, and replace them with new items and fresh flower bunches. Other priests thought their chief was himself specially preparing Samarati for sacrifice through a special process. But the priest would come to Samarati's room and completely forget the topic of sacrifice. But Samarati had never forgotten that she was to be sacrificed. She knew she was being prepared for sacrifice. Until now, the priest had never touched Samarati on any occasion. But the priest, whom no one had ever seen, smile. He now laughed for this reason and that reason. From some of Samarati's words he would burst out laughing. In the meantime, Samarati had told him several times, "Quickly have her sacrificed, because waiting for death is very painful." Hearing these words from Samarati's mouth, the priest's face would become pale. The priest, who thought, By abandoning women's company, he had pleased the deities. That priest was now trying to please Samarati and displease the deities. By keeping women away from him, the priest had created an emptiness inside himself. That emptiness through Samarati had found fullness. A thirsty person. Seeing water feels even more the pain of thirst. Similarly, the priest in Samarati's presence began feeling his void even more. He began to see Samarati sometimes as his daughter's form, sometimes as a sister's form, sometimes as his mother's form. Even more beautiful young women than Samarati had also come to this temple, but the priest never felt the need to even talk with them. By chance, if his eyes fell on them, he would immediately avert his gaze. Samarati was the first woman with whom priest Radhakrishna spoke, and unintentionally Samarati embraced him. Samarati's that touch and embrace created in the priest that feeling, through which feeling a person can understand himself. Does your soul still feel that void whose filling you had requested of me? The priest asked Samarati. Perhaps you are the first man who has kept me in his possession in this way, yet kept me outside your possession, said Samarati. Your body has no attraction toward me. In this my soul has found peace. Well, am I now worthy of being sacrificed to the deity's feet? No, that time has not yet come, said the priest in a sad voice. The priest kept gazing deeply at Samarati. As he kept gazing, tears began flowing from the priest's two eyes. Samarati quickly before the priest pressed his head to her chest. With the sari's edge, the priest wiped the tears from his eyes. The bent head's loose hair spread across the priest's nose and face. One of the priest's hands tremblingly rose upward. Samarati's cheek touched the priest's head. With trembling hands, the priest touched Samarati's silky soft hair. A few strands of hair the priest spread across his own eyes. Suddenly the priest got up from the bed and stood. From the sudden shock, Samarati was startled. Getting up, the priest with wide eyes began looking at Samarati, as if someone had woken his self-identity. As if some incorporeal soul had come and made his hand touch the woman's hair. The temple bell began to ring. The priest came to his senses. The bell rang only when some king or Maharaj came to the temple. The priest himself went to the temple's main door and welcomed the visiting King Maharaja. Looking toward Samarati with deep affection, the priest said, "Perhaps some guest has come. I am coming." The special bell ringing was not without meaning. King Anandpal's wife had come to Nagarkot temple. This wife was Anandpal's other son Brahmanpal's mother. Anandpal was with the united army, but the whole army's supreme command was in Brahmanpal's hand. King Anandpal had told this wife he had kept the royal palace's most beautiful and expert dancer with Nagarkot's priest for sacrifice. The king also said this time, with Brahmanpal's leadership, the united army will certainly be victorious. Before this, Anandpal's other wife, Shupal's mother, had incited Shupal into rebellion so that Shupal could rebel and go to Bara and capture Sultan Mahmud, and Shupal would become the throne's heir. But in the end, Shupal himself was captured and the Sultan had kept him imprisoned for life. Now Anandpal's second wife was thinking her son would conquer Peshawar and dethrone his father and become the throne's heir. She was eager for her son's victory, so she came to Nagarkot to find out if the dancer's sacrifice had been completed. Chief priest Radhakrishna informed King Anandpal's wife, since the girl was from a Muslim household and became a dancer, purifying her for sacrifice had taken a lot of time. Brahmanpal's mother said, before this also a virgin girl was sacrificed, but it did not take that much time to prepare her. She urged the priest, quickly get the sacrifice work done, because our soldiers have already come close to the battlefield. But she had found out. The dancer had apparently still not been bathed in Mother Ganga's waters. Priest Radhakrishna's dignity was even more than kings and Maharajas. In Hindustan, people considered him a special messenger of God, but Anandpal's wife's concern and urgency struck a blow to the priest's aristocracy and arrogance. The queen said further, the dancer Samarati is so beautiful that whoever sees her cannot look away. I don't know whether her magical power has also created an influence on Nagarkot temple. My suspicion is the dancer's magic has even spread its influence here. I have decided to remain at the temple until the dancer's sacrifice work is not completed. Even after this, the priest Radhakrishna did not say anything to Anandpal's wife, because his suspicion was not baseless. The priest informed Anandpal's wife, "Only one task remains. This task will be resolved tomorrow morning itself. The next day after that, the dancer's sacrifice work will be completed." After King Anandpal's wife went to the royal guest house, priest Radhakrishna again returned to Samarati's room. Samarati welcomed him with a slight smile. The priest's face was anxious. He kept looking at the innocent Samarati's face for some time. When Samarati asked the reason for his concern and restlessness, the priest said, "He will come very early tomorrow morning and take her to the Ganga bank." Saying this, the priest quickly left the room. Meanwhile, Shwaib Armogani's caravan had set out toward Samarati. A small caravan of 2 camels and 3 horses. On one camel rode a young woman, and on the other a middle-aged woman rider. And on the 3 horses, 3 men. From their dress and appearance, it seemed they were pilgrims. Even a dog was a companion of this caravan. In that era, a trained dog was kept with long-distance traveling caravans as a security aid. The caravan was heading from Lahore toward Nagarkot Temple. If anyone asked them on the road, they said they were going to Nagarkot Temple for pilgrimage. After 3 continuous days of travel, Armogani's disguised caravan came close to Nagarkot Temple. Coming near Nagarkot, they told the local people they had come to Nagarkot for the great sage Radhakrishna's darshan, to take the dust of his feet, because people around Nagarkot considered priest Radhakrishna an avatar. Not far from Nagarkot, Armogani's caravan halted for their last night of rest before their destination. At night, lighting a fire and sitting around the fire, one of the caravan members said, "If we can enter the temple and no one suspects us, then it will be possible to find out what is in the temple. If we come to know Samarati has been sacrificed, then I swear I will kill all Nagarkot's priests and be satisfied." This determination and pledge was no one else's. It was Shwaib Armogani's, because he knew the temple's ritual practices. From Lahore, he had also brought 2 more colleagues. Yarka had already reached Samarati's house. Samarati's servant was prepared from before. Armagani and his 2 colleagues had their heads well shaved like Hindu priests and applied tilak on the forehead. They had cleaned their beards and applied such artificial beards on their mouths that their lips were not visible. The servant and Yarka were also dressed as Hindu female ascetics. 2 women had hanging beads of seeds around their necks. The arrangements of the camels and horses Shwaib Armogani's colleagues had made. Taking a dog had been insisted upon by the servant, because going there, Samarati's extremely cherished pet dog's caretaking there would be done by no one. Samarati loved this dog very much. At leisure time, Samarati would play with this dog, and at night the dog would guard her house. This ferocious dog. Of course, there was also the need of a dog on the road. In their final destination, Night's Rest, they were discussing the plan to rescue Samarati. They thought completing this kind of operation and returning alive was very difficult. Yarka and the old servant took on the responsibility. If Samarati was alive, they would certainly rescue her. The vast temple had about 20 large rooms. There were also many small rooms in several corridors. Besides, there was a vast underground tunnel. Bringing Samarati out through these dark alleys was a life-risking matter indeed. The old servant briefed them about the temple's interior condition. Besides, the most fearful thing was the fortress-like military camp surrounding the temple on all sides. Armagani and Armagani's 2 colleagues kept their daggers and small swords hidden in the folds of their clothing. In the last watch of the night, their small caravan set out toward the temple. The old servant was showing the path. They wanted to reach the temple's main gate before the darkness of night. This very night was the same night when priest Radhakrishna had told Samarati very early in the morning he would come and take her to the Ganga bank. When very early in the morning the priest came to Samarati's room, Samarati was still in deep sleep. The priest woke her from sleep. He said, "You have to come with me." Samarati silently set out with the priest. When they came out of the temple, the fortress's main gate was opened for them. Coming outside the fortress, they began descending the hill slope. Going up and down the hill slope was no difficulty for the priest, because this path was very familiar to him. But descending for Samarati was difficult, because she was accustomed to traveling by carriage. Walking on foot and descending the hill had never happened to her. Besides, the sari she was wearing made walking even more difficult. Descending the mountain, Samarati's foot kept slipping. The priest was helping her by holding, as a result of which Samarati was saved from falling. Samarati was holding the priest with one hand. The priest also with one hand held Samarati to balance himself. Even so, when Samarati kept stumbling repeatedly, then the priest eventually put Samarati almost on his own shoulder to begin descending. The season was winter. Samarati hugged herself tight to the priest's body. With great difficulty they descended the hill slope and set out toward the riverbank. The river was quite far from the temple. The top of the mountain had the temple, and the lower riverbank area was jungle thick. The priest did not free Samarati from his arm embrace. Clinging to each other, they kept advancing toward the river. The pre-dawn red was still far from showing in the eastern sky. From dawn, people start coming to the Ganga bank. So the priest ran in the darkness to take Samarati to the Ganga bank, so that in the darkness he could keep Samarati hidden. "Are you taking me for the final bath?" Samarati wanted to know. The priest in his arm's embrace tried to press Samarati even more to his own body without giving any answer. It seemed the priest intended to merge her with his own body. "Why are you not speaking? Why are you afraid of me? If I am to die today, then tell me openly." "Yes, I will tell you everything, Samarati." With both hands pressed against his chest, the priest embraced Samarati. "My mind says, not just you alone. We are both being sacrificed. My mind feels, perhaps today's sun will not be seen for me." The priest's voice got choked. He said with a choked throat, "Perhaps this is life's last time. Do not let me die in thirst." I was thinking the emotions and love of my heart had died. But no, my heart's emotion has not died. I have tried to paint the image of an affectionate motherly woman in you. I have tried to portray you as a daughter, sister, mother form. I have also tried to portray a deity's character in you, but I could get none of these forms clearly. I saw a deity's smile in you, but still could not convince my sinful mind. I could not understand how such a thing happened. I tried hard to flee from women's company, but you worship stone idols. Worship my Allah. You will see all the sins disappear from the mind," said Samarati. "Do not chase me with more words, dancer. I have given you the love of my heart. In return, satisfy me with the warmth of your body. Today, perhaps, is your life's last day. Afterwards, your body will be thrown in fire. But I, who am still alive, am being burnt in a burning fire." Samarati burst out laughing and suddenly pulled herself away from the priest's arm embrace. "Listen, if your Krishna deity were true, she would not have let your 50 years of prayers wash away in sin like this. I am free. I knew you too would someday want me, the way sinful men want me. I arouse this beast sleeping inside you for this reason, so that you suffer in torment and come falling to my feet like a thirsty dog. I will take you out of the temple behind me, and you will be freed from captivity. Yes, yes, I am now free, I am now free." Samarati suddenly started running in one direction, but on the uneven ground she could not go far. The priest ran and grabbed her and said, "Don't act crazy, dancer. Where will you flee from me? I will certainly catch you and sacrifice you. I am not actually asking you for anything that precious." Samarati, with all her body's strength, slapped the priest's cheek hard and said, "I will die jumping into the river, but I cannot die for your idol. No one can save you, dancer. Don't insult the idol. My Allah will save me. If my Allah is true, then not a single one of your idols will remain intact." The manly beast inside the priest became wild like a hungry tiger, the nature that he thought he had killed at the foot of the Himalayan mountains. That nature today made him a meat-eating, wild jackal. Suddenly, from not far away, the barking sound of a dog was heard. Gradually, the dog's call came closer and closer. At the exact time when from the upper mountain the priest had descended and embraced Samurati. At that same time, Shuaib Armagani's small caravan had arrived at the mountain's rocky path leading to the temple. Samurati's servant knew this path very well. Here the camels and horses had to be left. Samurati's dog was untied. The dog suddenly jumped to its 2 feet on the ground and began barking loudly. Then the dog started running on the same path the priest had taken Samurati. The caravans no one paid much attention to this, because the dog behaves like this normally. But the dog was barking loudly heading toward the front. Samurati's servant said, "It seems the dog has smelled a jackal or wild cat." From their side there was no time to even think about it. The dog was running following its owner's scent. For months the dog had been separated from Samurati. The dog loved Samurati so much that it would play with the dog like a child. The dog would sleep on the bed as Samurati's companion. The priest paid no attention to the dog's barking sound. He grabbed Samurati and wrestled with her. Samurati desperately tried to free herself from the priest's clutch. At this time the dog came and brought its face close to Samurati's face and sniffed. Samurati thought this must be some stranger's dog or some temple's dog, but the dog that this was, it was unthinkable by Samurati. The dog was rubbing its nose and face against her and began licking her feet. From Samurati's mind there arose suddenly. Against her will from her mouth came out, "Shiridi, let go." At only Samurati's command the dog jumped forward and spread its 2 feet before the priest and attacked him. The dog bit the priest and tearing the flesh of one of the priest's shoulders began dragging him. The dog grabbed the priest, biting and dragging him, the priest screaming terribly. At this opportunity Samurati stood up, and the dog bit the priest's one arm. The priest, screaming a death cry, tried to flee. This time the dog tore the flesh of his arm and then bit one foot. Samurati then screamed, "I had told you, priest. My Allah will save me. This is my pet dog. Running from Lahore, smelling my scent, it has come to save me." Samurati quickly grabbed the dog's scruff. She couldn't believe. How did her dog get here? Long after finding her owner, Samurati's dog began licking her feet and jumping. Meanwhile, the priest, severely wounded, tried to save his life and started fleeing. Just then, from Samurati's ears came the sound of someone's footsteps. Samurati trembled in fear. She thought, perhaps hearing the priest screaming, the temple soldiers have come for help. Samurati tried to hide somewhere. Right at this time, a woman's voice was heard, "Shiri, Shiri." The old servant was calling Samurati's dog by name. Meanwhile, the priest's screaming was so terrible that Samurati felt the priest was making death screams. Armagani and his companions, along with the priest's screaming, were also hearing the dog's growling sound. At this time, Armagani recalled this very dog had once attacked and wounded him. They all came running toward this side to catch the dog. In the half-light and half-darkness, Samurati was trying to hide, but a suitable hiding place she could not find. Hearing the sound of running and jumping, when the visitor's voice, like Armagani and his servant's voice, came to Samurati's ears, then she thought she was not seeing a dream. Was she? No. She made no more attempt to hide. Samurati faced them and asked how she had been brought here. Very briefly, Armagani also told Samurati how they had come this far. Thinking it risky to wait longer, they started from the place where the camels and horses were tied. Yarka and Samurati were loaded onto one camel's back, the servant onto another camel, and the others mounted the horses. Very swiftly abandoning that place, Armagani's caravan began to advance. Their return destination was now not Lahore, but Beira. Lahore was no longer safe for any of them. Leaving the familiar path, they began advancing on a deserted forest and an unknown path. They feared being chased. Armagani was thinking when the priest went to the temple and said, Samurati had fled. Then soldiers from the mountain military camp would mount horses and come down and begin searching for Samurati. So they had to cross many paths. Armagani's fear was not correct. No one chased them. Samarati's dog tore the flesh of the priest's shoulder and arm and broke the bones of his feet. The wound was bleeding abnormally. Even though the priest kept crying out in pain, surely someone would come to save him, because this wound was not such that the priest might die immediately. But with immediate 2 or 3 screams, the priest made no more sound. He called no one to his aid. Besides, he also made no attempt to tear his extra clothing to bandage the wound and stop the blood. Instead of going up the mountain, the priest set out toward the nearby flatland settlement to save himself. The priest went nowhere. He made no attempt to survive. He smiled a wooden smile and talked to himself. Done, very done. This is exactly what should have happened. Deserved lesson has been received. The priest crawled his own drained and wounded body toward the Ganga bank and kept saying, Ganga Mother cannot wash away my sins. Perhaps no fire can anymore burn away my sins. When the mind becomes sinful, the body drowning in sin requires no more time. Ah, very satisfied I am with God. The priest's head began spinning. He fell down several times. All the blood of his body had drained out. Thus, stumbling and crawling, he kept advancing toward the Ganga. At one point, the priest with a faint voice talked to himself. Give me one more strength, God. Let me reach Mother Ganga's lap. The priest's vital energy was running out. He kept collapsing, spinning. Again, somehow lifting his head, he crawled forward on all fours. This way he kept advancing forward. The sound of the Ganga's current and waves was floating to his ears. Hearing the Ganga sound, the remaining strength was used to crawl faster. At this time, from the pages of his memory floated up Samarati's words. My Allah will save me. All your idols will be destroyed. Then his own self-talk also came to his mind. Woman can be mother, sister, wife, daughter. Beyond this, any other form of woman drawn near will lead to terrible consequences. The whole temple had established this very principle by the priest. But he himself could not remain firm on his own principle. He himself had gotten involved in that very sin. He had given Samarati that form which was neither mother, sister, daughter, nor was it wife. As the blood kept draining from the priest's body, his strength was completely exhausted. Meanwhile, the repentance for sin was draining the priest even more of life. Crawling and crawling, he reached the Ganga bank. This place had a slight slope. The Ganga waves rose quite high, then came down quite low. In this state, darkness came over the priest's eyes. The priest's motionless body lay down in the clay and mud. The Ganga wave came and poured over his body. The priest said for the last time in a faint voice, I am a thirsty sinner. I am a sinner. At this time, a huge wave came and pulling the priest's motionless dead body took him deep into the Ganga. Meanwhile, inside the temple, others were waiting for the Nagarkot idol statues to be bathed in the dancer's blood. All the temple priests were looking along the great sage's path and waiting. Brahmin Pal's mother was eagerly waiting with great impatience for the priest's hour by hour. When even 1 hour after noon the priest was not seen returning from the Ganga bank, people went out searching for the sage. At the day's end, the investigators also returned. No trace of the priest and Samarati anywhere. The investigators on the path toward the Ganga saw drop-by-drop marks of blood, but the identity of that blood could not be found. That blood mark gave birth to many stories. Many people created stories of blood and various explanations, but no explanation or analysis could rescue Nagarkot's priest and Samarati from being found. In this state, the United Hindu Army's chief commander Brahmin Pal's mother, psychologically crushed from the thought of the deity's curse and dissatisfaction, she began to fear. Who knows what wrath from the deity's side might be sent? The wrath was being sent down upon Sultan Mahmud, not upon them. It seemed the Hindus assembled such a vast army. The Sultan had not at all anticipated this beforehand. How the Sultan would protect his own army from such a vast army. He had fallen into thought. The weaknesses of the United Hindu Army have become clear in the writing of English historians. English historian Sir V.A. Smith writes, "The biggest weakness of the Hindu army was bringing soldiers from various different places and having them serve under the command of a single commander. Yet this commander knew nothing about the other army's battle strategy and military experience. Secondly, other military commanders had no trust in the high commander. There was a severe lack of coordination among them. Thirdly, thousands of non-military people had also been included in this army, counted as part of their number based on emotion and physical strength. Yet these people had never seen a battlefield. They had no idea about battle strategy. Fourthly, the Hindu army was numerically superior and extremely reliant on military equipment. Mentally energizing the Hindu army, accompanying soldiers were Hindu priests and with them various deity idols brought from various places. Seeing the defeat as inevitable, Hindu priests started throwing these idols and fleeing. On the contrary, Sultan Mahmud relied on his battle strategy and rather than cunning skilled soldiers, on Allah's mercy and the reliance on the unseen. Before every battle, he would perform 2 units of Nafil prayer and pray to Allah for help. In his own battle strategy, he was fully confident. At the same time, this matter also gave him strength, that he fights not for any personal interest but solely to make Allah's land and Allah's religion victorious. So to give his army final instructions before the vast united Hindus' vast army, the Sultan said, "Friends, in the Battle of Badr, the Holy Prophet defeated an army 3 times larger than Muslims with a faithless army. We must repeat that history. I want to say a few words to you today." Mounting his horse, the Sultan began addressing the soldiers. "I don't want you to forget this satisfaction. Victory will indeed be yours. But certainly this I will say, if you fight for Allah, then Allah will certainly help you. Keep this awareness in mind. You are fighting for Allah's true religion. Allah will not let any of his enemies stay alive. A mountain stands before you. If thinking this mountain unconquerable you become afraid of your life, then your destruction is certain. Remember, no matter how difficult and formidable the mountain is, we will smash it to pieces. Forget the talk of our fewer numbers and the enemy's numerical superiority. Remember, battle wins through the heart's strength. Allah will help you. Allah helps those who descend on the battlefield with the hope of victory to raise Allah's name." Taking 2 small units of his army under his own direct command, Sultan Mahmud pitched camp on the Punjab bank of the Sindhu River. Just as his spies had described the Hindu army, with his own eyes he also thoroughly observed the Hindu army. The Hindu army was now intoxicated with the fever of victory. So he told the army commanders, "Now the Hindus are drunk with victory fever, so we must advance with very cool heads." He brought some changes to the earlier battle plan and divided the army into several guerrilla forces, and dispersed them, and deployed a small number of soldiers in the riverbank areas. He planned to use the river fully for the security of Peshawar and Ghazni. Besides, around his military camp he had trenches dug on 4 sides. He considered trapping the opponent inside the camp to be a suitable strategy. He was thinking of more new strategies, but prolonging the battle was also risky for him, because every day new people and soldiers were joining the Hindu army. The Sultan saw the Hindu army had not yet completed battle preparations. Trusting in Allah, one day before dawn, right after Fajr prayer, he ordered 1,000 archer guerrilla soldiers to attack the enemy soldiers. All members of the army were fast cavalry and accurate target-hitting archers who were expert navigators. According to 399 Hijri 29 Rabi'a Sani 108 AD 331 December. Famous historian Gardisi describes that battle saying, "By sending only 1,000 archers, the Sultan seemed to deal a blow like a sledgehammer. The enemy army took these people so lightly, like how worthless people are thrown away with contempt. The enemy army's 30,000 cavalry fell upon 1,000 Muslim archers." The Gurkha tribe at that time followed no religion or religious practice, but their belief was, in origin they were also a part of Hindus. From this belief, Gurkha society was a helper of Hindus. These people were so fierce and violent that in winter, summer, mountains, flat land at all times everywhere with bare heads without any shield, they would jump on the opponent. Historical Qasim Farishta writes, "The Gurkha soldiers within a few minutes jumped on the Sultan's cavalry archer units. Within moments, 500 Muslim soldiers were martyred, and many soldiers were severely wounded. The Gurkhas pushed into the Sultan's camp, but the Sultan's trench demonstrated that the Gurkhas could not be turned back. The Sultan was worried. If the opponent's entire army attacked simultaneously, it would end the battle in a short time. The Sultan with his soldiers got trapped in the camp. He was forced to fight defensively, but he showed the benefit of how he had arranged his army. Until then, Sultan Mahmud's chief commander Abu Abdullah al-Taish, who was waiting with 5,000 cavalry reserve soldiers. They had not yet been ready for confrontation against the Gurkha forces. Getting the signal, Commander Abu Abdullah al-Taish launched an attack against the Gurkhas. The cutting down of the Gurkhas began. By then the Gurkhas were tired and their numbers had also sufficiently decreased. When the Gurkhas jumped into the trench to save their lives, then al-Taish's reserve soldiers from the bank and flank struck and made them surrender. Seeing this battle state, with the goal of not giving Muslims the opportunity to stand up straight, all soldiers were ordered to jump together. The Muslim camp's internal condition was not known to Anand Pal. There the Gurkhas were being cut down. King Anand Pal, thinking victory was certain, advanced with his elephant army in front, and his flag was raised even higher. Sultan Mahmud's commander Abu Abdullah al-Taish's 2,000 reserve soldiers jumped on one flank of King Anand Pal's army. Historical Farishta writes, against more than 100,000 enemies there were only about 6,000 soldiers. It was not even worth mentioning. But then, like a miraculous event, the Muslim army within a moment spread its dominance over the king's vast army. Several arrows got lodged in the king's riding elephant's face. Suddenly, one arrow pierced the king's elephant's eye, and with a terrible scream it turned around and began running back into its own army. The king's flag fell to the ground. The Hindu army's flag could not be raised and held up anymore. The king's elephant's terrifying screaming caused other elephants to panic and run this way and that in all directions. As a result, the Hindu army began being crushed under the feet of their own elephants. Seeing everything in disarray following the king and the elephant army running back, other Hindu kingdom soldiers thought perhaps the Muslims had made a strong attack ahead. So the king was retreating. Without thinking anything, they started fleeing. The united army's chain of command broke apart. The united army became leaderless. It was then the winter season. The last day of December. The surrounding mountains were covered in snow. The intensity of cold was unbearable for the plains Hindus. This was exactly the time for which the Sultan had been waiting. When the Sultan saw the enemy army had scattered in disarray, he then gave orders for all his soldiers to directly launch an attack and gave the command to chase the enemy. The reserve force of 2,000 of the chief commander and 10,000 Afghans, Turks and Khilji soldiers under Deputy Commander Arsalaner came down and simultaneously jumped upon the Hindu army. By then the enemy army's attack was no longer. They were focused on self-protection and retreating. Qasim Farishta writes, fleeing Hindus had 20,000 soldiers killed. Those who surrendered weapons were made prisoners. The Sultan's riverbank guerrilla army also by then joined the main army. The Sultan had never before given retreat orders, but this time he gave orders to chase the enemies. Chasing the enemy soldiers, the Muslim army reached Nagarkot. His spies informed him that the Hindus had converted Nagarkot's temple into one of the important military bases of Hindu kings and Maharajas. They had set up Hindu military camps to protect it. Hearing this, the Sultan stopped and gave the order to besiege Nagarkot temple. King Anand Pal's soldiers and Kangra's soldiers were willing to save Nagarkot temple, but frightened and startled they scattered in disarray. The Sultan besieged the temple from a distance and gave orders to throw stones into it from far. The temple and his guard soldiers' position was on the mountain, so it was not possible for the Sultan's side to make a direct attack on them. After besieging for 2 or 3 days, launching a strong attack to break the main gate, the frightened and startled temple people opened the gate and surrendered. As soon as Sultan Mahmud entered the temple, he pushed the idols down from the mountain to the ground below. They crumbled and shattered to pieces scattered around. Nagarkot temple was a vast storehouse of wealth. From the temple 7 crore gold coins came out. The gold jewelry was counted in maunds. Diamonds, pearls, and rubies had to be weighed in Mon scales. To defeat Sultan Mahmud, Hindu priests and kings and maharajas had collected all this wealth from their subjects. Throughout the territory, from Hajara to Nagarkot, the entire region the Sultan incorporated under Islamic governance. Unable to bear the shame of that battle's defeat, King Anand Pal died a few days later. The Sultan focused his attention on strengthening his administration in the newly conquered territory. Right at this time, news reached him. In the Gaur region, an Afghan ruler named Muhammad had assembled 10,000 soldiers, and the whole Gaur community had begun supporting him. This was also a household news item. Without delay, corresponding to 1009 AD 400 Hijri, Sultan Mahmud was forced to return to Ghazni again and had to engage in battle against self-proclaimed Muslim faithless people again. The battle of man and Satan after conquering Nagarkot Temple and the Hindu stronghold and establishing Islamic governance there. Sultan Mahmud was returning to Ghazni to suppress the Ghuri rebellion. Because the Ghuri community had created a risk and threat to his capital, Saruk's security, this was a matter of extreme misfortune for Sultan Mahmud. Every time he came to Hindustan and raised the flag of victory here and wanted to firmly establish Islamic governance's foundation, that many times in the Sultan's absence, some Muslim faithless person had attacked Ghazni. As a result, receiving the news, the Sultan had to return to the capital to protect it. He got no opportunity to firmly establish his administrative foundation in Hindustan. The violent non-Muslim historians did not substantiate and uncover the true truth about this forced return, but have applied a stain on Sultan Mahmud's name. They said Sultan Mahmud would attack temples for looting wealth, smash idols, collect whatever gold and jewels were in the temples. Then, as soon as the looting was over, he would return to Ghazni again. That Sultan Mahmud was sincere about establishing Islamic governance in Hindustan and strengthening Muslims' governing process. He was not. The Sultan was returning to Ghazni with 2,000 Hindu prisoners. In reality, these were not prisoners. According to the custom of the time, these were slaves. After Maharaja Anand Pal's battle defeat, as a gift 2,000 slaves were given. Besides some militarily trained elephants the Sultan had taken from the Hindu army and some elephants Hindu kings and maharajas had given him as a gift after accepting defeat. The number of soldiers with him when he left Ghazni, the number on return, was much less. For administering and security protection of the conquered areas, some soldiers had to be left there. Besides, none of his soldiers were made enemy prisoners. But a noteworthy portion had embraced martyrdom in battle. In this difficult time, his two beloved commanders could not be found. They had not been killed by the opponent. Again, Sultan Mahmud had not kept these two in Nagarkot's administrative work. These two, one commander, Bughra Khan, and the other commander, Ulustugan. Both were owners of attractive physiques and agile youth. Bughra Khan was a resident of the Peshawar region. He would sometimes travel between Ghazni and Peshawar. He knew the local language of Hindustan and could speak a little of a few more languages. When Sultan Mahmud's soldiers conquered Nagarkot fortress, then Bughra Khan was deployed with his unit on a nearby mountain peak. When Bughra Khan's soldiers saw that Muslims had broken down the fortress's main gate, then his unit's soldiers breathlessly galloped their horses toward the fortress. Bughra Khan urged his horse to go first of all. Suddenly, the horse jumped in such a way that Bughra Khan himself could not keep balance and fell from the horse's back. His horse also fell this way, and in fear abandoned Bughra Khan and ran away. Coming down from the mountain, Bughra Khan crawled on all fours down below. Both his feet were numb. Several places on his body wounds formed. It was not possible for him to stand straight. In this state, Hindu soldiers were fleeing in all directions. Seeing the Hindus fleeing, Bughra Khan was trying to hide himself in the bushes and undergrowth of the jungle. Because if he fell before the Hindu soldiers, they would not keep him alive. From severe wounds and excessive blood loss, Bughra Khan had almost lost consciousness. In a semi-conscious state, to save his life, he had started fleeing in some direction. But which direction he could not tell at all. Sometimes he would become exhausted and fall in again. Whenever consciousness returned, he would get up and start moving in one direction. He kept repeatedly losing consciousness. In an unconscious-prone state, somehow someone's consciousness rang, and Bughra Khan returned. In his natural manner, his hand moved toward the sword's hilt. He freed the sword. As soon as he tried to get up, the sword twisted, and his foot ached severely. One of his feet had nearly broken. On top of that, continuous blood draining from the wound and several days' hunger and thirst made him pathetically weak. Suddenly, even standing up, he fell back down. Bughra Khan. Hey, Bughra Khan, get your head straight. What happened? I am Alistugan. The person spoke in his own language. What are you doing here? Bughra Khan tried to speak, but no sound came from his mouth. Hunger and thirst had dried his throat. His tongue was stuck. Just seeing Bughra Khan's face, Alistugan understood. He was very thirsty. Alistugan opened the water container tied at his waist and held it to his mouth. Bughra Khan drank several gulps of water. After a little while, he fully regained consciousness. Seeing his condition improve, Alistugan put some food in his mouth. Alistugan was also a military commander just like Bughra Khan. For this reason, between Bughra and Alistugan there was deep, heartfelt friendship. When the Sultan was besieging the temple and fortress, Bughra Khan's duty was to monitor the battle situation from the surrounding mountain peak with his unit, and if necessary repel attacks from inside and outside. Similarly, Alistugan's duty was to block the path of Hindu supply carts coming some distance from Nagarkot and stop helpers on the road. Under Alistugan's command was a small archer unit. They were expert navigators mounted on fast horses, target-hitting experienced archers and skilled fighters. One day in Alistugan's unit's eyes fell on a Hindu army, but these were not going toward Nagarkot. They were going toward the opposite of Nagarkot. Alistugan's archers. Units started firing arrows at the Hindu soldiers, and as it happened, through the side of it, an advancing infantry force was visible. In their eyes, it appeared. Muslim archer unit was chasing Hindus. Within a few moments, the fleeing Hindu cavalry and infantry became one. The cavalry took shelter among the fleeing infantry, and the infantry, thinking the cavalry as shelter, turned around and came forward to confront the Muslim archers. Alistugan's manpower was only a handful. On the other side, the fleeing Hindus were many in number. These people, all to save their lives, surrounded the Muslim archers from all sides and overpowered them. Only a few archers dropped into surrounding fire from four sides. Most were killed and a few were able to escape with their lives. One of those who survived fleeing was the unit commander, Alistugan. For continuous several days he had been searching for his companions. But in the vast unknown Hindustan jungle, in which direction they had disappeared, he could not find any trace. In that deep forest he saw Bughra Khan in an unconscious state. And this Bughra Khan was his closest friend and his similar army commander. After taking food and water, Bughra Khan regained his natural life awareness. But he had no walking strength. By then day had passed and night had fallen. When night fell, Commander Alistugan went out on horse to find someone to help take Bughra Khan back and show the Nagarkot road. By night, Bughra Khan had already told him the Nagarkot fortress had been conquered by Muslims. A little after advancing from their position, Alistugan spotted a settlement. He advanced toward the settlement. People from the settlement came forward, moving toward him. They were poor rural Hindus. Seeing a Muslim soldier official, the villagers greeted him by bowing. Alistugan, with signals and hints, talked with them, and taking 4 young men with him, came back near Bughra Khan. By then, Bughra Khan's condition had further deteriorated. Seeing Bughra Khan's condition worsen, Alistugan, using 2 or 3 words, tried to find out from them. How far was Nagarkot from here? The Hindus, by gesture and indication, made them understand. Nagarkot was far from here and the mountain path was uneven. The village encounter Alistugan and the wounded Bughra Khan are helped by Hindu villagers. A temple priest hiding in the village speaks bitterly about the fall of Nagarkot, lamenting that the Rajput soldiers fled rather than dying for their faith. Alistugan listens carefully, gathering intelligence. He is struck by the priest's admission that the Ghazni army's discipline and faith-driven unity is what made them unbeatable against a numerically superior force. Pages 20A6, 2210. Armugani's return, Shuaib Armugani, Yarka and Samarati make their way toward Bara, moving through back roads to avoid detection. Samarati reflects deeply on her experience with the priest Radhakrishna. She feels no hatred toward him but genuine pity. She acknowledges that his entire life of rigid self-denial had left him hollow, and that the encounter cracked open something human in him at the very end. Armugani sends word ahead through his intelligence network about their location and the military situation he witnessed at Nagarkot. Samarati's transformation. This section focuses on Samarati's inner journey. She tells Yarka that she now understands what Armugani had tried to explain to her, that her identity, her soul, her very self had been sold and suppressed since childhood. She decides she wants to formally embrace Islam. The old servant, who had kept her own faith secret for decades, is moved to tears. The four of them, Armugani, Yarka, Samarati, and the old servant, form a quiet but profound community of shared purpose. Sultan Mahmud's departure. The Sultan prepares to return to Ghazni. Before leaving, he meets with the sincere Muslims of the region, men like the learned scholar Saidullah, and makes promises to return. He gives firm instructions for the governance of the newly liberated territories. His speech to his remaining commanders is deeply emotional. He says he has not come to build an empire for himself, but to plant seeds of justice. He knows the seeds may take generations to bear fruit. He sets out westward toward Ghazni, his heart heavy with the knowledge that without a stable base in India, his victories are temporary. The homecoming Armugani and his companions reach Bara safely. There, Samarati formally accepts Islam and takes the name Safia. The old servant reveals she had never actually abandoned her faith. She had been a secret Muslim her entire life in Lahore's royal court, maintaining her cover for decades. This revelation moves everyone deeply. Armugani sends his full intelligence report to the Sultan, detailing Anandpal's death, the state of the Hindu coalition, and Nagarkot's wealth. Aftermath of battle. The novel steps back to give a broader historical view. The Battle of Peshawar, 013-8 AD, is described as a decisive turning point. Anandpal's death ends the most organized Hindu resistance to Mahmud's campaigns for years. The author reflects on what might have been if the Muslim rulers of the region had united instead of fighting each other. All of India could have come under Islamic governance in a single generation. Instead, internal betrayal and faithlessness among Muslim rulers constantly undermined the Sultan's gains. The historian's reflection. The novel shifts to the voice of the author himself. He addresses the reader directly, noting that he has tried to portray Sultan Mahmud neither as the monster of Hindu nationalist historiography nor as an infallible saint, but as a complex, deeply devout military genius who was also human. He notes that the Sultan's greatest enemies were not Hindu kings but the treacherous Muslim rulers surrounding Ghazni who repeatedly betrayed him. The fates of characters Qasim bin Omar fully recovers from his wounds and rises to become one of the Sultan's most trusted commanders in later campaigns. Rabea is honored by the Sultan for her crucial role in exposing Asim Omar's betrayal and saving the army at the outset. Shuaib Armugani continues his intelligence work through subsequent campaigns. Samarati Safia lives quietly in Bara, helping Muslim women rebuild their lives after years of oppression. Yarka remains beside Armugani, having completed her own journey from deception to genuine faith. The novel ends with Sultan Mahmud back in Ghazni, suppressing the Ghori rebellion. The author closes with a meditation on the nature of jihad, not merely military struggle but the inner war against treachery, cowardice, and moral compromise. He quotes his Murshid Sheikh Abul Hasan Kirkani, "The greatest fortress is the heart of the believer, and the greatest enemy is the self that surrenders to desire." The final lines call on future generations of Muslims to learn from both the Sultan's victories and the failures of those around him, and to understand that nations are not lost to external enemies but to internal betrayal.